Welcome in. It's 8 minutes past the hour, and we have got a brand new day dead ahead. And we hope that you're all looking forward to the day like we are. We're starting it together. If you're listening live, we thank you, as always, for being with us. Busy show today. We'll have some updates for you. We've also got the Impact Leadership Conference, a virtual experience coming up December the 7th at 9 a.m. Central. As I said, it's all virtual. We'll talk to one of the speakers that's in the lineup, Dr. John Maxwell, New York Times best-selling author, sold more than 30 million books, and identified as one of the best business leaders in America. And so he will be speaking along with Chris Hodges and others, and so we'll talk to him about that today. And so that's coming up in the first live hour of the main show. It is the day one of the 12 working days of Christmas. We've got a lot of gifts to give away, and it's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of fun as we get to play Santa for the next 12 business days as we approach the big year ender, which our last live show of the year will be Friday, December 16th, and then we'll carry you out best ofs through the holiday season and get to January. So a lot to talk about. We're without Greg again this morning, but we'll explain here in just a second. So let's bring in old Michael Helms here, complete the Good Time Gang, and update all the guys on Greg.
How are you this morning?
I'm great, man. I'm fired up.
A lot going on, and, you know, we've got a lot going on anyway, but then you had 12 working days of Christmas.
Yeah.
Greg being out.
Yeah.
Plate's full.
Plate's full.
Plate's full for a few hours, friends.
Yeah, and congratulations to the Thompson Warriors in the state of Alabama, where Greg's son, Taylor Burgess, coaches under Coach Freeman, the head coach. They won the 7A state championship last night, defeated a very good Auburn High School team, 49-24. With an eighth grader at quarterback.
Yeah. I came in last night, and it must have happened quick, but I came in, got a shower. Mm-hmm. Amanda had stopped and got us a little sushi.
Well, look, hey,
we'll go
well
sushi
played, Amanda.
In a minute, especially on Wednesdays because there's a grocery store next to us. They do $5 sushi,
right.
And I know you would love that.
I love that.
The old $5 sushi.
You don't think J.C. Wilburn is the kid in our family that loves sushi?
Yeah.
And you don't think he's there on Wednesdays?
Okay.
Huh?
Good.
On a college student budget?
So I was sitting there with my sushi and soy sauce, and I thought, well, the ball game's on. Let's get over there.
Yeah.
Let's watch what's going on.
Right.
And it was 21-0.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, goodness gracious, what happened?
It happened quick.
I mean, did it ever?
Well, I'll tell you what happened, and that is that Auburn's defense was dominant, and the offense was rolling.
You mean Thompson's?
I mean Thompson.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I said.
You said Auburn's defense.
Yeah, I don't mean. Well, you know, at times they played pretty good,
play.
but as you can see by the score, they gave up 49. But early, the reason it got out of hand early is because it's just Thompson could run the ball. Then they did a little play action, and that eighth grade quarterback just has such great touch, and he's doing things at eighth grade that a lot of college quarterbacks aren't dropping dimes in like that. He is a very talented kid, and if he can stay injury-free, he has a big future ahead of him.
I'm assuming the broadcast, I was watching the one that was on the streaming broadcast that you pay for, and I'm assuming the same announcers were doing the Alabama public broadcasting deal because they mentioned that a couple times. So I'm assuming how you watched it was the same guys I was
Coach
watching.
Rick Rhodes on the call as doing the color?
Yes,
Yeah,
he was. He
yeah.
was. Yeah, okay. I didn't put two and two together, by the way, on that. Yes, he was.
Okay.
But they kept talking about the young quarterback and how he plays the saxophone. And is it the saxophone?
Yeah.
And
the band.
And how smart he is and all this. And Amanda took note of that. She's like, he's an eighth grader? I've been telling her forever that he's an eighth grader. But for some reason last night it stuck with her.
Right.
So she kept going back to that.
Yeah.
Because they kept talking about it throughout the broadcast. But he
Right.
does. He first of all, he didn't look like an eighth grader.
No.
Okay. And he certainly didn't play like one.
And I think it's the youngest quarterback to ever start at the 7A level in the state of Alabama. Some of the national news outlets are picking up the story just because it's such a special story. Now, he is surrounded by athletes all over, up and down the field, but still has to kind of manage things and does it well. They said he has he's older than what it looks. And you know what I mean? Just mentally, he's just got an old soul. He's just
And he's
just a little bit older than everybody at that age, just the way he acts and how mature he is, and that's obvious by the way you see him play. But and
still made some eighth grader mistakes.
He did,
but that's part of it. And but they were able to overcome that.
Yeah, and congratulations to Coach Freeman for the way he called the game, knowing that he has to manage that. But anyway,
the athletes on both sides.
Yeah, and so night. A little developing story with the Rick and Bubba show. So we knew Greg was off because the Burgess family, he's there.
So glad
Lisa's
you're getting
there
to this.
Representing the family because their son's the coach, right?
Yeah.
And
we kind of planned all this for like weeks. Believe it or not, Greg on stuff like this will plan.
Yeah,
and he did. He planned that out good.
And we can talk about it because we can talk about what's happened. I mean, from this point backwards. And that is, Greg and Lisa are no stranger to trying to get to a championship game.
Right.
Taylor Burgess has been very blessed in that category. Now, he's worked his tail off and deserves it. But him and the entire coaching staff that he coaches with
Winning
now,
seems to follow
and when
him.
he was over in Georgia, he tends to get there. The staff does. And so Greg knew this was coming and took off yesterday and probably going to end up taking off most of today. Just because you get back so late. Well, I heard in passing from Bubba.
So I heard this too, and I thought, well, he's just joking.
Hey, Hunter, because Hunter's down there.
Yeah.
Hunter was mentioning he might want to go tonight. Really? Hey, Greg, what if I show up? And it was just kind of that. All right, wow. So you said that. I doubt that'll happen. Then all of a sudden, in the 6 o'clock hour, because they had a 7 p.m. Central Time kick. Suddenly we get a picture. Bubba's in the stadium,
inside the stadium.
Yeah.
Yes. I came out.
He decided to go with Hunter and hung out with Greg most of the night.
I got I had my watch was when I was on the tennis court. My watch kept buzzing.
Yeah.
And I knew I had messages and all this. And
I saw something's really going on.
Yes. And so I didn't know. And the first thing I see is Bubba's picture at the stadium,
almighty.
And I thought, oh my gosh, he was serious about this.
Did that not own you?
This is real.
That owned me. Good night, that owned me.
And then all I could think about was poor Greg at that moment, because Bubba's going to run him down, and he's got all this planned,
right?
And I thought, well, then it hit me. So is now Bubba gonna? What's Bubba gonna do in the morning? Is he gonna get up and be here? Is he staying in Auburn? Is he driving back? What is he doing?
Now I'll tell you though. When it comes to Bubba, he had the inside.
He did,
and
noticed that.
And
I noticed
where they played the game. It wasn't bitterly
I thought
cold.
Hugh Freeze was with him for a minute.
Well, he okay. It wasn't bitterly cold, but as the night progressed,
pretty chilly.
It kind of got on down there.
Yeah,
and
it was.
Greg looked pretty comfortable where he was.
He did.
I think he was very appreciative of what Bubba offered up.
You talking about the suite he was in?
Right. I did too. I thought at one point, just over Bubba's left shoulder, I could see Hugh Freeze.
I thought it was a little much to look back and see Betty and Hugh Freeze's wife, having a cup of coffee.
Right.
That didn't happen.
No,
I'm kidding.
Right.
But I thought, how did he get all this access in a 12-hour period?
And I don't know if Bubba was playing, but he kind of said that, hey, bumped into Hugh and he remembers us and still loves us. Was he kidding?
I think he was serious on that part. I do.
I think he was in there with him.
Folks, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products. That's just a fact. A lot of you already are loving your glass cleaners, bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup urine blast. The cool thing about the multi-service Clean Pods is the molecular surface coating, which is like Rain-X because it repels the dirt. You can really see the difference on those kitchen counters. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under under sponsors.
Home should be where you and the family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com.
At Boot Barn, we believe that cowboy boots are made to be worn, not collected. For a boot to last a lifetime, it needs to be built properly. Hand craftsmanship is among the best ways to achieve that, where 90 artisans have the boots in their hands from start to finish. Dan Post has been handcrafting boots since the 60s, ensuring the highest quality with comfort and artistry in mind. This holiday, Dan Post Boots at Boot Barn.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Here's a go-to gift idea this holiday season: premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers use useful features, an almost custom comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life for the next month. Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas. It's a new pop-up flash deal every single day. Get 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it, and they're offering you a special holiday discount right now. Helix offers customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone's unique. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $450 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for tuning in. The kickoff hour is doing just that. We're kicking things off for the guys as everyone gets situated and positioned for the day. We updated you on Thompson High School, Coach Taylor Burgess, and where Greg and Lisa were last night. They win the state championship 7A football for the state of Alabama. They beat Auburn High School. It was played where Auburn plays Jordan Hare, and the big story for the staff is that Bubba showed up with Hunter, his son, who lives down there. So Bubba's coming on in this morning.
So my first question is, did he stay with Hunter and drive him back this morning, or did he come back last night?
We'll have to ask those questions. I'm not really sure. Next hour, Dr. John Maxwell will be with us. The Impact Leadership Conference is coming December the 7th, 9 a.m. It's all virtual. It's an online event, and you can register at impactleader.com. We'll give you more information on that and check in with Dr. John Maxwell, and also it's the day one of the 12 working days of Christmas, and I can't either. We've got a lot to give away, and today Santa Bubba will play. He'll play. Bubba will play Santa Bubba and give away day one, and we've got some other things to do when it comes to that. So be listening for that. We'll have to educate you, so it's not confusing. The sounder that we play. And that's the cue to call and all that kind of stuff.
And will the phones work?
And I would like to, if y'all don't mind, just because with the kickoff hour, I feel like part of our job is to prepare for the main show.
Oh, yeah, test things out.
I would like everybody to call 866-WE-BE-BIG right now, and let's just see if the phone lines
Can
work.
we play the theme, too?
And just pretend?
Just to pretend we're doing it? I like to play pretend.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Let's go over here to $7.99. That's where it is on the old instant replay over here. 866-WE-BE-BIG. This is not. We're not giving anything away.
We're testing.
But part of I think this hour is to prepare everybody. Because there's a lot of people out there going, "What are they talking about? The 12 working days of Christmas." Well, what we do is we play this theme, this sounder, and that's the trigger for all of you to call 866-WE-BE-BIG. And normally Bubba just gives Rick a number. Yeah. Hey, let's whatever, and we just answer those phones. Now the other board, it was easy to roll through the line. Rick's going to have to do a lot of clicking over here this year because this is the first time we've done it on this phone system. But apparently the phone lines are working. But this is the stinger here. And again, don't call thinking that we're giving away a prize now. But that's it, and then we play it out. Every phone line we have is working.
Yes.
Every phone line we have, all 10 are ringing.
Such a great sign.
So if Rick and Bubba are listening or watching or something, whatever the case,
it works.
It works. So we've done our job. Thank all of you. Do you want to take some?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to know what everybody's doing this morning.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just calling to see if y'all can hear me.
Yes, we can. How do we sound down the line? Any static down the line, or are we good?
Good to go. Good to go.
Sir, what are you doing so early this morning?
I love this. This is great.
Headed to work.
Love it. Getting after it. Love it. Love it.
Yep.
Well, have a good day. Be safe out there.
All right. Y'all too.
All right, buddy.
All right, let's go to the next. Right. I love doing stuff like this.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. We're kind of just testing the phone lines during the kickoff hour. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Dale from Huntsville.
Dale from love Huntsville. I'll be there later today, actually. Dale, what do you do for a living?
Dad, Rick.
Oh,
IT manager.
Yeah, okay, IT manager.
He's getting up early.
Yeah, and thanks for asking about my parents. They're doing well. They're coming up from Pensacola with my sister, and we'll meet in Birmingham, and we'll continue on up to Huntsville a little bit later today.
Is Dale still on?
Dale, Helmsy's got a question for you, buddy.
So do you grab your coffee on the way in, or do you get it at the office?
Good question. That's a great question.
Actually, I work from home, so I drink it right here at my desk.
Look at you.
I love the fact that you work from home and you're up and getting after it so early. That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Welcome to the 5 a.m. club, sir.
That's right. We are testing the phone lines for the Rick and Bubba Show since today's day one of the 12 working days of Christmas. The phone lines, we don't want them to buckle. Yeah. And right now, every line is ringing. And so let's go to another one. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Jeremy, Titusville, Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, checking in. So what do you do for a living, man?
I'm a snap ring machine operator. And,
machinist.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah.
More of a machine operator.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, are you? Do you go? Headphones and stream? Oh, you obviously are streaming. Or are you a YouTube person?
Oh well, I put it on YouTube, but I listen through my headphones.
Okay.
Like, earbuds through my headphones.
Okay, perfect.
Tell me what the the thing you're most looking forward to today, and the worst thing you're looking forward to.
Well, the worst thing is what I'm doing right now, and that's driving to work. I got about a 40-minute Amish country commute.
Okay.
Wow.
I hope we can make
I'll
that
probably
better.
see about 6 Amish buggies on my way.
Oh, sure. Now, do you roll your eyes when we talk about it being a little cold down here, and it's like in the 40s?
Oh.
No, I get it. I get the South is a lot warmer than the North, you know. And I've lived here my whole life, but I've been to the South plenty, and it gets hotter than you know what down there.
It sure does.
It sure does. All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, so this is something else I'm going to practice for Rick.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
Because we got to do a lot of clicking here.
I enjoy this.
So if he says, all right, we're going to do, take caller number 25, blah, blah, blah. All right, and then we're going to go, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It is
6,
hanging up.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he'll just have to click along like that.
And we want to apologize to the 8 people you just hung up on.
Right,
because we're testing.
Well,
we're testing. That's what we do.
Don't they know we're testing?
And
I think they're part of this test.
They are,
and
absolutely.
They're willing to go.
They serve their role well.
That's right. Now every phone line is back ringing.
It is.
And now I'm concerned. Did they think we're giving something away?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not. We're testing. And I got to applaud y'all. If I could hit the clap.
Yeah.
Right
Well
now.
done. Well done, audience.
You're the best audience in the world.
They really are.
Y'all took time that you can't get back to call, and I thank you for that. 866 We Be Big. Guys, the phone lines work, and we've tested them. We've hung up on everybody and everything. I mean, look, they're ringing.
They're blowing up.
It's like we're giving something away. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Home should be where you and your family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Security Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a friend, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. The holidays are right around the corner, and we're ready. Why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to your door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and actually enjoy this special time of year. HelloFresh always has something new to try. With over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week, chock full of quality ingredients and choice proteins, plus you can stock your pantry and even prep for a party with seasonal and convenience items from the HelloFresh market. Now, when we're in a hurry, their 20-minute meals and easy cleanup options make for more quality time around the dinner table and less time in the kitchen, and saving money is always a priority around the holidays. HelloFresh is cheaper than the grocery store and 25% less expensive than takeout. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in. It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba are here. Adler joins us right after top of the hour as well, and we are rolling for another day. We thank you so much for tuning in. One rumor we can put to rest, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and we can update you for those that just, busy and not getting up to the minute information. Super Bowl champ and former high school head coach Trent Dilfer will and is the new head coach for UAB football in Birmingham, Alabama. Had his presser yesterday, and they officially named Trent Dilfer as the next football coach after multiple reports indicated the two sides had, come to an agreement, but had some things they had to work out, and he replaces Bryant Vincent, who took over for Bill Clark after he stepped down before the start of the season due to some health issues with his back and having to have surgery and all this. And Coach Vincent did a great job holding that team together. The coaching staff should be commended. Me being the stadium guy, along with Derek Scudder, who is the voice of the stadium. He's the one that's really working. I'm just running around playing. It's been a pleasure to get to know him and the staff over the last few years, and so we'll see. I still don't know how I feel about it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So back on campus today with yesterday with my new little gig, and
it's not little. It's a very good gig.
The same thing was being said from people all over the campus.
Wow. Okay.
And so I will say this: he's 50 years old.
Right.
It's encouraging to guys like me who are getting in coaching later in life.
Right.
College coaching later in life. We've all coached. Everybody in this room has coached. I think Adler's maybe even coached a little bit from time to time. But all of us have coached. So getting in that world, and he's 50, I'm 44. So I think for me, a good goal would be, okay, by the time you're Trent Dilford's age, maybe you'll have a head job somewhere.
Well,
so that's kind of the way I look at it.
He is a Super Bowl winner.
He
is. Done really well on the field.
His
and apparently
credentials.
off the field. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but the way I read this yesterday, and it could have been that I was mistaken, is his high school team in Chattanooga tonight to play for the state championship?
Probably so. Because that's the area in which
he coaches at Lipscomb Academy in Tennessee, and he has so for the last 4 years, guiding the school to, listen to this, 3 state championship games in that 4-year span. And it says here he's set to go on against Christ Presbyterian Academy tonight for the state championship in Tennessee. In that division. So anyway,
he certainly got
that's official.
The football pedigree. He was a number 1 draft pick out of Fresno State, and then obviously been in the NFL from 94 to 2007, and then coaching for took a few years off for the television gig, which he done an excellent job at, and he was studying the game at that point too. I think the thing that just has everybody scratching their head is he has no coaching college experience, and he's got a head job now.
Right.
And so we'll see how it plays
out. A very good and established D1 program that has done extremely well under Bill Clark and Coach Vincent, and so he'll have some big shoes to fill as far as the success of the program. But I can tell you this, they're handing it off in really good shape.
I'll say this.
Because there's athletes all over that
field. And he's getting it at a time where you have brand new stadium. Mm-hmm. The weight room and facilities are ridiculous nice.
Right.
You have that, to your point, you already have a team full of athletes, and it's gotten much easier to recruit because of everything we've mentioned.
Right.
And I'm telling you, for the first time, and I'm ashamed to say this because I live in Birmingham, one of the things we take for granted living in Birmingham is we don't realize how nice that campus is down for those kids. Over 20,000 students roaming that place, and it really has a campus life feel in a modern city.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It really is. So there's you an update, and I would say no one would be lying, okay, if we all just didn't say this was out of left field. It took everybody off guard. And so we'll see how that plays out. Another rumor that's going around is Deion Sanders and at Jackson State. Saturday Fox Sports released breaking news that Colorado had offered him, University of Colorado, and he came out and said, okay, I can put those rumors to rest. They have offered me, but they're not the only school that's interested or whatever. We'll have today, he was asked about Colorado's head coaching job offer in a hilarious way by a reporter, and the way it was all handled is pretty funny. And we'll have to play that for you today. But, he still hasn't said, I'm not taking
Well, that's
it.
what I was going to – that was my next question. Do you think he, after Saturday, after they win their championship game, or I'm assuming they'll win it. Who knows? You still got to play it on the field. And I don't even know who they play. It may be unfair to the other team.
It's Jackson State and Southern play.
Okay. So
who they beat during the regular season when game day was there.
Do you think he leaves this year, or you think he waits on –
I don't know.
The SEC or Florida State, whatever.
I think he is probably, it's real cold there at University of Colorado.
It is.
And I don't know. I don't, love the Buffaloes and everything, and I know y'all have offered him.
I don't think he's taking that job.
And I know y'all were 1-11 this year, so y'all need some help. I get that, but I just don't see him taking that. And he's kind of just stringing everybody along with it, but
they should be better.
Yeah. I remember when they were.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
So anyway, there's you an update there too. Those are just 2 coaching updates. One that we can say now is official, and that's with Coach Dilfer, and then the other with Deion. It's the story on that one and the update on that one is he was asked about it in a really funny way, and so we'll have to talk about that today.
So who was that running back that was so good for them back in the day? Was it Eric Bieniemy?
Might have been.
Was it him?
I do not know. That's where we need Greg here. He would probably be able to spit it out real quick.
I just, for some reason, I had him being he's a coach in the NFL now.
Right,
I do know that. But have they ever went back to him and said, "Why don't you be our coach?"
You know, I
Has
don't
he ever
know.
done that?
I have no idea.
Because I know he spent some time as their offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, that's who I would go after because he's wanting a head job.
Right.
He has been. I mean, in the NFL, so that would be where I would start if I was Colorado.
Another story, and then we'll wrap up our sports talk here. But just some updates. Have you seen the Aaron Judge numbers? You know, it's rumored that, you know, the Yankees aren't going to be able to keep him, and he's been out on the West Coast looking around. And, you know, the Yankees offered him, and I don't know if a lot of people know this that maybe are just casual viewers of baseball. He was offered an 8-year deal worth $230.5 million before opening day, and he turned it down. And he just gambling on himself. Well, now the reports are coming out. If these numbers are correct, he has been offered $30 million on the dot, $300 million on the dot. That's $300 million. That means his average value would be about $37.5 million, and that would be over 8 years, I believe. So an 8-year deal worth in the neighborhood of $300 million.
That would take him to the highest paid.
For a position player, it would be the highest paid in the history of baseball. And
you know, Bryce Harper got $330 million back in 2018, and that was over a 13-year period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
this is an 8-year deal in the neighborhood of $300 million. That's according to ESPN. So we'll have to see. Then we'll have to see how that plays out. It would be the fifth free agent. It would be. It would be in the 5th free agent contract worth such money and the 10th deal ever to reach that dollar amount. But when it comes to a position player, if these numbers are right and it's $300 million over 8 years, which comes out, I think they said an annual average value would be $37.5 million. It would be the highest for a position player in the history of baseball.
And I think Mike Trout was the other one. I think his was actually higher than Harper's. It was like $425 million over a 12-year period, which was about $35 per year. So to answer your question, that's why he would be the highest paid.
Yeah. And it looks like he made $19 million last season in arbitration, a number that him and the Yankees agreed on after they were like $4 million apart in arbitration.
How about the numbers in baseball?
Yeah, something else. Speaking of soccer, the World Cup and all that, we've been talking about that. Did I see? Was it Messi or I don't know who it was. It was one of the big names that I think one of the Saudi Arabia teams or something's offering him upwards of like $200 million or something. It's unbelievable the amount of money that they're being offered, and they break it down to per season. It's like one of the highest paid in the world, or something. I don't know. I just talked about something I have no idea about. I just saw the headline.
No, what I was going to tell
yesterday.
you is because of the new gig, that's been brought up into my world like hours now. Like that's all that was on yesterday in the office.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you're a head coach for a tennis program.
That's not what I'm doing.
No, I mean, okay, I'm sorry, assistant coach. My bad. You're talking to international student athletes, and so that's what they love. They love that.
So yes, they do.
And I hate you're leaving the show for that.
Would you stop? Don't start that again today.
Okay, my bad.
But what I was saying was, we were given one of them, Messi's like his favorite, and I didn't even know what I was talking about, but I was riveting pretty hard yesterday because Messi has not had the best of World Cups. He's played good, but he's not scoring as many goals as I think he. So the question was, where's Messi? Like, is Messi even out there?
Yeah.
Have y'all seen Messi? Where's Messi?
How do you pronounce the country he plays for?
I don't even.
It's Argentina.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right,
yeah.
But I thought I heard in the broadcast yesterday that I went by, they were all saying Argentina.
I don't know. They're called Argentines,
right? But they were saying
Argentina.
Argentina. They were saying Argentina. So have I been pronouncing it
No,
wrong?
it's Argentina. I think.
I've
never heard Argentina.
I heard it on the broadcast, and it could be the guy just messed up because because he was going back, between Argentines and Argentine,
or is it Argentines?
Argentines and Argentina.
Now I'm confused.
And I don't know if the guy just messed up, but I heard it. I mean,
I'll ask one of our international players today.
All right, yeah, do that. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Visit Boot Barn this week to save on quality holiday gifts for the whole family. We're offering holiday specials this week only, where you can get $20 off Western boots for women and children. Buy one, get one 50% off select men's hooded sweatshirts, plus savings on t-shirts and cowboy boots. We're also offering additional savings on select men's jeans and essential FR workwear. Visit us this week to save on top quality holiday gifts. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
There's something about having a #1 hit. Can't wait for the next one.
This Sunday, a new Showtime original series, George and Tammy, starring Academy Award winner Jessica Chastain.
You live in a fast world.
And Academy Award nominee Michael Shannon.
Fast is the only speed I know.
It's the incredible true story of country music's king and queen.
They're gonna take it from us.
Take what?
Our fire.
George and Tammy premieres Sunday at 9 p.m. on Showtime.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. I know right now, good night, alive. You know, I don't know if you're like me, Helmsy. Sometimes I'll go into a business and I see they're understaffed and I see the stress on some of the employees, and I try to give them a break. You know what I mean? I'm not as impatient as I probably once was, because I know what they have in front of them, and that is they're trying to run a company when everything costs more, and it's hard, especially if it's a small business, and the stakes are high when you go to hiring people, especially here during the holiday season. Maybe you're looking to add to your staff, and you want to make sure that you're hiring the right person, because that's who represents your company when people come in or talk to you. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why LinkedIn Jobs is available for you and can help you find the right person for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. And simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the right person that has the right skills and experience that you're needing. So check them out right now. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba? They do. That's per week. So join us and post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's free, folks. Excuse me. That doesn't mean
no
like
sense of getting choked up about it.
Yeah. Who doesn't like free? I know I do. Especially when it helps you maybe be more successful in finding that person. That first job posting is free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
I got to update my LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
You don't never know what coach out there. I mean, college is out there looking for a coach.
What you just?
I'm writing
you
this
just
down.
came. They just hired you at UAB.
I know, but you got to stay on. Top
I mean,
of these
so you're
things.
going to leave them like you're leaving us?
You reminded me that I need to update my LinkedIn account. I hadn't done that in a while.
Yeah, you need to.
I'll do that. I'm taking notes right now.
Say,
Where are we going right here?
Just say used to work with Rick and Bubba, now at UAB.
Where are we going right here? I got a Chick-fil-A question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. And Adler, are you listening to us? I need him to possibly chime in on this.
Oh, chime.
Maybe give the complete answer, because I don't know. But we order something from Chick-fil-A, I think, every day.
Okay.
And the process that I go through is I order it online through the app, and then I go in and pick it up. I don't go through the drive-through to pick up what I've ordered online.
Okay. Does that save time, actually?
No, well, that's where I'm getting at. So I don't know the answer to that.
I got to tell you, I'd rather stand in line than get out and have to go in.
Well, it may, and that's kind of what I want to get to. So when you first order it, it says it's got your GPS tied to it. So when you get to a certain location, like a mile out, 2 miles out, 3 miles, whatever it is, it will recognize that you're close enough, and it pops up an option that says, I'm at the restaurant.
Kind of like Walmart pickup?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you click it. So, but there's also an option that says, I'm already at the restaurant. You don't have to worry about that, and you click OK. So what I have, and this has nothing, their service is great. This has nothing to do with that. What I want to know is there an advantage of them going ahead and making it quicker if I hit I'm already at the if I'm at my house and I order this, if I hit I'm already at the restaurant, do they start putting that order in then, or do they wait until I get in that geographical location, whatever that is, close, or physically there and hit that button, do they start? And here's why I say that. It doesn't matter when I do it. It seems like I get the food at the same time. So
I wish I could help you because I'm not in that world.
I want to know, and send me an email if you. I don't want to know what you think. If you have because I can go through all the scenarios on that. But if you have the answer to this, I want to know. I don't care if my grilled nuggets and the kid's spicy chicken sandwich is a little lukewarm to cold. I don't care about that. I got a microwave. So what I'm getting at is, can I get my food quicker if the minute I order it, I tell them I'm already at the restaurant and I'm not having to wait on it standing in there? Because I am having to stand in there and wait a good bit.
See, and
it doesn't matter how I do it.
I guess I'm really, I don't know what's going on with my voice. I guess I'm really more of a, hey, I'm just going to swing through here, and I haven't planned so far ahead where I know, I'm just, that's just the way we are. And then most of the time, if it's dinner, we're at home doing the cooking thing, or we just run to go get something.
Yeah.
We do. But I've seen people pull up and do what you're doing. I just wonder, okay, I've gone through all that trouble to order online. Now I'm having to get there. I'm having to park, and now I'm having to walk in. Was I better just to stay in the car and order through the drive-thru?
And the walking in,
because I know it's hot when it comes out there.
The walking in doesn't bother me because they have a place in there that they put the food.
Ooh, I've got legs.
And so, and usually there's too many people in the drive-thru for me to want to deal with that, and I don't want to get locked up in there.
Right.
And so there's a lot of times when I'm leaving the courts, or Amanda's leaving the office, or whatever, and we kind of have a group team text, hey, getting close to dinner time. Does anybody want anything?
So everybody feeling.
And so I will order it at that point, and then we may have 10 to 20-minute drive before we pick it up. My point is this: do I need to go ahead and start hitting I'm here 20 minutes out? That way it's sitting in that. I've never gone in and it's sitting in that place to pick it up.
Well,
it's always I'm having to stand there for 3 or 4 minutes, which is fine. I can catch up on some emails and whatever, but I'm trying to make it more efficient for me and them.
Yeah, I think you gamble with that, because if that's the only thing you haven't done, try it.
Yeah.
But will it let it go through? If would they sense it and go, I know you're not here?
See, that's the thing I think they're doing, because I've done this. That's what I'm saying. I've actually done that. Not 20 minutes out, but
that's
I've
what
done
I'm saying.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, but if you do the 20 minutes out, I wonder if that's so far out they go, no, we know you're not here, buddy.
Yeah.
I know you coach, at UAB and used to be with Rick and Bubba, but
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What was her quote this morning, that any Republicans that took NRA money, you got blood on your hands? See, that really doesn't help us move this a fix to this forward. All it does is stymie the situation.
Yeah. And by the way,
that's fine. Like I said, we can look at guns per se and access to them and what they can do, but we also got to look at Hollywood, movies, video games. We got to look at the justice system. We got to look at social media. Why we're not picking up on these things when they're on there.
Look at his social media; there were signs.
The justice system as a whole, we've got to be able to go in and call these clowns. We can't do anything before they do a crime. Well, we're gonna have to measure that a little bit. We're gonna have to do some common sense approaches on that too.
Well, I also think, and it's all involved in what you just said. There's a running theme too, and we are paying a terrible price. Is that we have desensitized an entire generation of people on human life and death.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the final thing we got to look at in this. What message are we sending to people?
It doesn't mean anything to them anymore.
Yeah, pulling that trigger on another human being, they don't even.
And human nature is, and we don't want vigilante justice, and we don't want mob mentality in our justice system, but when these guys do this and they see the people who've done it before them, and they get all this PR out of it, and they get, handled so carefully, and they got their bulletproof vests they put on them and walk them in and out. If a couple of them got handled on the site, some of these clowns will go, I don't want none of that.
Yeah, it's a whole big old picture, and what the sum of it is, we have people walking around among us that think killing human beings is no big deal.
Yep.
And we really got to look at how we ended up with that product. And it's much deeper than how many clips you can put in a gun. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about we have We have Maddie in the middle, Rick and Bubba intern, and Rick and Bubba University, and obviously, sadly for her, she's close to this situation because this is the part of Florida that she is from, and actually has lots of friends who go to this high school. And you said you weren't zoned for this particular high school, but you actually work and have done some theater, and you've done some theater training, I guess, over there, or been part of some theater productions over there, or you're connected to the school.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so you said that also the principal of the school was in your parents' wedding. Is that right?
Yes, my mom's really good friends with the principal of this high school, and I went to a Christian school in the area, but my sister went to the high school that's connected to this high school as well. So, and I've done community theater my whole life, so a lot of my friends growing up, they all either graduated from this high school or they still go there.
And you were getting information from them because you said the friends you had that are in the theater department, that thankfully for them, this was on the first floor, which the gunman did not go to that area. Is that correct? But they could hear what was going on?
Yes. All of my friends that go to school there, they're seniors this year, so they weren't in the freshman building where this happened.
So it was the freshman building?
Yes.
Okay.
But the theater department's on the first floor. So they were able... A lot of them were able to get out quickly, but they also saw everything because the paramedics rushed to them first because all of the shootings took place near where the department was.
So how they holding up?
Well, after the second fire drill that happened, a lot of the students knew that it had to be something serious because the first drill was from the school. It was a school drill, and the second fire alarm was pulled, they believe, by the gunman.
Right.
So the students knew that it had to have been something serious.
And what he wanted to do for them to all run out, get in groups, and be easy to shoot, right?
Yeah, this school, a lot of the buildings are outside.
Mm-hmm.
So the lockers are outside. A lot of the cafeteria is outside. It's a very open campus, so even if someone was on the third floor, they could have seen the first floor from outside.
Yeah, so, and you said they were sending you pictures and stuff, letting you know what was going on?
Yes. One of my friends was Snapchatting me from inside the building, and there was just, like, blood everywhere.
Oh, no.
And a lot of them, they didn't want to be too loud because they didn't want to get the gunman there, and they didn't know where he was. So they were sending all over social media, like, tell my parents I'm here, or tell the police department I'm here. They were hiding for hours there.
So, yeah, and I heard because they're trying to figure all this out. Now, were they familiar with this student at all? I know you're talking about a school that's, over 3,000 students, so not everybody knows each other, but did they know this student at all?
One of my friends that graduated a few years ago, he told me that he remembered the student, and he remembered him as, like, a very strange, troubled kid. And I even know some students that graduated a few years ago saying that they kind of they weren't shocked, but because obviously this is tragic, they were surprised, but finding out it was him, they knew he was a troubled kid. They knew he was expelled before, and they knew he's tried to bring weapons to campus before.
He had tried to bring weapons before?
Yeah, one story today says he was banned from even bringing a backpack to school before he was expelled because they didn't know what he had in it.
Well, this what I just saw that's just the law enforcement coming in, right?
Yeah, correct.
I'm sorry, I just looked up and saw a gunman walking through.
Yeah, we were rolling B-roll. This is when the one of the classes had someone that knew of a reporter, somebody that they were related to, and sent this video of when.
And we can't believe it's first day of December. I mean, it's hard to believe. Here's the Rick and Bubba Show. 6 minutes past the hour. The gang is rolling in. No Greg. He may show up later in the show. We'll talk about that a little bit. But this hour starts with our national anthem. Here we go. It is 7 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho! It is the first day of December if you're catching us live or got the archive on the same day. Well, well, well. The first gift of the Rick and Bubba 12 working days of Christmas will go to someone today. Somebody's getting a Christmas gift today. How about that? Hopefully our phone system will be able to handle it. Kickoff Hour did some trial runs. Feel pretty good about it, but you don't really know till it's the real deal. Remember, a drill is never really the real thing. It gives you some indication, but you never really know until there's live rounds. So we will see when it happens on the program today. Speedy, Helmsy, they gave you the Kickoff Hour. Adler settles in. He's got the YouTube option for you. He'll be cranking that up a little bit for you now, including a best of hour and the complete archive, and of course the live option as well. You need to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you get alerts whenever something new is there. Yesterday's Bible study archive is also there. Genesis 47. If you want to grab that, it's also audio only on our podcast channel, and you have podcast archives every day as well. But they're audio only. There's the TuneIn app where you can hear the show live streaming. And, of course, there's America's boldest radio stations who carry the show via radio. And hopefully you have an affiliate. If you don't, you have these other options. And even that best of hour that we have on our YouTube channel and the audio of it on our podcast channel, did you know that baby is also on Blaze TV every day? And also there's a little chain of terrestrial TV stations that show that too. How about that? If you'd like to find out where all that is, you go to rickandbubba.com, and you can find it. You look up there at the top. It says, hey, listen. Go click on that. That's all the ways to listen. Watch. Click on that. All the ways to watch. So let's bring him in here. It is the other half of the dynamic duo known as the two sexiest fat men alive, but you know him better as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors? Probably a station in the 1400s.
Absolutely. Deck the house with boughs of holly, rocking around the Christmas tree. There's old Brenda Lee. How about old Brenda Lee?
How about Brenda Lee? What a classic.
What a classic that is.
What a classic.
So yeah, I was thinking if you had someone sit down right now and they were somewhere in the age, let's say from 15 to 23.
15 to 23.
And you mentioned AM radio, would they even know what you're talking about?
I don't know. I don't know if they would or not.
Caroline and Maddie actually asked me this question 2 weeks ago, and I didn't know how to answer the question. I didn't know. I needed Bubba so badly in that moment. Why is that AM, nothing's ever on it anymore?
Well, interesting.
That's what
that means they tried. They found it and tried it.
They wanted to know what was. They had scrolled through a couple channels on the FM, didn't like what they had at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Some commercials rolling through. The music wasn't what they wanted it to be.
And they tried to go
so
to AM.
they went to AM, and they were like, Dad, why are the numbers different? Why is there not as much music? I did. I started to put him on speakerphone and call him.
That's right.
I failed miserably. I didn't know what to tell him.
Yeah.
Well, I would be glad to help him out to the best of my ability.
Yes. Speaking of the new world of the way things happen, we were talking about it. It's that time of year where you get to the end of the year for those of you who stream. If you're a streamer, either live or archives or grabbing content on your own time that we produce.
And all those statistics begin to come forward.
So now is the time where people can send us.
That's all I can say.
Did you hear me?
love it.
Now's the time when people are beginning to send us screenshots of it tells them how many minutes they've spent in the year listening to this show. And you know what? I like seeing it. That's the kind of commitment
I appreciate your screenshots.
Those of you that are in the 60 to 100,000, I like it.
Yep. Looks good. Looks real good.
So anyway, we will do the first gift of Christmas today, Mr. Bussey.
That's right. The 12 working days of Christmas kick off today. So call Nan and them and let them know, and we'll let you know when that's going to happen.
But you know this, and I appreciate y'all trying it in the kickoff hour. We needed that. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
But as everybody who's ever been in law enforcement or served the military, they say you don't really know till they're live rounds.
Yeah. You're right.
That's
You're
just
right.
all that is a run through.
But I'll say this:
everybody knew it wasn't real.
As far as prep goes, well, we took care of it.
That's all you can do.
That's all we could do.
Now I got a little scary because I tried to call and I got that message we were getting yesterday. Y'all realize we spent nearly
entire show.
3/4 of the show was spent me thinking that the show was over.
Yeah,
I couldn't get more.
Well,
than
Rick, you should have known better.
I couldn't get more. I couldn't get more than one call to save my life, and I kept thinking, why are people not calling? And I found out because you weren't able to call if you weren't the first caller.
And it made you feel better when you walked in from having this experience this morning and the phones be lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, I listened intently when y'all did the run, especially when I got the message that I couldn't get in. But I guess that message meant I wasn't quick enough.
Right.
I even started calling.
Covered up.
I even started calling when y'all started talking about it, but so did everybody else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we'll
and Speedy even did the counting. He tested the counting.
You know, Bubba,
and the minute a call dropped, another one popped right in.
Look, Bubba, I haven't even used a mouse to do it ever before.
I know you've been able to hang up and get another one. You used to just be able to push a button, and this will be.
I think down here.
This will be very interesting to see how this works.
How
out.
trustworthy you think?
Not that I can see what that says over there because I need a telescope.
Well,
but,
this is here's where I'm a little concerned. I think the purest way is for me to click on them individually. Because it's got to go to the next one, go to the next one.
No, clear them all out.
But the problem is I don't think that's a true reading of who was actually next.
Well, and that's what I was saying. Correct. That's why in the kickoff hour we did that too. I just clicked on the numbers, and every time I clicked on the numbers, the next one would come through.
Yeah. See, watch, Bubba. See, I can do that. And then I could click this button, and it'll click itself. But you see how it went down to the third one, not the second one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but who'd been on there longer?
Wait,
that's
what we don't know.
You don't really know.
That's what I'm saying. Just click
I don't
the
know.
numbers.
I got you, but I'm trying to explain what this is. I don't know whether this knows more than we know, or it's not accurate. So I'm not going to use it. I'm afraid of it.
Well, we can play with it.
Right? Yeah, I'm a little bit.
We got enough calls. We can deal with it.
Yeah. So anyway, but we're going to give you the. And look, don't start this. Some of you already started it. You've already started, and y'all know better than this. And these are things that fly all over us. Hey, man, I listen to two different affiliates, and I noticed that one of them's a little bit delayed versus the other. So those people really, hey, we can't. What are we supposed to do about that?
Yeah, different stations have delays. They get it different ways.
What do we do about that?
Yeah, we can't have
Not
that.
a thing.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The SWAT team came in to clear the rooms. But what's so amazing about this is you can hear the audio of the guys coming in with the SWAT team basically saying we're clear, right? We're clear. You can hear them coming, and so the students are sitting there going, all right, I don't know who's coming in right now. And when they saw them, of course, they were extremely relieved that it was them. But you can sit here; they're just sitting ducks here. They're just sitting in the corner of the room.
I saw also the video that was out where you can hear the gunman shooting right outside a classroom that some were hiding in there. I don't know if you saw that one or not.
Yeah.
And you can hear everybody screaming and all of that. And obviously your friends were sending you pictures that they were near what was going on too.
One of the videos my friend sent me was like him running out of the hallway, and there was just dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And the school has resource officers, but he was able to get in at a time and I heard the guy speaking earlier where they probably were changing from guarding to traffic control. Right. Which would be an opportune time.
Yeah. I noticed by the time he was kind of waiting toward the end of the day.
Yeah.
This is this.
Oh my God!
outside that door right there. So those people were in a bind. And, I understand that the part I just can't wrap my mind around, I certainly understand that he was, had parents that had passed away. He was living with somebody of authority, friends or
friend.
Or was he 19?
Yeah.
I guess he could live on his own at that point, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if he's living with people, and they said they knew he had multiple weapons. I'd like to know, first of all, how does he get those weapons?
And that's the stuff that's going to have to come out.
And we'll look at that. Yeah. We do know that there are laws against coming onto a gun-free zone and shooting people.
Yeah, having a gun there broke the law. Yeah. Shooting people there broke the law.
But this is the part, back to the social media stuff, and I know that we talk about this even in our own homes, and I know it can be hard to police because kids find ways around it. But most people understanding social media now will always check their kids, not just their social media or who they're following. And I just don't know where was the breakdown in, hey, we have this kid living with us, and he has weapons, and oh look, he's on social media posing with them and making all these concerning poses. Does nobody say, hey man, come here, what are you doing? And
get that off of there.
Yeah, get rid of that. Or how about this? You have now, you're not going to have these weapons. You're not going to have access to them. Obviously, you're showing us through these pictures that you're not just somebody who likes to go to the range and shoot, you know what I mean, or whatever, and you're clearly not going hunting. This looks like violent type images you're putting out on social media, and I'm not talking about. There may be limits to what law enforcement can do about that, but there's no limits on what parents or acting guardians can do about it.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, you can say that ain't no.
Well, they made the statement they knew he had the AR-15, but they told him to keep it locked up. But he's got the key. I mean,
yeah, and that's the early reports.
To get it away from him. And again, those are.
Well, here's the thing.
But you're right. That's what they said.
Even if I said, you know what, I don't really mind my kid having an AR-15, and we certainly want to keep it locked up. So let's say that's taking place. Then all of a sudden, I see the first picture on social media of him posing with it. Well, then everything changes.
Yeah, and you said some of your friends actually sent you pictures from his page, right?
One of my friends who graduated last year, she was friends with him on Facebook, and she sent me his yearbook picture because she had him in her yearbook. She recognized him, and then she sent me his Facebook pictures before I guess the police officers took them down. But it wasn't just posing; it was honestly like just the most disturbing pictures, and it was like just guns everywhere and like dead animals, and his comments, his caption for the pictures were just saying that he wanted to like kill people. It was like it was bad. There was clearly
we call that a flag, yeah.
Clearly
we want
a
to simplify
problem.
See, that's where the social media and the people who follow that, and even the supplier themselves, I think, are going to have to get involved to pick up on these things and red flag some people.
Right. But because I guess what I'm saying,
because all of these people, if I'm not mistaken, if you think back through most of these shootings, these people had bizarre things on social media prior to that.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking now, and certainly, some of this stuff's hard to keep up with, and I'm trying to. It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. All right, so for those of you that are rookies, 12 working days of Christmas starts today. Gift number one. How it works is we'll play, and it really does hurt my heart to say this, the late Mark Phillips. Sometimes I still think he's with us, and I'll think of something I want to tell him, and I realize that he is going on into eternity. But Mark Phillips' version of Jingle Bells, we play that with the Hallelujah chorus.
I miss Mark, Rick.
I do too, and this makes me miss him a lot.
Not that we hung out every day, every week, but just those encouraging phone calls and texts,
messages.
And if I had a question, I could call him, and he could tell me the answer. Usually, if it was musical,
man.
Just knowing he's there.
I miss, and he did this often, and I wish I had done this as much as he did it for me. Even though we definitely had a great friendship, but he would just randomly, hey man, I just, you're on my mind. Just want to tell you I love you, Rick Burgess, and I know I love Jesus, and I just want to thank you. And he would just leave some encouraging voicemail or whatever for no other reason than he was just praying for you. But anyway, so we miss him, dear friend, and so he and I think about it because his widow goes to church with us, and I see her a good bit at church, and I'm so he's always on our mind. But anyway, so his version of Jingle Bells after the Hallelujah chorus. I know y'all played it in the kickoff hour. Should I let everybody hear it that may be rookies?
Yeah, you go stir phones, which is
fine.
It's
fine. We're not doing the contest now. I just want you to be aware.
Yes.
We'll say be caller 25 because it's Christmas or something like that, and then after we hit this, and this is what you're listening for.
But this is not it.
But we're not doing it now.
It's just a practice.
And then you'll hear Mark come in. And then I'll start telling you, Bubba, tell them what we got up. And Bubba tells you the gift. And then we go, what caller you think y'all want to do, guys? And when somebody will say, what about 25 for Christmas? And we'll go, yeah, sounds good. Caller 25. And then I'll go to caller 25. When I land on 25, that person wins. That's it.
That's it.
All right. So
that is it.
We can't do anything about delays. We can't do anything about watching versus listening. We can't do anything about the app. We can't can't do anything about those of you that can't hear the show live.
Yeah. We're not going to do anything on social media instead of the phones.
No,
it just is what it is.
This is what you have to do. We kind of believe, and the way things were at one time when we all had some sense. This is how it's done. These are the rules. You either adapt to them or you're out.
Yeah, that's it. That's simple.
It's no more complicated than that. And so Bubba, we have a couple of updates. We got John Maxwell coming up next segment. We'll be talking to Big John. There's a leadership conference that's coming up that you really can just watch. It's virtual.
I'm excited about him motivating me this morning because I was out a little late.
You were.
Night.
I don't even know who you are. I'm referring to you as a sleep daredevil. Two things I didn't know. I didn't know that you would do that on a weeknight, and I didn't know Greg would throw everything blue collar out and hang out with the top 1%. Let me tell you, when luxury came to the door, Greg answered.
Well, it's a funny story. We'll share it.
You talking about sellout?
Little later
Sellout,
in
Greg? He went right to that luxury box when he had a shot, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
How about little Ellis?
Well, that was where a lot of the working folks were hanging out, the coaches and stuff. So
that ain't where y'all were.
That's where we were.
No, there was the coaches box.
No, we were. No, this was
for the game for the high school coaches.
I'll tell you about it.
Yeah,
it's not quite as.
You were up there in Swank
What's the
City.
word my daughter uses? It's some word.
Bougie.
We used to, yeah.
Bougie.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Bougie.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
I think what you said, Rick. I don't know.
We used to
I'm
term
sorry. That
swanky.
Was that was a
we
word.
used to say swanky.
Somebody else told me.
Bougie,
Right. Yeah.
bougie. That's it.
Bougie. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Are we supposed to
Gucci?
be saying that?
I don't know.
I don't know what.
I'm just going to
Is
say
that right,
it.
Adler?
It's
okay.
Adler's
Okay.
the closest thing we have to that generation.
Yeah, you can say that.
I'm just going to say, ooh, you in a suite.
Like if I'm riding home and my girls say the word bougie, I'm concerned.
Oh, I hear
listen
it all.
closely.
I think that is a word now.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank y'all. I needed that.
Yeah. So now you don't have
Now I'm going to use it and throw them off. Be like, why is Dad using that word?
Yeah, it would embarrass them terribly.
Yes, absolutely.
Here's the other thing: be sure that's what they're saying, though, because then you may, if they say that ain't what we're saying, then be concerned.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just sounds like it would be
does.
weird.
it does sound awful.
Yeah, but it's just fancy, basically. I think.
Who knows?
I think it even has to do
Swanky
with
is a good.
We used to call it swank.
Yeah, word for it.
Yeah, that's it. But Greg, but Greg was living high on the hog last night.
Looked pretty comfortable, I can tell you that.
Let me tell you something. With wind gust of 24 miles an hour, somebody said, "Rick, will you sit in a suite?" I said, "The only way I won't be in a suite is if no one asked me to be in."
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well,
if
I'll
I
tell
get
you
in
all
there,
about it.
if I can get in there.
It was a great event. We enjoyed going, and I enjoy seeing a lot of the high school championship rounds. I've seen them in many sports now, so saw a lot of old friends last night. So that was good. Enjoyed it.
How you feeling right now?
Some new friends, I understand.
Right now I'm okay. Talk to me in 90 minutes.
Well, the big contest the big contest we have coming up, and it should happen here shortly. Who's sleepier today, Bubba or John Maxwell?
We'll find out pretty quick.
I went ahead and called Dr. Maxwell.
How's he doing today?
And about 10 minutes ago, and he's awake, ready to go, fired up. He said.
Well, he's got kind of a deep voice anyway, and you throw in a little early morning.
Yeah,
he sounds sleepy.
He said, "Tell the guys I said hello."
Tell the guys. Is he on the West Coast?
He's on the East Coast. That's where he's been the last couple of years.
I'm going to open up and I'm going to say, hey, John, welcome back to the show. You know, the greatest. Hey, John, can I just say this to you today? May help you. The greatest day in your life, and of course mine too, is when we take total responsibility for our attitudes. That's the day we truly grow up.
That's right, Rick.
That's what I'm going to say.
Speedy has got John Maxwell dialed in.
Well, I just talked to him a few minutes ago.
You talking about the man of 1,000 voices? He's done it again.
Amazing. Can I give you some quotes and you give them to us throughout the day?
He said, Speedy, good to talk to you. Tell the guys I said, hey.
That's pretty good.
Listen,
the man of 1,000 voices has hit
this year.
If you could tell me to dream.
The night before needs to be
just Speedy
a one-man show.
Just completely Speedy.
He said, I'm not sleepy. I just have a deep voice.
That's really good. Tell me to dream big and plan my priorities, please.
Dream big and plan your priorities.
Speedy, Speedy, do this one. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
He's got to close his eyes.
You've got it.
Look, the one that Helmsley sent me. All right. The one that
I sent him this morning.
The greatest day in your life and mine is when you take responsibility for your attitudes. That's the day we truly grow up.
Speedy, can I tell you what?
Got it.
That is not bad. That is not bad. Now, usually, just in professional broadcasting, you don't mimic the guest before you do the interview.
Correct.
We do.
Also, Rick, you have 2 live reads today.
I saw that. Of course, Rick, here's an idea. Hey, buddy, this is what John Maxwell say. You don't complain about revenue in this hand and complain about that in that hand. That'll make sense.
Yep. That's right.
You better hope one day you got 4.
That's why we're here, Rick.
Right.
That's why we're here.
All right, we'll come back. Speaking of Johnny Maxwell, he's up next.
I'll probably sound nothing like him. He'll get on air and be like, well, no, Speedy, you didn't sound like him.
You're dialed in.
All right.
Just talk to me.
It's coming. We've got the Impact Leadership Conference. It's going to be a virtual experience, impactleader.com. That's in show notes today. John Max will be part of that. We'll chat with him next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sensitive to that, too. But it's almost like we can come up with all the plans we want to. It's kind of like you saying the guy next door to me may not be as responsible with his pets as I am with mine, but we're all going to be affected by it.
Right.
Trying to get everybody to say, well, this is what you should do. Some people just go, yeah, I'm never going to do that. I mean, it's like if they don't implement what we all decide would be
It's
helpful.
kind of like our joke about our calendar. You can put everything down, but if you don't look at your calendar, you don't see you're going to miss some things.
Yeah. So you may be doing everything in your house to be on top of this, but if the guy next door to you doesn't, I mean, you're exposed. So anyway, well, Maddie, I know that's tough for you, so thanks for sharing that with us. Thank you very much.
No problem.
We'll be back. The Winter Olympics are continuing, and we'll update you on this, too, as we get new information. And certainly we can talk about it in phone trolls today or phone segments. But right now we'll come back and get an update from the Winter Olympics with Rick and Bubba Olympic correspondent Chris Wood right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Winter Olympics correspondent Chris Wood is ready to file his report.
Hey.
There's your theme song.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the theme song. I do.
Yeah.
I do. That's good.
So, Chris,
y'all are too much. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, that's right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to file your report?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's here it is. 60-second, kind of a capsule of the latest information from the Winter Olympics, and where is it located, Chris?
In Pyeongchang, South Korea.
Okay, all right, here we go. Go ahead.
All right, in women's curling last night, Team USA played brilliantly against Great Britain, and they won that battle. And later on today, they take out Switzerland to continue their domination there. But in the hockey circuit, in the women's hockey for Team USA, they lost to Canada 2-1. And in the men's side, the USA had a 2-0 on Slovenia, but lost in overtime 3-2.
USA had the 2-0 lead before their collapse in the third period. And as a result of that, USA, among the total medals, they are now 8 total medals, and they're in 5th place. Although they were in 3rd, they dropped from 3rd to 5th on the total list. Germany has now passed Norway in the total medals with 12, coming in with 7 gold medals. And that's the latest from the Olympics.
Is Chris in the bathroom?
Yes,
Chris,
it works.
What's that echo?
Are you in the bathroom?
Yes. I'm at work. Come on now. Give me a break.
You know why Chris went ahead and filed a report even though he had to work today? That's why.
He likes that.
So, Chris, now
Sounds like he's in a bug.
Now it's time for overall commentary. So, I heard in your report you did include curling this time.
Yeah.
So the husband and wife team is dominating, aren't they? Aren't they husband and wife?
I think so, though.
Well, you know
I
what?
only checked it out for a few moments.
You know, Rick, what they say: the family that curls together stays together.
They do.
Absolutely.
I can't get enough of that, by the way.
It's good. Perfect part of the song too. I want it to stay there forever.
Right in the meat
Give
of
us
it.
a credit. At least I tried curling, though. You guys should have loved me for that one.
No, that was good. I was really wanting to know how our curling couple was doing.
You know, I would like to try curling sometime. I mean, I would like to experiment with that, but I don't.
I'd like to see you on the brush.
I did.
You know,
I did find it
unfortunately-
interesting that he
I
used the
think
word
I'm more-
battle.
Yeah.
With curling.
Yeah.
They're in a
I think
battle.
I would be a better pusher of the thing. What do you call? What's the terminology?
Pusher.
I don't think
Well,
so.
now it's with your hand.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you get
You
a
grab
little
that little
go-
handle.
That's too much work for you, Bubba.
I was
You can't
about to
do
say,
that.
you're not gonna do
that.
No, I think my touch and the
Bubba, they
release
Okay, well,
would
that's
be
the-
key.
yeah.
You
that's
got to
it.
stick your leg behind you.
Yeah, you got to slide.
Now, I don't know if I can get in that position.
Can you get that low?
Yeah, I'm worried about that.
You might be
Low,
the
can you
two man luge.
I've seen you curl them.
I don't know about that.
I've seen you curl them donuts a few times.
Yeah.
Right there.
Too legit.
Donut hole. So there it is. So, Chris, I know hockey is your favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's right.
So how are we looking on that? Where are we standing?
You gave us a little bit of an update, but unpack it a minute for us.
Well, what?
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We are back and excited to talk to old friend Dr. John is with us again. John Maxwell, New York Times best-selling author. He's tried so hard, Bubba, to get people to get interested in his books. He's only sold 30 million of them.
That's all.
And identified as the #1 leader in business by American Management Association. He'll be part of the Impact Leadership Conference. It's a virtual experience, and it's a gift, by the way, to you from Highlands College. All you got to do is register. It's in show notes, impactleader.com. It'll start at 9 a.m. Central Time on December the 7th. And, of course, Dr. John Maxwell will be there. Also, Chris Hodges, who's the chancellor of Highlands College and pastor of Church of the Highlands. He'll be speaking. Jamie Kern-Lima joining for the first time. You may know her name, the first female CEO of L'Oreal brand, the cosmetic brand, that she sold this company for over $1 billion. Bubba, and is a New York Times best-selling author in her own right. So anyway, it's a great lineup. But our old friend Dr. John Maxwell is with us again. John, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're great, man. Thank you for being with us again.
And Merry Christmas. Let's be the first to say Merry Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. And Happy New Year to you. I'll be the first to say that, okay?
You did. You did. You pulled that off.
And have a glorious, while you're at it, have a glorious Easter, too. Okay?
And happy 4th, and celebrate our freedom.
Wait a minute. Y'all skipped my birthday in March.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Bubba.
Yeah, well, mine's in February, guys. The Rick and Bubba show, where the first are always first.
Amen. Do you think when you look at all the different attributes that you've been teaching on for years, why does it? I don't know what's happened. I don't know whether people. It seems right now more than ever, and you see this throughout Scripture too, where the fathers and the mothers. There's always that I want my kids to have it better than me, which certainly is a kind thought. But sometimes when we work so hard to give our children the things we didn't have, every generation seems to do this. I don't know why. I guess it's our fallen state. But sometimes we make the error of not passing on what we did have. And it just seems there's a gulf in the things that you've been teaching for years right now when it comes to people in positions of leadership. It's almost like, where are these basic concepts that at one time you thought were a given? Do you see that too? I mean, I'm seeing it when dealing with especially young males.
Yeah, totally we are. I'll tell you guys, we've just kind of lost our way. And it's a good time for us to kind of find our way. That's what I was telling people the other day when they said, well, we've kind of gotten discouraged. I said, well, I'm kind of encouraged, because when people lose their way, they pretty soon begin to want to find their way again. It's only when you're lost that you begin to get hungry and ask for directions. But I think we've lost our values a lot, and so therefore we've got to go back to the basics. That values are the core, the foundation of our life. And in fact, I'm very excited about what we're doing in the Highlands on this day. I hope all of your listeners come to be with me, because I'm going to talk about what I call second half certainties. And the whole thesis of my talk is going to be based on the fact that when we're young, we have a lot of certainties. But as we get older, a lot of those certainties are tested. And sometimes they're not true, or they're not valid. And so as we get older, we have less certainties than we had when we were younger. I mean, when I was 25, I had a couple hundred certainties, I would imagine. Now that I'm 75, I have 13.
It's true.
They become less. But what's beautiful about it is this. I have a lot fewer certainties, but the certainties I have, I'm more certain of than I ever have been before.
Yeah.
Because in fact, certainties that haven't been tested can't be trusted. And so we connect the dots, guys, by looking backward, not by. You can't connect the dots looking forward. We look backward, we connect the dots. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to help people connect the dots from my perspective. And I'm going to share with them some incredible certainties that I have today that are solid, that give hope, that give strength to the heart. And I'm very excited about it. But I love coming and being with Chris Hodges. I love coming with Highlands College. These are the best people on God's green earth. They're solid. They're life-changing, transformational assets to the community and to the world. And to be with thousands of people on this day, and we're going to learn together. Jamie Kern Lima, oh my gosh, she's been a friend for quite a few years now. She is the most inspirational speaker you're ever going to hear. And then, of course, Chris is going to come along and give us that incredible, solid leadership that has helped him build this unbelievable college and church. So it's going to be a great day, and I'm looking forward to being back in Birmingham. We do this every year, and it keeps growing. It keeps getting better, and we think this is going to be the best. So I'm excited about being back in Birmingham with my friend Chris.
John, the populace of our country has changed a lot over the past 30 years, and their attitudes and the way they look at things. Do you see that in your conferences? Does the leadership training have to change with that, or are a lot of these things principles that are timeless?
Well, principles are timeless, but perspective isn't. And what's happened is the principles are still solid, but the perspective has changed. You see, how we view things, that's our perspective. How we view things is how we do things. And so whatever my perspective is of myself, of others, of this world, of life, that's my world. It's what I see, and it's what I see is what I do. And so, I've often said, guys, that if I could do anything for anyone, of course, share my faith is always first, but beyond that, if I could just sit down at the table with your listeners and have a one-on-one conversation, I'd talk about perspective. Because whatever my perspective is, that is my world. That's why it's possible for two people to be sitting side by side and be living in two different worlds. And both of those worlds come true to them because what you see is what you do, and what you do is what you get. And so if I could help people have the right perspective about themselves, about life, about God, about business, their life would be so much more successful. And that's kind of what this one-day conference is all about, helping people get grounded with values and get the perspective they have to be successful in life.
Boy, needed, as we all have said, and we agree more than ever, because we deal with this a lot, even doing what we do for a living, John, and that is it's almost like we've lost the ability to critically think. It's almost like critical thinking has been demonized almost.
And civilly disagree.
Civilly, and like you said, understanding that your perspective may not be reality. Now with all this technology and people get trapped in these social media loops and content's coming at them, and all these content people are doing is just feeding them what they think they want. They're not trying to help them, and they get closed off into a reality that is a fake world that they've created. And I hope that things like what you guys are doing that people will be willing to maybe almost come out of that darkness and say, Can you show me what's real? Because there's a fake world going on right now.
Yeah. I just read this week. The word for 2022 is the word gaslighting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And gaslighting is the practice of misleading someone, especially for their own personal advantage.
Right.
And there's a bunch of gaslighting going on through social media, and again. Okay, that's our world.
Right.
The question is, am I going to live in that world, or am I going to begin to be a principle-led person and a values-based individual that's going to help me to be solid in a world that's kind of shaken, to be honest with you? And again, that's what our day is going to be alike at Highlands. I just hope your listeners just get on that calendar and get onto that link and block that day and come and be with us. We'd love to see you.
Well, thank you, Dr. John Maxwell, for always working us in. December 7th is what we're talking about, 9 a.m. Central Time. It'll go till 12:30 Central Time. It is a free gift to you. All you have to do is go sign up, get ready to go, impactleader.com, and it's completely online. You can join it from anywhere. If you're an individual or a group, you can register either way. So it'll be streamed from the New Highlands College campus, and John will be there, Chris will be there, and Jamie, and you will definitely be fed things of incredible value. So look for it, impactleader.com, December the 7th. It's also in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Dr. John Maxwell, thanks as always for all you have done and what you continue to do.
Yeah, hey, blessings, guys. Take care.
Thank you, sir. And Merry Christmas, John. All right, so there you go.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year next year.
Have a glorious Easter.
Thank you, John. Dr. John Maxwell. All the details about this online event and rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right now, the men's team, they're kind of struggling in the round robin. I mean, they lost their first game, so they're really going to have to tighten up the next two games in order to get to the medal round. And on the women's side, Team USA, they kind of struggled with Canada a bit, but, we all know that Canada is really good in hockey, so USA, the next time they play them, they're going to have to really, work on their defense and take more scoring chances because their scoring chances were down, and plus Canada was really physical with them up and down the boards.
Who beat the
Do I
men?
need to come over to the theme song?
Yeah, who beat the men? Slovakia?
Slovenia.
Slovenia. I just
Slovenia.
No, I'm gonna tell you a funny
Who
thing
did
about
you say?
Slovakia. Let me tell you why I said that. I was at practice. I was at practice yesterday, and we practiced in an indoor facility, and they had a TV on, and I looked over, and this is we don't know all the countries, and I look over there, and it's like the Team USA is playing SLO. So I'm like, all right, what does SLO stand for? And I just took a shot at Slovakia.
Oh,
Where is Slovakia?
I don't even know if that's a country. I think I'm just making it up. Is there a place called that?
Yes, there is a Slovakia. It's like right near the Asian countries. It's between the Asian countries and the Russian country.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
Chris. It's a big area, Chris.
Hey, back to curling. You guys.
It sounds close to Norway. That'd be my guess.
I don't know if y'all have seen any tweets from Mr. T, but he says curling is cool, fool.
Yeah, he's all about curling.
It's hashtag curling is cool, fool. And he claims that it's a cool sport.
Bubby, can you get in that position right there, like our buddy
never.
from the bowling alley?
I guess
Like Mario.
I guess I'm gonna be a brush guy.
Yeah, that I don't.
gonna be a brush guy.
I don't see that happening. We're looking.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm confused because I just catch glimpses of curling. Is he on ice right now? But
Yes.
he's wearing tennis shoes, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask Chris about this because I noticed the brusher is going down there with what looks like he or she has tennis shoes on, but they're on the ice like there's blades under those tennis shoes or something. What
do they wear, Chris? Do you know?
I think they have to wear the skates because if they're wearing sneakers, then they're going to slip easily on the ice.
Chris, we're looking at a picture. They don't have skates.
Are they like turf shoes, but like with some?
But what if you fall and you kick the thing or something?
There's some sort of ice shoes.
Chris said they're ice shoes.
But no, not the person doing that. That when they're brushing, that person is sliding on ice with something on. But it doesn't.
They're sliding.
Yeah, like they're skating with it. Doing this, and it looks like they've got something on the sole of those shoes.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, watch the person that's actually doing the scrubbing. I mean, they're moving down the ice like you're skating, but they have like tennis shoe things looking on. It doesn't look like.
I'm still confused because they're scrubbing to get the thing to go further, right?
No,
slow it down.
Slow it down.
Okay.
Slow it down.
Okay.
And sometimes the guy that pushes it or the woman that pushes it does such a good job, they'll start waving them off. Let it go. Meaning, I think I got it. Look, now watch this proceed. That person's clearly sliding on ice. Are they just sliding with soles on their feet, or
I think so.
Do they have something underneath it?
Well, they sure are sliding good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like bowling shoes.
This is ice
like
for
that.
people. I mean, this is horseshoes for people who live on ice, right?
Correct. That's exactly what it is.
Because does he have to release it before he goes
There's
over
a
the line?
line.
But he can keep going after that.
But he's got to let go of it. I think, Bubba, I'm acting like I know about curling.
Now, he's got a brush too. What's he do?
I don't know.
He can get in there with them.
Can he?
Yeah, I think so. They have
Everybody
them
brush.
all in there.
Does it brush their
If they
brush?
need to slow it down.
Does the unlimited beauty cheerleaders?
Notice
do
this
they-
guy
do
here.
they go to
What's
this
up with
sport,
these
too?
shoes?
Yeah, because they're all sliding.
Look,
They're
he's
all
gonna
sliding.
He's going to slide right in.
Guys,
there.
they're
They
sliding.
got special
What's
shoes.
on them shoes?
They got special shoes.
Way too hard.
What I think is amazing is they can go in and out of the ones that are there. Like, go back and look at that clip
Swiss.
there
That's
and
the
watch
Swiss
their
team.
feet narrowly miss the whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Watch how their feet.
Yeah, that looks like tennis shoes.
Watch how they. I mean, I would run all over the
Absolutely.
ones that are. Look, watch.
Yeah, I'd fall head first right in the middle
So
of
he
it.
can't kick any of those. He's got
No.
to step over 'em.
Right.
Well, it looked like the whole.
That takes some skill right there, by the way.
It
They're
looked like
dancing around
somebody
the thing.
broke in pool right there.
Hey, Chris, thanks for the update, buddy.
All right, no problem.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm surprised that I haven't heard you mention this. Solar storm could strike Earth today.
Oh, I saw.
Did you know we have a solar storm
I saw
warning?
I saw the big explosion coming off the sun. I don't know if you saw the satellite
I did not.
picture of that. It's pretty impressive when you think about how big that star is and how much will be caught up in the flux of all of that coming through. Although historically, and I know how you are, Rick, if there
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. And the time is right. All right, gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas will happen today. Also, if you'd like to, if you're waiting on the target date we've been given is December the 9th for the new Rick and Bubba CD, Where's the Bathroom? For it to be out there and available to you for the old digital download on all the different platforms. If you would like, you can actually go right now to show notes, and we've got a link there. So if you want to pre-save it on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Tidal, SoundCloud, Deezer, whatever that is, you can do that. And then when it publishes, which we think will be December the 9th, somewhere around there, you'll have it. And if you want a hard copy of Where's the Bathroom, they're still available at rickandbubba.com under the store. Bubba, Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show have been together for a long time, and people are just absolutely loving it. I love it. I take it every day. I've already taken my first dose. I actually saw a tremendous difference. As for me, it was aging, and then when I go out there and try to do a little better, and I push myself a little more than I should for an old man, I'll go ahead and do 3 packets on those days. But it's all natural. And the times we're living in, the problems you see with overuse of over-the-counter pain meds, they weren't designed for that, folks. And then, of course, the addictive properties of the opioids. We have a raging problem in our country with that. You're looking for something that can help you, but is all natural. And Relief Factor may be it. For most people, when they order the 3-week starter kit, they order more because it's working. And you'll know inside the 3 weeks whether it works or not. And we hope this is the answer for you, as it has been for so many of us. ReliefFactor.com. It's $19.95 for 3 weeks worth, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we talked about it earlier. We have another state championship in the Burgess house as Taylor Burgess, who is assistant coach with Thompson High School, last night in the state of Alabama. They won their
4th.
Is it third in a row? 4 overall, or 4 in a row? It's 4 in a row, isn't it?
4 in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row,
Oh, wow.
and Taylor's been on the staff for 3 of those. He also was part of staff at Grayson High School in Georgia that also won the state championship.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all knowing that Greg was going, which is why he was off yesterday, and he'll be coming in later today. And we're all sitting around. It was on TV. For me, I just simply had to watch it on cable last night, which was simple. And then you could stream it or whatever, and there were ways to watch it. And all of a sudden, a picture is produced of you at the game. Now, the game is 2 hours from where we live, and it didn't start till 7 local time, and you're usually in bed by 8 on a work night.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. And it wasn't planned, and he's a planner.
I heard him dabbling with it, but I thought
he was kidding.
I thought it would never happen. Now, we know there were a lot of things in play. Bubba's an Albie, and they were playing it at Auburn, so he's kind of a mover and shaker there.
He is.
And, and he's well.
Yeah, I'll rub some elbows.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, a lot of down there they call him Bubba the Barner. And
that's right.
And he's a mover and shaker down those ways.
Yeah, that's good.
And so
payback for yesterday, Bubba.
Right. So tell us.
I got more.
Tell us, you sleep daredevil, how this happened.
Well,
and I know because you and I discussed it in our office yesterday that you and I didn't sleep well the night before last.
Yeah, we had storms come through.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Coach Freeman and the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Big win, 49-24 over a very good Auburn team.
I went to sleep at 49-10.
And Thompson got out to a 21-0 lead.
Oh, it was
that's hard to play catch.
They jumped on them like the eagle jumped on that thing at the 50-yard line.
Yeah, and it was cool that they flew.
That was
eagle
a nice,
too.
cool thing to do for those high school kids.
It is, and they even put the lights. They were putting on some of the shows that they do with that, and flashing.
Great experience for those teams that made it.
Oh yeah,
and they're still playing all day today and tomorrow.
Let me tell you, the crowd there. Both Thompson and Auburn turned out a huge crowd last night.
They said 20 on the broadcast. They said 25,000 were there.
Yeah, for a high school game, it was an amazing environment. And the Alabama High School Athletic Association puts on such a good event, and it was just a great event to go to. And like you say, that was the 7A. We have 7 classifications in our state. They're going to be playing 3 today, 3 on Saturday.
No, Friday.
What is today? I'm confused.
I say this is what I was worried about.
Okay. 3 on Thursday,
about.
3 on Friday. And if you get a chance to go out and see that, you ought to go see it. It's really some good football and good high school sports at its best, and a good environment to watch it in. So, Rick, what happened yesterday from my side of it was I did want to see the game, but there are obvious restraints because I don't do good going out during the week. You know, I usually struggle after I come back. So we were toying with that, and it was kind of like dominoes. It started falling into place. I had to run to Alexander City yesterday for a minute, and it's about, I don't know, it's an hour, 15 minutes from here, about another hour to Auburn. So about middle ways. And I talked with my son, Hunter, who lives in Auburn, and he was getting off work yesterday afternoon about the time I had a meeting. And so I said, well, look, I'm just going to ride on down. I'll see you. And initially we were just going to hang out or get something to eat. And then as we realized that it was the football game, the championship game for the Class 7 was going to be that night, we started saying, well, hey, why don't we just go over there and see that? And you know, the back end of that was going to be tough. We knew that.
Ugly.
And we'll deal with that today. But we decided to go, and since Greg was coming, and you know, we'd talked to him, and it was really kind of funny because I told Greg to save me a seat, and he said, well, we may be up in a box. We may be up in the coach's box.
Greg's becoming kind of a big deal.
And I thought, well, that's not going to work good for us. So then I started to look around to see what other availabilities may be there. And I want to thank Alvin Briggs with the Alabama High School Athletic Association who invited us up. And you know, if you're they have the president's suites for all the coaches of any sport.
Yeah.
You can go. And we used to do that some, and it was good to get back and get to visit with some folks we hadn't seen in a while. So that's kind of how it started to roll out. And then Alvin said, well, you got to get Greg to come up here with you. So
I want to unpack that.
That is it.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this is. I was actually talking yesterday with people that we do business with, and this is not a good thing. But I think that we need to work to try to make it better. But we still got to deal with, as John Maxwell just said, the reality of things. So, and what they were saying is, hey, we're a little nervous about this administration, and we're a little nervous about the economy, and there's nothing that you and I can do other than go out and vote when we get a chance to vote, to keep this administration from running the economy into the ground. But I'll tell you what we can do. We can prepare for it. You can prepare and minimize how much damage can be done to your personal finances. Well, Allegiance Gold, can we suggest that you talk with them? Allegiance Gold is ready right now to help you protect your money. It is yours, by the way, with gold and silver. Now, if you're like me, I didn't really know how to do this, and that's why you need somebody like Allegiance Gold to say, look, we'll help you. And they'll even deliver it securely right to your door if you don't want to fool with putting it in your IRA or your 401k or however you want to protect it. If you would just like to have it, they'll do that for you too. They have some of the highest ratings in the industry, and I'll tell you why. It's because they don't do a boilerplate approach. They get inside our individual financial situations, and then they work with you to get a plan and a strategy that's best for you, or might be different than what I need to do or what Bubba needs to do, and Speedy and Helms and Adler and the whole gang. So their best offer is available up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase, and you just use this URL. You ready? You ready to write this down? protectwithrickandbubba.com. Not and, I'm sorry. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. I'm so accustomed to saying and, but no and. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. That'll get the best deal available. Also mention us if you want to call them, 844-790-9191. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. That's ProtectWithRickBubba.com. Hey, you can't control the Biden administration, but you can prepare for the consequences.
Not dramatic change.
It must be dramatic, yes.
You really don't care about it, so I
Right.
tried to temper my response to that by not mentioning it.
Well, you learned that. You remember back when former sales manager Rob Rawson said, if you can't produce a ball of fire for Burgess, he's not interested.
Right. It has to be ball of fire level, and I don't know that this will be. Although if you look at the satellite picture, Rick, it's very ball of fire level.
Okay.
Even though it's not a ball of fire.
Gonna hit anything?
You see this big wave coming off the sun, and you realize how small the Earth is.
Tell me how close I'm going to be to it.
Well, satellites might be in trouble today.
So I might get a satellite knocked out?
Power grid could be in trouble.
Wait,
today.
could I get a satellite knocked out of the sky by this?
Could have one knocked out. It definitely could do it. The radiation.
You're piquing some interest over here.
Greg?
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, your chance to see maybe the northern lights at a lower latitude would be much higher the next day or two.
Do I have to be in Alaska to see them?
No, it'd probably be a lot lower than that.
Would I be able to see them in Alabama?
I don't know. I couldn't predict the ionosphere that close, Rick.
Okay, doggone it. What good are you?
Thank goodness you got that second button.
Yeah, he knew he was going to talk about this today.
I tell you, it's got in here. If you don't come in here dressed like a priest, you get. Look, I went back and looked at the 70s. I'm way off of that. Okay, so I'm good.
So this is a potential big story.
It is potential. We never know how it will affect the Earth until it gets here, Rick. That's the thing. It could be a big no event. You could see some interruptions in communications.
Should I alter my day? Should my lunch plans be altered?
No, but if you see the internet go down, you'll know what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, buddy. So
you got internet going down.
Could happen.
Satellites going out.
Off the grid.
Could. We don't know. We've had satellites destroyed by them before.
Hope it doesn't impact the tune-in out.
Greg, Mr. Buddy might be barking at the sky today.
Did you see, Speedy, can you pull up the video from the satellite where it blocks the sun out and you can see, the waves coming off of it? It's pretty impressive when you see it, how big it is, too. And you realize how tiny the Earth is. Tiny compared to it. The whole planet, tiny. The sun is big, man. That's a big old thing.
All right, let's see.
Hot, too.
Yeah, you talked about the Northern Lights. I see that in here.
Where's that story?
Now here's the question, the one I really want to know about. Should we be worried? The answer, not really.
That's kind of what I told you.
Solar storms are actually pretty common. Fortunately, Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field keeps us well protected.
Yep.
The only issue in this particular storm, listen, is if the Earth is actually flat.
If the Earth was flat, you'd have a mess.
Yeah.
Huh?
I added that.
Well, see, the Van Allen radiation belt and where it sits and our magnetic poles, our protective shield, Rick, looks like a donut, if you would. That's why we have northern lights. Mm-hmm. We have southern lights, too, but just nobody's there to see it.
Northern lights. I love those northern lights. I'm sorry, that's Southern Nights. Some people worry that a gigantic killer solar flare could hurl enough energy to destroy the Earth, but they said that is not actually possible. But to Bubba's Donut.
Well, we haven't had one that did that yet, Rick.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, Greg will join us shortly as we move forward. Somebody say this. Archive from yesterday's Bible study now available on the YouTube and podcast channel, Genesis 47. If you haven't captured that yet. We got after it yesterday. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I do want to say, and I said it yesterday in the Bible study, remember, if anyone's ever upset with me, speedy@rickandbubba.com.
That's right.
Bubba, so we were discussing your really surprising trip last night, only because it's a weeknight. And the older I get, the more I protect weeknights. Because the sleep is the foundation of everything.
It is the biggest challenge that we have with what we do. My world?
Can I ask you this question? If the game had been close, down to the wire, who knows who's going to win it? Mm-hmm. Would you have stayed for the whole thing?
Oh yeah, I think I would have had to.
Oh my goodness. Did you? I mean, because I went to bed at 9:40 and it was still going.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm very aware of that.
And it was and because it was over. Now I do know that once it got late in the game that some things, more points were scored by Auburn. But when I went to bed, it was 49-10. I mean,
I left with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and Thompson got out ahead. Then Auburn came back and really had a good second quarter. And looked like they were, kind of momentum had shifted. And then Thompson came out and scored on the first play of the third quarter. And, you had the feeling that it was going to be over at that point.
Yeah, for those of you around.
Then they picked a pass off, I think, maybe on the next series.
Yeah. Yeah, this Thompson's defense has got some names you're going to hear playing for a lot of big time.
I know at least one, maybe two Alabama signees, a Clemson signee. Oh, yeah. They played like it.
Their defensive backfield, all D1 guys. Their defensive line has a premier player that is going to, if he can stay healthy, do whatever. There's really no ceiling for him. And then you get into this that Thompson in our state, now remember 7A is the highest classification, 1A is the smallest.
And these championships are going on in all states everywhere. Right now,
some
or
of them
last
are done.
Week or next week.
Yeah,
it's that time of year.
But to set this up, understand, as it would be in any state, the highest classification has the biggest schools. And really, some of them are such powerhouses. If your kid is at that school and your kid is good, it probably means they'll play their senior year. That's what it probably means. Maybe their junior year. Well, Thompson was struggling offensively this year, and they had this up-and-coming quarterback who's in the 8th grade. I want to say that again, 8th grade, not 9th, 8th. As Greg told Bubba, he doesn't even go to school in the same building as the rest of the team.
At a middle school.
Yeah, he's in middle school. And so they kept trying to not play him because of the obvious age difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
But he's very skilled, and eventually they just said, well, if we want to try to win a championship, we got to put the best quarterback in there that's the most productive and try to protect him as best we can physically.
And the quarterback that it was playing had gotten a concussion, so he was out.
Right. Yeah, and he had struggled. He had struggled all year, but he played a heroic role in the state championship that they won.
Right.
One of them the year before by coming in when that quarterback got hurt and doing that being part of that miraculous comeback thing. But anyway, so taking nothing away from that young man, he's a great athlete and a great player.
Right.
And
some Power 5 offers, I believe.
Yeah. And so they finally here late in the season, after they were struggling so much offensively, and for the playoff run, they go to the 8th grader, and he carried them through the playoffs. And the offense
doesn't play like an 8th grader.
Let me tell you this: the way their offense looked the night that I was with Greg watching them play, and the way they looked in the playoffs was night and day, which is a credit to that staff and a credit to Coach Freeman, who wins everywhere he goes. And this young man if he can stay healthy, is going to have a very bright future. But now that's a long way to his senior year.
It is.
But as of right now, what he was able to do at the highest level of high school football in our state, it's very impressive.
Rick completed
8th grade.
Completed 12 of 14 passes for 207 yards, one interception. But he threw some absolutely beautiful strikes. He can sling it, as we like to say. And you know what I like, too? He's got nice touch on his deep ball. One of my gripes with quarterbacks is too many of them throw that ball too flat. And it's almost like they're afraid somebody's going to say they didn't throw it on a string and they overthrow the receiver. When you've got a guy who is beat, hang it out there like a punt, let him run under it, and trust your receiver to do his job. And we saw that a couple of times.
Well, they had a receiver who was only a sophomore that went crazy last night.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
he set a record, I think, for the game. There was all kind of records set. As a matter of fact, the kicker for Auburn set a record for the longest field goal in the championship for a 7.
And
so far,
he kicked that 46-yarder right down the middle. I mean, it was
and had room to spare.
That was a beautiful kick. Yeah. So anyway, but the bigger story here for the show is congratulations to them, but it's the fact that you ended up at this game that nobody thought, and then you began to interact with Greg.
Oh, well, shut up.
And,
no, I didn't do that.
There's Coach Burgess. But
well,
anyway.
Coach Severese, saw him, and Alvin Briggs, who I've known for many, many years.
I understand Alvin talked a little trash about me.
And he was telling Greg about being
trash.
in the All-Star game with you and Kurt Jarvis and Alan Dahl and all of them, and he was.
You talking about when they cheated?
When they waxed y'all.
They did.
What was the score?
Bad.
Y'all scored on the first play of the game, then they waxed y'all.
Yeah, and we had – I was on the team, and I think most people know these names because most of them went on to have kind of careers no matter where you are, you know. I literally was on the All-Star team with Malcolm McClary, Kurt Jarvis, Kerry Good, Cornelius Bennett, Wayne Davis, who am I forgetting? Ole Miss fans.
Alan Dahl.
Alan Dahl. Ole Miss fans would know the quarterback if I could remember. I just saw him not too long ago. I can't think of his name. Who played for Ole Miss. But anyway, we were loaded with all the but now don't just because you knew these names, it didn't mean that other team wasn't loaded because they were loaded with players as well. But we had we had a lot of marquee names. And we scored on the very first play of the game. We were like, we're going to wax them. And we never scored again, and they drilled us. It was like 35-7. So I don't.
Alvin played on that team. He went on to play.
I don't like what Briggs told you though.
He went on to play at Auburn and played for the Cowboys for a while.
Yeah, but Briggs told you something though that he's just trying to make it sound more impressive.
We'll let he had a longer conversation with Greg about it.
Yeah, Briggs is acting like they had a very strict, stringent. They were committed to winning the game. We were not as committed.
Obviously,
and we
35-7.
We came down there to have a good time.
Yeah,
and then football happened that we forgot. Football was way down the list of what we were there to do, and Briggs' coach was a lot more strict than our coach, and they seemed a little more committed. And I want Briggs to know this. That's not me saying something detrimental about your team waxing us. What I'm trying to tell young people is the way y'all did it is the way you win. You can have all the athletes in the world, and if you don't get prepared, you're going to get your butt handed to you. And now you're trying to say that y'all didn't prepare either. Y'all were just better, and I was trying to pay a compliment. Now you've messed my whole message to young people up.
Those names you ran down, Rick. Where did they go to play? Let's just look at where they play.
Gosh, well I don't know.
The quarterback went to Ole Miss. The one you can't remember.
McClary went to Auburn. McClary went to Auburn. Jarvis went to Alabama.
Bennett went to Alabama.
Kerry Good went to Alabama. Wayne Davis went to Alabama.
Alan Dahl went to UCLA.
Alan Dahl went to UCLA.
Right.
And again, I can't remember some of the others, but they. No, that was on their team.
Greg's screaming in the car, probably.
Yeah. So, and of course, me and Daniel too went to Troy. But
what year was it?
83. Summer of 83 was the All-Star game.
So look at the 84
would it be
roster.
Mark Young?
Look at the 84 Ole Miss roster.
David, I think is the first name. I just saw him like at a man church not too long ago.
And you said David Coffey was there.
David Coffey was the quarterback of the team that drilled us.
Now
they went to Jacksonville State.
He went to Auburn, then Jack State.
Did he? I don't know. I don't remember that.
I think he may have went through there. I'm not sure.
What was it? Steve Wilson, big offensive lineman from Auburn. That's who I was against the whole game.
Yeah.
Of course, he has hands full, 75.
Was it McKinney?
Yes, that's it.
David McKinney.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Well, Google's an amazing thing.
It is,
isn't it? There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, tracking us
everywhere. But anyway, just those kind of memories, Rick, and running into folks, and we appreciate being the guest of Alvin there and him taking care of us and Greg. And, man, we just had a good time.
Yeah.
Got to spend a little time with Taylor's wife, Kelsey. I never get to see her
She's
much,
funny.
so she's very funny.
Yeah, she's
Very
funny. And, of course, everybody, the luckiest woman in the world, Lisa Burgess, was there.
Yes.
You talk about funny.
Very funny.
Yeah. She loves them Warriors, too, doesn't she?
And, we were telling her not to be doing a lot of cheering up there.
Well,
because
her baby's coaching, and the
she'll
Warriors
have an
are playing.
outbreak. And when Greg gets here, we'll tell you about that.
He'll be here in a little bit. All right, we'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So,
Right.
they have them, but they're not that big.
If you're a flat Earth person, though, you need to be gravely concerned.
Well, here's the beauty, and another I think, shining example of why we know that the Earth is round, because it has poles.
Here we go.
From north and south pole, and you wouldn't have that if it was flat. It would be impossible. And the magnetic field comes off of that, the lines of force, so that gives us our protective barrier around it. Now, one of the problems, and I told you this a long time ago, it looks like from the core drillings we do that if you look at the magnetic particles in those, it looks like our magnetic poles have flipped before.
Here we go.
Now, when they flip, they basically will be very, very weak until they flip around again. And if that's actually happening, we're headed into a time, and nobody knows how long that would be, where the magnetic protective barrier around the Earth will be very weak, and we will be more susceptible to these things than we normally are.
All right, I want everybody to know this. These are the moments, and I know it happens, and there's no way it could ever be
But
documented.
I didn't really describe it.
Right, listen,
But you know what I
there's no way that I'll ever know, barring an email of some sort. But these are these moments where I think what it must be like to have no knowledge of the show, none.
Right.
And you're just scanning, and all of a sudden it lands on it. You hear Bubba with his accent and his voice breaking this down, and you don't know what you found.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're just like, you're like, what in the world have I got here?
Yeah.
And you find yourself drawn into it, saying, where would this go from here?
Mm-hmm.
And
Who's our buddy from Oxford?
Who couldn't be prouder?
He's been here, the scientist.
Oh, you're talking about John Lennox.
John Lennox,
Yeah.
thank you. I had people tell me when we were on here discussing things with my accent and his accent.
It was one of the finest
and people
things.
knowing that he is a doctorate and he is a decorated scientist and he teaches at Oxford University. And I'm here with my accent as a ham radio operator, and we're discussing time and all these things in space. They said it was precious.
In my mind, I know I didn't have the ability, but it
Right.
felt like I had the ability to hover around in here and watch it from all angles.
Yeah.
It's like the Matrix.
Yeah, it was great. That was a great moment.
That's so good.
John's a ham operator, too.
By the way, for some of you who may have stumbled
There is.
across this, you heard us mention the flat Earth people, and you're laughing because you're like, why are they mentioning that? We all know that's not true. Sadly, we're having to mention it because we actually do have people believing that in modern day.
Oh, we had a discussion about it earlier this week.
Don't you know somebody said, why are they mentioning flat Earth? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But there actually have people, like I say, the poles are a big. That's a big blow to the flat Earth theory.
Yeah, well,
would you agree?
You would not have a magnetic field on a plate. Has to be a ball with a magnet running through it.
Don't think there's any need for something flat to be on the axis, is there?
No. Compass is no good on a plate. And when the poles flip, it won't be real good for anything here for
All
a
right,
while.
somebody pull that phrase as potential title of next year's CD.
What is that?
A compass is no good on a plate. All right, now we're going to find out. Somebody is saying that. That it is that Rulon Gardner is calling us. That we just
The
talked
famous
about.
Olympian.
Is this?
There's somebody messing with us.
Probably.
Could be.
Rulon, you're on the show.
How we doing? How you guys doing this morning?
Good. So straight up, is this really Rulon Gardner, or is this somebody pretending to be Rulon?
Well, there's actually, I know two Rulon Gardners, and I'm the only Olympic gold medalist of the two of us.
Rulon wears his war wound like a crown. All right. So how in the world did you find out we were talking about you?
I got a friend of mine who is a medical device rep, Brent, who is a medical device rep down in the good old south of Alabama, and he told me that you guys were talking and I should call in and share a little of my love of Greco-Roman wrestling and one of the biggest upsets with the Olympics.
Rulon, I got to ask you something. How big a fella are you?
Bigger than I need to be, of course, you know. As William Perry used to say, I'm two biscuits. So.
Yeah, now, I obviously, you know, I do remember this. We're looking at your pictures now. So do you – we were you know, because we were talking about the miracle with the hockey team, and that's – 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas will happen before this show's over. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun, so that's still in play. So catch that. Welcome to December, by the way. Unbelievable. Wow. 25 days to Christmas. There we go. All right, so Greg will be arriving here shortly. So, Bubba, you really, you can thank the team at Thompson for playing so well that you really were given a green light to leave at a little bit earlier time.
Yeah, I got out with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and that was critical. I had to drop Hunter back off, and then I actually stayed in Alex City last night and came on in this morning. So,
yeah, well,
I do sometimes anyway. Yeah. So that was a familiar routine.
But you. There's a couple things, you know, we've seen you do things like this, usually only involving tennis.
Right.
You know, tennis did 2 things: get you out on weeknights and overcome your fear of downtown.
And by the way, too, I have to tell you, I was introduced as a former high school assistant tennis coach and the new assistant coach at UAB, and thank me for all we had done since I was leaving the show. So I just want to
see how those things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah. The rumors on this kind of stuff, the way people.
I wouldn't believe my email yesterday.
But I want y'all to think about it. Okay, I want y'all to think about it. This show, unlike a lot of shows, there's really not a lot of shows that have ensembles to the number we have.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's usually a one man thing, a 2-man max. Yeah. And a guy who might chime.
A 2-man and a guy behind the curtain.
Yeah, and since I've been trying to follow what's been going on with the playoffs and all that, I've drifted back and I've been paying attention, which I haven't in a long, long time, to sports radio, which has taken me back to our old friend Feinbaum a couple of days. Look, if his guys are going to talk, will y'all mic them, please? I mean, let us hear what. I mean, if he's going to sit there and carry on a conversation with some producer or whoever this person is that's talking off camera, can y'all not? Y'all are ESPN. Can y'all not set it up where we can hear this person? you know. But anyway, so what I'm saying is the fact that we have 6 people, that could talk at any time on any topic, and then the way people, you know, to us, we're here for every second of the show, and we miss some of it.
Yeah.
Even participating in it. If you're out there listening, can you imagine how many montages and misinformation you could put together with all the different people saying? First of all, you got to get right who said it. Mm-hmm. That's very hard.
Yeah, getting the wives confused is pretty standard.
Yeah, that and like both of our wives have said. Bubba, Sherry said, you know, there's very few things that I'll correct people on, but I always correct when they ask me if I'm married to Rick and Bubba. And she's like, no, just one of them, just Rick. And but you can see how that can get confused. So Bubba actually was a tennis coach, so that somebody thinks
a volunteer assistant for almost 10 years.
So
10 years, I guess.
And became the face of tennis in the Deep South.
Well,
and
that's according to you and Gene Holman.
Well, and multiple articles
that y'all were interviewed in.
Right. So
some still get y'all. That's probably one of the better ones you ever did.
But anyway, can you see if Helmsley's, who also is in tennis,
right?
If Helmsley starts coaching at a school, you could see how somebody could confuse that.
Oh, yeah.
And then we started saying that he was leaving the show.
Right.
So that one kind of came back on you.
Let me even had family
and
reaching out about that.
Let me tell you, thank you for your years here.
Amen.
Yeah. We're going to miss
Amen. We are.
Speedy said an Edgar's cake was coming on Friday.
Yeah. And try to be a surprise.
Right, yep. I'm actually seeing if Speedy can teach our curriculum online. But anyway, by the way, that's causing some confusion too. By the way, I ran into that last night at church about people won't know what we're doing on that, and I'm just like,
Rick's pointing to a TV for those of you.
We keep popping up on the local TV thing,
and there's a former intern that's in there as well involved.
Yeah,
there is. Does it get y'all?
And a good friend of ours, nephew.
Yeah, but does it get y'all on this note of what you went through last night at the ball game? Does it get you? And I love our audience, and I'm so thankful for them. And y'all are wonderful, wonderful human beings. Okay, most of you, but how passionately and confidently wrong they'll be.
Yes.
I mean, they'll come up and say something to me, and I'll think, you know what? You said that so clear. You said that with such confidence, and you're so committed to that. The only problem is that's not what happened, and that's also not what we said. And you have it with the wrong person.
Yeah,
it happens a lot. It happens a tremendous amount.
Sometimes it's so bad too. I'll just go along with it.
I'm the same way.
But I know how it can happen because I got caught in a group text the other day, and I was too busy to be looking at it. I should have just left it alone.
Mm-hmm.
I had way too much going on. And I was just trying to get somebody information I thought they needed from me, which drives Sherry insane, by the way. She's just like, can you just wait? I said, well, all I got to do is just say that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I said, and then it's off my plate. Then it's done. And, of course, I made the mistake. I realize she's right now because also you can get wrong. I began to congratulate this person on he and his wife being pregnant, and I was completely wrong.
Oh, no.
I started sending congratulations, and he said confetti was coming on the screen and all that. And he goes, that's not what I was saying.
Oh, gosh.
And I was like, oh, well, I really got messed up on that.
At least it was over text. It wasn't in person.
Right, yeah. And I'm throwing out congratulations. Hey, wow, hey.
If you could catch
That's
that.
the point where he says, do you know something I don't know?
Right.
Yeah.
I know. I messed that whole thing up.
Oops.
In all fairness, though, the way he approached it, he started out with something that we said we don't like. He kind of threw out something instead of just saying what he wanted to tell us.
Yeah.
He tried to do it in a cute way and let's guess what he was talking about.
We don't like guessing.
And how I turned that into his wife was pregnant, I don't know. But that's the reason why you should either be engaged in what's going on or just leave it alone. Okay?
Yeah.
And so you can see how that can happen.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's a pretty common thing.
Yeah.
And so or as we call it, the shoot, ready, aim.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to minimize that in my life now, not do that as much. Make sure I've got all my facts together.
Well,
it's important.
It is.
Well, also, I'd like to see people get back to doing something we could do at one time, and that is communicate clearly.
Right.
People are not good at communicating anymore.
Well, you need to get the message out there, and then the skill of listening comes in.
Oh, I know, and that's where I struggle. I've become a better listener, but I was such a bad listener that still wasn't a great.
It's not a big step up.
Well, you know what I said. If you go from 0 to 1, that's quite an increase, but it's still just
still
one.
a one.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's unbelievable what happened there, and I don't know that we can see that again, but you were against odds that were very similar. And are you often compared to them?
Yes. In so many words, you hate to, say, oh, I'm going to compare myself against,
I got you.
The best. But,
right.
The odds of me winning were 2,000-1. I was going against a Russian who was undefeated for 13 years. He was going for his fourth Olympic gold medalist, and he was one of the guaranteed victories in the 2000 Olympics. And so, going out there against the guy who they called the experiment or the Russian bear, going out there and defeating him at the finals of the Olympics, like they say, I've been around. I know, the Miracle on the Ice team and all that stuff, and everybody's like, oh, there's only going to be one of them, and they considered my match, Miracle on the mat compared to Miracle on the Ice.
Well, now, Rulon, you were known too your strength from being a good old farm boy, right? This Bubba, and we often talk about having country boy strength, and I think that's where you got yours, right?
Oh, a country boy or redneck, either way, you could say it comes from that. I was the youngest of Wyoming. I'm the youngest of 9. Grew up in Wyoming on a dairy farm, so I grew up, throwing hay bales and shucking, cow manure, and we used to call it, being the youngest child. it's where basically the cow manure runs downhill. I got crack work, and so
Rulon, why
my
is it?
job to do the stuff nobody else wanted to do.
Why do you think that helps you? Because we've talked about in sports going up against somebody who maybe wasn't known and had the workout muscles. That country boy muscles always beat workout or beach muscles. Why do you think that is?
Well, for me, I didn't have all this pedigree in Greco-Roman wrestling. It's one of the oldest sports in the world, and so I didn't have that pedigree. The one thing I did have is, we were up to 6:30 every morning during the summer. We worked all day until midnight every night, and I grew up on the farm, and everybody's like, "Oh, wrestling's so tough and it's so exhausting." I'm like, "Wrestling?" I'm like, "Sheesh, the farm work is much harder than wrestling." So for me, I actually did wrestling to get off the farm because I hated working on that dang farm 24/7. So wrestling was a relief to go in and get beat up by some big 300-pound guy. That was kind of fun for me.
I've talked to some of the guys that were raised just like you were, and they were talking about whatever sport they played. This one happened to be football, and they were saying we wanted to stay on the football team so we wouldn't have to go to work at the farm.
Yeah,
and everybody else was thinking the football workout was the tough thing. So when you took on this Russian, though, obviously, in those days too, let's face it, the Russian training could be a little dicey. So it was the Russian technology against Country Boy Strong. But this guy obviously was a brilliant wrestler.
Rick, 13 years undefeated.
What was the strategy? I mean, you had to be coming up with saying, "Here's what I got to do to win this thing."
Well, the only other time I had wrestled him before was 3 years previously at the Worlds, and I met him in the semifinals of the Worlds, and he actually had a move called the reverse body lift where he picked you up and basically threw you on your head. And his move was that. He actually dumped me on my head twice, and actually my feet kicked myself in the back of the head, and he broke 2 vertebrae in my neck. And so that was the only other time I wrestled him, and I went out there now, in the finals of the Olympics. It was my first time in the finals, or at any Olympic caliber to win a medal. And so I come out there to wrestle him, and my coaches are like, "Hey, just go out there and you're gonna get in his face, and don't back down, don't be afraid." And one of the philosophies we always had is, taking control of your destiny, take control of your mat. Don't let anybody push you around. You control your destiny. If you get in the face and you take this guy and corral him, everybody always kind of talks about how strong he was, and he was the size of basically a horse. And I grew up on the farm, and so I was used to pushing guys like that and moving that type of weight. And our coach was like, "Hey, when he's big and strong, you be fast and quick. When he's fast and quick, you be big and strong. You change the tempo up, you change the speed up. You make him wrestle your match, and everybody else has always wrestled his match, and you make him wrestle your match. And that way, it kind of gives you the opportunity to find his weakness. And then when you find his weakness, you may exploit him because nobody had scored on him in 10 years. So nobody knew how to score on him.
So Rulon, what was his weakness?
What one?
Oh, now see, now you're talking, now you're talking the weakness of Russia because, it's like he's undefeated all this time and hadn't been scored on. How can you go after the champion? And ultimately,
all right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, all 10 lines available. We're chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You make a comment. You ask a question. You bring information to the table. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. And no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. And no asking, "Hey, are we doing the contest?" None of that. This is all you bringing content to the show. And here's the good news for you. It's your opportunity to take the show in whatever direction you would prefer to go right now. So fire up. Speedy is standing by to take your calls, and if you move now, you will get in. While you're doing that, I do want to point you to allform.com/Bubba. Here's that most wonderful time of year when we celebrate the holidays and we love our Christmas and New Year's and or whatever you may be celebrating. Look, if you're being comfortable in your home, then great. But if you're not, it's time to do that. It's very important. How about a new couch? Maybe chair, sofa for the family room, your living room, maybe a screen patio area, or even your house. If you're fortunate enough to have a house at the lake or in the mountains, we can make a world of difference. And if you got people coming over and you keep thinking, we needed to upgrade that, and you're not going to find any better quality than allform.com/Bubba. Handmade furniture in beautiful North Carolina, customizable, the best fit for your particular need. Plus, it ships right to your door from their factory. No supply chain or labor worries there. You pick the fabric, the color, the leg types, sofa sizes, shapes to make sure it's perfect for you and your home. We even have gotten some of the furniture down at the farm, and we love it. So go to allform.com/Bubba right now. Allform.com/Bubba. We'll save you 20% off anything you buy, and you get a forever warranty. That tells you the quality right there. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off anything, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find that link right there under the sponsors. Let's go to John in Birmingham, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. John, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got some IT experience. I was just wondering where we're going to apply for Hamsy's job.
Actually, I actually got several emails yesterday with people sending me their resume. That is not a lie. They were serious about it.
Jameson and Elmore.
Keep them coming.
Yep.
Jameson, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I'm filtering through them as we speak.
Hey, did y'all see that picture of Brian Harsin on Facebook at the Alabama High School playoffs at Jordan Hare?
Yes. His son plays on the Auburn team.
Okay. Well, he was eating a bucket of popcorn, and I saw somewhere that due to the rise in prices and inflation, that Auburn charged him $15 million for that bucket.
That's great. Corey, Talladega, home of the world's fastest speedway. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, I had the pleasure to listen to Beth Mowens a couple weeks ago. And
sorry about that.
She was kind of promoting the Gonzaga basketball game. So 2 words you need to add to Beth Mowens' repertoire: kennel and Spokane.
Kennel?
Yeah, the Gonzaga team plays in the gym. They call it the kennel.
Yeah, they're the Bulldogs.
Gonzaga playing tonight. The dogs are in the kennel.
Love it.
And what's the other one? What's the other word? Smoking, did she say? He say? What was the other word? The Bulldog is smoking tonight in the kennel.
I like the kennel.
Let's go to BJ. BJ, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
What do y'all think about the new Hugh Freeze offer? Hugh Freeze hire at Auburn.
Well, people probably tired of us talking about it. BJ, what do you think about it?
I think it's a good pick. I think we can do good this year.
Okay, so you feeling pretty good about it?
But yeah.
Yeah, well,
I feel pretty good about it.
Well, you and Jimmy Raines both agree. So that's good.
Look, he has a history of turning programs around.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I think it is a good hire based on if you just look at the resume. Yep. Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm fine. Hey, I was just going to find out what y'all thought about the senator saying a couple of days ago that he can use the Justice Department to go after Elon Musk if he allows so-called misinformation on his platform.
Yeah, I saw that. That's, just again,
saber rattling.
Again, it's kind of Bush League. If you're a representative in the government, you should have the Department of Justice doing this. If there is probable cause, investigate it, prosecute where evidence requires. You don't use the police, you don't use the Department of Justice as a weapon against somebody. It's just like what we've said with Trump.
Right.
They have thrown so much at him over the years. If he's guilty, prosecute him. If he's not, get off of it, because now you're just running a political operation just to keep the water muddy the whole time. Look, due process, it's a magical thing.
Well, in Bubba's, what he said there, what's most important, our founding fathers warned us. We cannot allow the central government to weaponize government agencies.
And you don't want to weaponize the justice system.
That's right. We can't allow that. No. John in Georgia. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, man, love the show. Thank y'all for what y'all do every day. But I just want to know, what was Dickie Madmeyer trying? Is he trying to get them Alabama in the playoffs? I assume he is.
Row Tide. I mean, if you look at the teams right now, we've lost 2 games by 4 points, and if the refs had not cheated Bama, we'd be sitting there at we'd probably be number 1, undefeated. Now you tell me a team you think TCU's better than Bama.
Well, that I'm gonna tell you, I know TCU is undefeated, and they've had a great season. But you talking about a hard pill to swallow for the Ohio State fan base and the Alabama fan base to be left out of the playoffs and see TCU above you is going to just kill them.
I'll tell you this, and I'll tell it loud and clear, and I believe with some other Bama fans, we all say it. Everybody in that playoff is scared to death that Bama might get in. It ain't what they want. They don't want to see the Crimson Tide walking into the 4.
I guarantee you.
Nobody want us at the party.
There's several coaches in that would really, if they had their preference, that Nick Saban not be in it.
A road Tide.
I know I would. Wouldn't you?
Well said, Albie. Alex in Athens. Alex, go ahead.
Hey, I just had a quick message for my fellow Auburn fans. Look, Hugh Freeze is a great hire. Let redemption happen, and you guys are going to be the first ones to praise him when he gets 10 wins in a season.
No doubt. We said that the first day that we were asked about it. Hugh Freeze's past will be forgiven if he wins, and it will be brought up and used to get rid of him if he loses.
Yeah.
And that is sadly the truth.
Has he announced any of his staff yet, other than we know Cadillac's hanging around? But
well, I guess he'd been listening to UAB announce that Speedy's coming over to work with special teams.
Really?
Yeah. Let's go to Patrick in Hartselle.
I tell you, I think that's probably a good hire for UAB.
It would be. Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to say the other day when y'all were talking about Jay Leno having that car accident, when you were doing your impression of Jay Leno, it sounded like Bet Mowens just sped up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some similarities there.
You anytime you're doing impressions, I even learned this from Frank Caliendo, there's some similarity in all of them. You start at the base of one you can already do, and then you move back toward the one you're trying to do. Yeah. So yeah, thanks a lot. True, a lot of truth to that. Let's go to John in Nebraska. Cornhuskers got a new coach, John.
Yes, indeed they do, and unfortunately, we had a sad day. Mickey Joseph, interim head coach, was arrested yesterday for assault and battery, domestic abuse. But I'm calling about the bourgeoisie. That is a slang term for back when bougie is a. Let me get my thoughts together here. Bougie is slang for bourgeoisie, which was used in Marxist context to say basically the capital class who own most of society's wealth and means.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
rich folks.
Okay.
Suave.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm
Swanky.
I'm not hip to that groove. Rome, Georgia. Denise is standing by. Denise, 30 seconds. Go.
I just want to know why the No Name Studio is not decorated for Christmas this year.
That's a good question.
Well, I think one of the problems right off the top was we couldn't find our decoration.
I think they got lost or tossed in the move.
Yeah,
and you know what?
Frankly,
I was being so careful with my Viking helmet and my cape that I do Good Old Boy Theater in, and I can't find it.
Is it gone too?
I can't find
Is it
it.
with the Christmas tree somewhere?
Well, you know, those things happen.
I've got Big Boy's Christmas hat, so that needs to go on.
Well, Bubba wants to wear it since he lost his Vikings hat.
And then I've got the garland for you guys as mic stands. I know y'all love it when I put that on.
Oh, don't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I don't
Don't
care
do
for
that.
that. I don't like decorations around electronics or mailboxes.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Whatever happened to our little Charlie Brown Christmas tree? I always liked it.
Well, that was from my bachelor pad days.
Oh, so it's gone.
And it was haunted, so yeah, I got rid of that.
It's like how Speedy had to get rid of his fish tank and his leather couch.
Yes.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Some things just got to go.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The way we kind of looked at it is he was a little overconfident. He was thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to go out there."
Yeah.
And I this is my first time to get to the world level and, have a chance to win a medal. So I'm in the finals, and we go out there, and in the semifinal match, I was wrestling a guy who was, from Russia. He was about 6'6", and he looked like Mr. Clean. Just big, ripped, shredded, muscular, powerful. And I was losing 2-0, and I came back and I finally beat him 3-2. And I beat him in the semifinals. And Corellan's watching me barely beat this guy who he would have crushed. And so he's thinking, oh, this is going to be easy. And so he went out there a little unprepared. And, this is kind of the philosophy of young athletes. My coaches are sitting there like, hey, Rulon, he's nervous and you can beat him. And, my coaches are all positive and everything else. And I said, hey, please, coaches, leave me alone. And they're like, well, why do you want us to leave you alone? We're at the finals of the Olympics. We want to coach you. And I was like, just leave me alone. I go to practice every day, and they always say, these young athletes, act like you've been there before. Walk out there with confidence and belief in yourself. And as I walked out there, it's the same thing for the last 4 years that got me in every practice. The person I wrestled in my mind as I walked into that wrestling room was him, Corellan. And when I walked out to that day, I'd already walked that walk 1,000 times, and so it felt natural. Did I think I could beat him? Heck no. But did I believe I could beat him? I knew I had a chance.
Wow.
And that's all in the glass in life is a chance.
Thank you very much, Rulon.
Thank you,
Great
Rulon,
story,
so
bud.
much.
Thank you, man. What a call. Appreciate it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We did talk much earlier today about the horrifying school shooting that happened yesterday in Florida. Now some of the stories, because now that we've gone through the overnight time, and sadly because of the crime scene and so much devastation, people are just now being identified about their loved ones because of the fact a lot of them didn't have identification on them because they didn't have their backpacks because they dropped them to run and things like that. But now we're starting to get a pretty good account of some of the heroes, and you knew there would be a number of these, but this assistant football coach who seemed to be loved by the folks there at the school, witnesses are saying now was seen shielding students as a gunman opened fire inside the high school. And, of course, we're still – the number right now we still have is 17, and others are in the hospital. But they said they have learned that the coach was killed by the gunman, but said he selflessly shielded students from the shooter when he was shot. He died a hero, won't forever be in everyone's hearts and memories. And now some of the coaches are talking about there was a college coach there from Nicholls State, was that him? That was recruiting some players. So he was sitting with the head football coach who said they heard what they thought were fireworks. Isn't that what it was?
Yeah, he was there, and 4 football players were in the office, and it's Coach May is the head coach. And he said that he heard on the little walkie-talkie they use that, hey, something sounds like fireworks, what's going on? And then the assistant coach who was killed, the last thing they heard him say is, that's not fireworks. And then it all happened, and he was Coach May was talking about what it looked like from the office, and he actually said he saw the shooter trying to blend in with the other students and get out. He saw him through the office window. But what this assistant coach did, who was also a security guard at the school, they said from the witnesses there, the students that he saved, they said he just was selfless with what he did.
Yeah, so he actually used his body to take bullets so it wouldn't hit other people. And so a lot of the players are saying that everybody loved him. We hate that he died this way, but he said this is the kind of stuff that he taught us. He always tried to make us better people, and we learned a lot from him. So there you go. And it looks like he didn't just teach that. He actually lived that out in his own life. So sad, but that's one of the heroes out of this situation that would rather give their own lives instead of letting somebody else be killed.
Wow. Did a great job, didn't he?
To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Jordan out of Alabama. Jordan, go right ahead. Thanks for your patience, buddy.
Yeah, hey, guys. This one's for Bubba. I was listening to you earlier about your little benchmark experiment for time travel.
Yes.
I just want to tell you there's still hope. Maybe, just maybe, your future self didn't go back because he knew you were going to find out about time traveling anyways.
So I kept myself from knowing to prevent from having a paradox.
Exactly, and not just a paradox. Maybe you just knew you were going to find out about it anyways, so you went back in time and checked out other more cool things as opposed to your 40-year-old self sitting in an office all day.
Well, let me ask you this. Why would I go back in time to check out things? Because
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. The real Greg Burgess is back. Greg has, I'll tell you one thing. I noticed that you started drafting with Bubba pretty good last night, Mr. I'm going to sit in the stadium.
I got 3 words, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Greg said you finally got everybody home and in bed by about 2 a.m.?
Yeah, about 2 a.m. You know, driving in this morning, this is normal, what normal people do. I was in the normal people traffic.
It's weird.
Because, you know, when we come to work, it's us and maybe some over-the-road truckers.
Yeah.
But there we are. And I got some pictures I'll send to Adler of me and Ellis and everybody.
Well, Kelsey's put some up today, too, by the way.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I
Look
didn't.
right there at them two. Were we grinning like
Y'all are grinning. Greg, suddenly,
like a jack eating sawbriars?
You were so happy that, Bubba's a big thing down there.
He proved it to me.
Yeah, he
Hey,
did.
you got to experience the power of Bubba.
Rick, he was asking me, hey, y'all going to the game? Where you going to be sitting? I said, yeah, let me know, and all this. And then 30 minutes later, he goes, hey, man, I got some passes. He told me where to go. And
Bubba,
wow.
were you on the committee that found Freeze?
We were in the president's suite.
We got to do everything but pet the eagle last night.
We did, and it was close. I think
we'd have waited a little
Alvin
longer.
Briggs would have set that up if we just asked.
Greg, down at Auburn, people actually talked to Moultrie and Jimmy Rain on can they meet Bubba.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, y'all know that's right.
He'd be, hey, BOC, big man on camera.
Yeah. No, look, we were very lucky last night. Thank you, Alvin.
Yeah. Yes, and it was that wind was rough, and we had little Ellis with us, so it would have been tough for him out there in that wind.
Oh, yeah.
And plus, he could up there, he can just lay on
What's
the floor.
Did he turn it up?
He did good. He did. He had his flat bill hat on like he was sharp.
I saw that picture.
And but yeah, and here's another thing: when you got a little kid go in the bathroom, when you have a nice bathroom,
that's
not so crowded. That was gold.
You're just a common folk.
Yeah. That's all, you know.
You're just like everybody else.
I'll be honest, that 1% life ain't bad.
I wondered, did your minions think you kind of sold out a little bit with the top one?
I will say this:
the 1%.
I mean, you can believe me or not, and I'm probably lying, but if Ellis hadn't have been there, I'd went out and toughed it in the cold.
What?
Well, that's my line.
Okay,
that's where I'm staying.
Why? It's just not necessary.
But I mean, I had a chance to spend 3 hours with my grandson. I'm not.
I almost told
spend it
you
with
something last night, but I was afraid it would cause controversy because it was so cold and windy. But those windows come down in front
I know.
of us.
Hunter told me that.
Yeah, because he had to stock the Coke machine up there during football.
He told me, he goes, I'm trying to remember how the windows come down. I said,
hey, let's not do that.
Not that 20-mile-an-hour wind gust.
Let's leave them up.
Yeah.
It was, it was a perfect night.
Well, the broadcast was nice just to sit there and watch it in HD. So, but I mean, I'm assuming being there, it was even
I will
more
say
special.
This, because it being a hometown game for Auburn, they would have say over 20,000. That was the biggest.
25 on the broadcast.
There was a great crowd there for both sides.
They were.
I mean, it was for a high school game. It was a great atmosphere.
Those big stadiums, it's hard to see, but it actually the bottom bowl was pretty impressive.
And then when they play today and tomorrow, you'll have overlapping games. So you'll have real nice crowds.
Do they have the same broadcast crew for all of them? Because that's a lot of games. Landon Roberts and Coach Rick Rhodes were on the broadcast last night.
The reason why I know that is Mickey Shadrick does a lot of games.
Oh, okay.
And I text him, and I was like, are you doing the game now? And he said, no, I got tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
But it was, Bubba, thank you. It was great.
Thank Alvin.
Thank you, Alvin Briggs, and who talked trash about how in the All-Star game, Rick, they pretty much put it on you. I think he called Rick out individually, said he made him like it.
I'll tell you one thing. I mean, hey, Briggs,
y'all don't get me in the middle of a Rick Alvin thing.
I think Alvin, like you said, could play today.
Did Briggs mention that, yes, they won, but he, as an individual, he didn't want no 75?
Well, I hear him tell it, Bubba.
Hear him tell it.
Right. I finally got so tired. I got so tired of getting the quarterback. I just stopped.
I've done this.
Yeah. I got tired. I got tired running back there.
Just started tapping him.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, let's let him throw a few.
Yeah.
But what a great night for your family. I know that was exciting. 4 in a row. Yeah. That's unheard of.
I'll be honest, this year they dropped the first 2 coming out of the gate, and you were like, okay, you can't win it every year. And, boy, they just kept digging, and by the end of the year, they was playing as good as they ever have.
So how was the on the field post game,
well,
reaction?
Of all, and look, they're doing their job, but, boy, they ain't going to let you – we even thought we had a pass for Kelsey and Ellis, and they wouldn't even acknowledge that pass.
Couldn't get on the field.
No. But you could see all the
had
festivities,
Bubba with you.
and that was fun.
Yeah.
Plus, they had it up on the big
Did they
screen.
know if Bubba hadn't left, you'd gone.
I'd have been on the field, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, they're doing their job. They were right.
You talking
you
about
gotta
the final word on freeze?
Oh, yeah. You don't need
There he is.
You know what they did? Bubba sits up there when they're meeting.
Hey,
and
Rick.
They looked at Bubba and said Hugh Freeze, and Bubba does this, has his thumbs up.
Yeah.
He went.
Yeah, you know that's right. You know that's right.
But Auburn has that screen. That's
Him
big,
thumbs
biggest.
down and him doing the thumbs down on Cadillac. I don't know why.
No, I didn't do
Bubba.
that. I didn't do that. I love Coach Caddy.
Coach Lack.
But you couldn't get on the field with them.
No, but I knew I wouldn't be able to.
Right,
Anyway,
but
because, I mean, you can't. They can't.
Did you tell
they don't
them who
have
you
open
were?
borders.
But
they don't have open borders on the field.
But you got a good picture with Taylor and you and Lisa. I saw that. It's a beautiful picture.
Yeah,
and
it was. Yeah,
you got all that. Was he fired up?
Oh yeah.
Is he ready to deer hunt now?
He is absolutely. We even talked.
Probably shouldn't have led with that on my encouraging text.
Yeah,
I had
and
I had an
he's been
encouraging text for him to start the day. I don't know.
And I'm sure his wife's excited about it since he's been gone. During
Right.
football season. Now we're going.
Looking back, I probably shouldn't have led with that.
Yeah, but we had a great time and great game, and I can't believe the season's over. But yeah, 4 in a row. It was fun to watch.
Wow.
Man, oh man,
so,
oh man.
So he's been part of the staffs now for him because he was there for 3 of the 4 in a row, right?
Yes.
And then he has one with Grayson in Georgia.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he's already been part of 4 state championships.
Yes.
4. Oh,
Four.
4.
Yeah,
He wasn't there for the
3
first
in
one, right?
Alabama and 1 in Georgia.
Right. Wow.
But like I said, I was surprised that they even. I'm just saying you can't go every year, and you're thinking, no way.
No, I will tell you the great job that staff did with this team. I saw them play that's a little over little over halfway, about 6 games in.
Oh, that was the last game of the year. Man.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's the last regular season
10.
game?
Yeah. Even late.
The difference this staff made in that team from the last regular season game to the playoffs was unbelievable.
Yeah, the offensive line came alive.
Yeah, they did. Run the ball really well.
Ran it well.
Yeah, they did.
Both of those running backs are back next year.
How about when you can run the ball really well, play action works?
Oh, it does.
Oh.
Because you saw
it don't take but a half a second for somebody to run right by you.
How about this 8th grade quarterback? No doubt he's super talented,
Right.
but a really strong running game really makes his life a
Oh,
little easier.
It sure does.
absolutely.
Opens up so many things.
And a clean pocket.
And a clean pocket.
Yeah, the line gave him. I don't think he got touched.
Well, the one interception.
Well, I'm talking about. I don't think he got sacked.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
But you're right. Yeah, he did make a bad throw on that, but hey, it happened.
Well, he was in duress.
He made a bad choice, but you know what? He made a lot of good ones too.
Yeah, he made up for it.
Well, and one of the things that young quarterbacks have to learn is sometimes the play's not there.
Yeah,
and he was trying to make a play, but just eat it and get up and try again.
There you go.
And when you got a defense like that, they'll let you try again.
They will.
Oh, yeah.
And like Bubba said, the High School Athletic Association, boy, they put on a show. They even did the fireworks at the end. They do at the Auburn games. They didn't get to do a lot this year, but at the Auburn game.
How was the drive home? How did the adrenaline wear off before you got home, or were you able to stay?
I would say the best part, again, the deal of me taking off yesterday so I don't get up at 2:30 yesterday morning paid off because I never got tired.
Okay.
And no traffic. When we got out, time we left, and I hit 280, and it was a clean shot. Not a lot of people on 280 that time of the night.
Mm-hmm. When did you start to hurt?
Probably about Riverside.
That's real right there.
That's close. Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let me talk to you a little bit. Pet owners, y'all listen up out there. And, we got a lot of different pets that are talked about on this show all the time. But and I know that, Helmsy, you've got how many pets are you dealing with right now? Let me get you right here. I got to take this out. How many pets you dealing with right now?
Too many Aussies.
Too many Aussies. But I know you have started using this great product because. Yeah. Do you ever think about? We always think about the supplements that we need to our own diet. But have you ever thought about that your pet may need supplements as well? Because a lot of pet food, a lot of times it doesn't have all the vitamins and the minerals and the nutrients that they need. But there is now a product called pawmade.com. You can go there, Pawmade, Pawmade, and this is going to provide for you some longevity formula boost for you to add to the diet of your dog to be sure. Just like we've been talking about we can get. Hey, we have a certain amount of fruits and vegetables we need in our diet for our body to have the right fuel. So what do? We get supplements to provide that. if the food that we're our food intake doesn't go ahead and provide it. Same thing with this. This is just for your dog. It's an all-natural health supplement for dogs. It's made with 23 dog-friendly superfoods to keep your dog healthy and strong. Now, Helmsy, have y'all started? What are your pets' names?
I took it to Amanda. Blue and Coco. All right. Amanda, I took the longevity formula.
Yeah.
I took it in and I said, "Hey, is this something that we can?" And she looked at me like that was the dumbest question. She, of course we do.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'll get them started on this immediately.
Yeah.
So
it's got some probiotics in it.
Yeah.
It's got kelp in it. It's got mushrooms, organic mushrooms in it. And we've got a deal for you right now, because if you would like to see your dog looking happier, even, almost like they come alive, and especially some of the older dogs, go right now to PAWMADE. That's paulmade.com/Bubba. All right, for every purchase of longevity formula, you'll get a free bottle of Paul Made's hip and joint formula too. Because a lot of times when they start getting older, or even some breeds, they have some hip and joint problems. This will help with that too. It's a limited time offer for you. For every purchase of longevity formula, they're going to give you a free bottle of Paul Made's hip and joint formula. So do it now. paulmade.com/Bubba, or you can call them toll free, 833-PAUL-MADE. Yeah, you talking about go back beyond his life?
Beyond. I mean,
Well,
back
we were-
to maybe biblical days or
Yeah.
dinosaur days.
Well, you mentioned, that I didn't contact myself that day, that there were other things to see. So I was just kind of saying that point, because there's really no need for me to go back to the 80s. I've already been there, and it was wonderful.
But wouldn't it be glorious?
It was wonderful, man. It was the greatest decade mankind has ever seen. I weep for the children of today that didn't get to grow up in the 80s like we did. But I think, just me personally, I wouldn't want to mess up something in the past. I think I would go the future.
Well, do you also think, Jordan, that back to Bubba's original thought?
And then if I didn't see myself at my desk, I'd come back and change my diet.
Right. But I mean, if you saw, to your original point and Bubba's original concern, could it be that your future traveling self knows that 40-year-old Bubba can't handle hearing that and living his life waiting to when it's going to happen?
That is an out for that.
Yeah,
yes, and that's a valid point.
That would just be too much on you, too much to carry, and traveling Bubba knows that.
Yeah, I mean, I could mess up things.
Yeah. That because you would, knowing it was going to happen, would affect the way you lived.
Yeah, it would.
Don't you think?
I think so. But I don't think there's anything that I would have seen up to this point that would have thrown me off too bad.
No, anything to my life prior to about 20 years ago, I don't ever want to see again. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's most of it, because of how stupid I was.
Right.
866 we be big, except maybe 075, a few big runs there, but that's
right.
about it.
Right.
Foster out of Alabama. Foster, go ahead.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are, Foster.
Oh, this is Buster.
Oh, I'm sorry. It said Foster on the board.
Oh, that's all right. This is my big day to be on the Rick and Bubba show. Look, you Christians, you type of Christians that are always complaining you're victims. Let me tell you, speak please to the point. Joy Behar said that he's got a mental illness because he hears voices from Jesus talking to him. Church of Christ, for instance, doesn't believe Jesus talks to anybody anymore. Generally, that's their position. Y'all got on other issues now. Joy Behar, who I'm a Trump Democrat. I've been one. But I'll tell you what, those people drive me nuts. But in this case, Joy Behar may have a point. Would y'all address that, please? Just throw Buster here.
Hey, Buster, let me ask you this. You quantified yourself as a Trump Democrat.
Yes, sir.
That means you are – just define that for us.
Well, I'm for Trump. Because of his foreign policy, his domestic. I am with the Democrats. I'm still a Democrat, basically on the social issues. I'm Roe v. Wade guy. I'm pro homosexual rights and that sort of thing. And that's where I think the Republican Party goes awry and gets into conflicts with the majority. But
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas will happen today. It's going to happen at some point. So be paying attention. Find a way to get the live show today. And because gift number 1 might as well go to you, right? Yeah. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is back. Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And put your hands together and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Yeah. Well, Greg, what do you got? I see your hands up over there.
I was off yesterday.
Okay.
And so Helmsy's leaving. Oh my
That's correct.
Yeah, can you believe that?
Hey, I'm going to miss him, man.
Nearly punched
Why
you
didn't
a
you
minute
tell
ago,
me?
and now that's going to happen.
Why didn't you tell me before you told everybody else? That's a pretty big announcement.
I actually made the announcement knowing you wouldn't be here.
Golly. So he's out.
Yeah.
Greg, don't miss you, buddy.
I didn't want to have to put up with this.
Greg,
That's why I did it yesterday.
Hey, don't miss you.
He planned.
We're going to have a beer before you leave.
He planned you not being here, Greg. He got to give us.
There was another topic.
He got
What was
a
it?
heartfelt speech.
Yeah.
And it didn't get interrupted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I'd have been here for that.
Well, you remember the last
been
time
good
he
not
was
look at
giving
that.
a heartfelt speech, you cut him off.
I did, but I just heard somebody tell me, said, so Helmsy's leaving. I said, I didn't know that.
That's not true. Not leaving. Everybody, I am not
Bon
leaving.
voyage.
Hey,
today,
I know
not
many.
today.
Hey, many
Thanks
of you
for the memories.
Many of you wished I would. Okay, got it. But I'm not going anywhere right now.
It's been an honor.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, you've done it.
Thank you,
Hey,
buddy.
heck of a job, kid.
At least you ain't got to get up so early.
Yeah, for real.
Still do that when they handed it to you.
It's a good question.
Did like Thompson sing that to Auburn last night?
Probably not allowed to, the way we're so weak.
No, you're right. They probably banned
God, I used to love that.
You know, I knew the Helms thing had got out of control when Don Juan texted me and was asking about it.
I've had 2 resumes sent in.
Oh yeah, I had to.
I've actually had some. Man. Are you going to refill the replacement? Your replacement, and if not, give this to Rick and Bubba.
That's hilarious.
That actually happened.
Yeah.
I've had tearful. Now, some of you have sent some really good ones that are funny, and look, keep sending those. Like Hugh Freeze's OC.
Yeah, that's good.
Trent Dilfer, special teams coach.
Right, I love all that.
All those are great, but
Will tennis share you with football?
probably not.
No.
Probably not. But I have had. I'm talking paragraphs, multiple paragraphs of people just.
It's been a good run.
I mean, just
How many years
made
were
me
you
emotional
here?
reading them.
How many years were you here?
I think
Worry.
it's funny, Speedy. 14.
By the way,
Are you 14 or 15?
Now people are going to hear that and go.
This is your
It's my
15th year of my
birthday.
14th.
I got here
year.
in 2008.
Okay.
So is this the longest run you've had at a
It is,
job?
by the way.
Wow. Hate to see you go.
Speedy,
My
stop
favorite
it.
email so
personal
far is, "Will Miss Helms and Rick, is UAB got anything you could do?"
Rick. That's good.
Nah. Well, I used to
Well,
love when
I
you
will
did that
say
games.
this,
I loved it.
and you know this. Years ago, we had brought up a suggestion to a major university that they let us do basically what the Manning brothers are doing now for their football broadcast on a separate channel, and then let the affiliates pick, do they want the serious one or they want us goofing off? And that never came around. But we were ahead of the curve on that. I knew that format would work.
Oh yeah,
The Mannings just got it done. We didn't.
We basically did it with the XFL.
Right.
I mean, our broadcast sounded like them sitting around talking about nothing. I mean, Greg at halftime tells us who he thought the biggest put of the first half was.
That was
That's
my
a big
segment.
deal, man.
That was so good.
Yeah.
I traveled around the country just to do that for 2 minutes.
It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It was great. One of the best things we've ever done.
All right.
Big year ender your last day, or
Did you stop?
Oh, okay.
Seriously.
I tell you, this year's year ender, there won't be a drive.
Here's what I'll do. I'll give y'all through Monday.
We'll give them
to
the last
continue
line of
this, but
12
after
tonight.
that, let's let it go.
Okay, I got you.
Through Monday. Close the business Monday.
All right, so get it out of your system.
Get it out of your
done.
system, boys.
Update.
Here comes the money.
Hey, Elon Musk. So clarification from Tim Cook at Apple.
Well, Rick, we had published reports out over the past 2 weeks that Apple had threatened to pull the Twitter from the Twitter app from their app store, and it was beginning to heat up a little bit. And I think this is a great example. Elon Musk called up Tim Cook and said, I want to come sit down and talk to you. And let's get to the bottom of this. So Elon went out and got a tour of Apple from Tim Cook. Tim Cook said after the meeting that Apple never considered removing the Twitter app, that was just false reporting.
I mean, that tells you right
And we
there.
have it from we have part of the one of the posts from Elon Musk.
There it is, see it right there. He's saying he's thanking Tim Cook for showing him around, and got some.
Does it got audio on it?
I'm up over here. I don't know whether it does or not.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
Yeah, and so there they are. Is that Apple's headquarters?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're in that big round circle, that big donut.
I got you. Now it's not true that he and Tim Cook are dating now. That's
No,
not
that
true.
is not
You can tell by the profile, Elon's on the right with his hair, and then there's little Tim.
We've actually got audio too. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but John Maxwell actually joined them for this, and so Speedy's got a little audio
Really?
for that. I think.
Yeah.
Hey guys, just part of leadership is to get together and work it out.
You didn't know Speedy does John Maxwell?
I heard John Maxwell earlier, and that doesn't sound.
No.
But did you hear Speedy doing John
Yeah, I
Maxwell
did.
before
It
he
sounds
came on
like
there?
Speedy doing Charles Barkley.
Well, he does a man of a thousand voices, Greg.
He does. All he does is change octaves.
So let's be clear.
You don't know what you're talking about, Greg.
Tim Cook, CEO at Apple, says whatever this thing that we were going to take Twitter out of the Apple Store incorrect.
Correct.
That's what he said.
That's the fake world we live in.
It's
you can just
we're
say
living in a fake
anything.
world.
You
That's
don't know what to
ridiculous.
Look, people feed these stories out, and the reporting is so gullible now, and they don't
my
do any
goodness,
research. They'll just
no.
reprint it.
Shoot,
and
ready, aim.
before you know it, we got them pulling the app.
Do y'all think this is the truth, or do you think that Apple saw the backlash and said, we didn't do that?
Well, I
also
think
valid, no.
there's so much fake world out there
I mean,
online.
oh, my
There's so
goodness.
much bad reporting online,
Yeah.
or in the media in general. I think they did the right thing, and they got face to face and talked about it.
And
Said, hey,
all-
if you got a problem with this, if
Right.
it is, what is it? Let's see where we can go.
Now, and all of this is stemming from him reinstating Twitter accounts, and he's supposed to like release some Hunter Biden information that Twitter suppressed some information.
Yeah,
that
he
was
said,
about
he
to
said
be
some
sent
of
out.
that was going to be coming out, but if they release suppressed information in an attempt to get things cleared up, get in the name of free speech, and to get more credibility back for their platform, I don't see where Apple would be worried about that.
Exactly.
I mean, you hate to go, hey, none of your beeswax,
Right.
you know?
Well, and I will say this on the other thing you guys are saying and what you're saying, Bubba, and I want everybody in the audience to hear this because I want you to know this is going to be true in 9 out of 10 cases. By the way, if you want me to get it, I'll try 8, but I won't go lower than 8. So many times in your personal life, you have things going on right now that you're upset about. That if you would just simply call the person and get them to clarify what you heard, you'll find out that most every time, there'll be some exceptions. Sometimes they go, yeah, that's exactly what I said, and that's exactly what happened. But most of the time, I have found that the version that you heard that you've gotten upset about involving somebody else is incorrect. And when the person says, no, that's not what I said, or that's not what happened was this, this, and this, and then I said that. Oh, I didn't know that. And what we do is we let some third party tell us that so-and-so did or said.
Fourth or fifth or
let me
sixth.
tell you what they think. And then you don't ever call them and you don't ever say, look, let's have a conversation about this. And you don't confront it and clear the air. And you spend a lot of time mad and you spend a lot of time upset and you don't even have the information right. If we had more people that would just reach out to each other when there's conflict and say, now let's talk through this and let's see exactly what happened. Most of the time, what you think somebody thinks of you, what you think somebody's motivation is, what you think somebody said, what you think's going on, usually is incorrect.
Well, they handled it the right way. They communicated.
And you'll
you know?
get the clearest picture if you'll simply talk to the other party.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a good example to solve a lot of problems. And let's face it, as Americans, we need Tim Cook and his products, and we need Elon and his products to get along. The world needs them to get along.
Yeah, so remember, if you're trashing either one of these now with the wrong information, you need to correct that. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump, I was in Houston. I'm from Texas. Can you tell the Texas accent?
Not really. I wanted to say this though, Buster. Back to your original point, because we're running out of time. The point that about Joy Behar. Look, as far as persecution of the Christian church in our country, it's silly to even call it persecution because we're not being beheaded or anything like that. What we were doing is the left, has an emotional worldview, which means it will always be inconsistent. And I was just saying that they would never say something like they said about Mike Pence about any other religion. They're saying because they want to be so politically correct, but when it comes to someone like Pence, they want to say he has mental illness, which they would have never said about anyone else.
You address the specific of what Joy Behar. You're just being a generality.
Okay. Well, no. Okay. Well, let me take Buster. We're running out of time, so I will take that on. What he said is absolutely correct. I can tell you that I have heard God's voice in my life, in my spirit, and I have heard it audibly. Yes, I have.
Okay.
And I assure you, and I assure you that I'm not mentally disturbed. And this is something that the Bible talks about often, and it doesn't happen all the time. But the Holy Spirit, if you understand the Trinity, that is God's presence in His followers' life all the time, guiding him in His Spirit, and sometimes audibly as well in a whisper. So that is true.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Under the sponsors. Now, Bubba, Buster. I was thinking, should we hold him over? We actually had another comment from him. If you wanted to hear it, here it is.
I don't know what the big deal about Cracker Jack is. Did you ever go and buy a pack of Cracker Jack thinking you're going to get a prize and find no prize in the box? Here's the pitch. That might not sound important to some people, but when you're a little kid, especially from a humble origin.
Right.
And they cheat you out of a prize.
Yep.
There's a bouncing ball.
We were all thinking it.
Right in the middle of it.
And my goodness, it's dead on.
Yeah, he does sound like Harry
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I got his position on social issues, and he was a Trump. He said he liked Trump's national defense. Was that what he said? He liked
economic. I think so.
Okay, I didn't get the economic part. That's what I was.
The bottom line is, Buster says that he just is strictly when it comes to the government, size of the government, taxes, economics. He's Trump. Social issues. He's a full-blown Democrat and always has been. And
that's go with the gays.
He said.
What he said?
He didn't. Not quite like that.
He used another word.
Yeah.
I don't think he said
I don't think he did use the other word either.
I don't think he said that.
He didn't say it like that. He didn't say that. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here shortly, but
I got y'all. Y'all got to see this, okay? I saw this clip this morning, and I said, I didn't know who it was.
Right.
I didn't know who it was.
Now I see in parentheses, or as I like to say, parentheses. I see here under this cut that we are going as far as saying that this person looks so odd as Kenny Rogers looked the last time that we saw him.
When Kenny Rogers got a facelift, totally changed his look, and now it has become a term, at least in our circles, that somebody got Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, and you're saying that we will not recognize this person?
Well, you tell me.
All right.
Is this Simon Cowell or not?
Oh, my goodness.
Can change your life, and it has. And maybe this time it's going to be you. So please audition now for next year's season, and I'm looking forward to meeting you.
One of his eyes is not even
Bubba,
right.
you're right. It's those cheeks.
Now
when Kenny Rogers did it, it's like he's an inflatable.
You can hear the voice.
It's like somebody made a puppet of the person.
Yes.
So that you hear the voice, so that pulls you back. But just can you put the
Here, I'll pot him. You want me to pot him down where I can't even hear his voice?
Yeah, just look
Here's
at
just
it.
a picture.
Does that look like? Do you have a side by side?
His cheekbones are so big now.
And he looks like a burn victim with a skin graft.
Oh,
hey.
Wow, Adler, you'll just go there.
Is that a facelift?
Whispering it makes it not as a facelift.
They pulled everything tight. Is that
you whispered it to not make it so bad.
Is that what he had, just to tightened up everything?
It looks like somebody took. It looks like somebody. You know how you take
take slack out.
You take a sheet and you do that and try to get the wrinkles out of it. That's what it is. Somebody did to his face.
Yeah.
Wow, that's. Also, Bubba's not allowed to tell you, but Christine McVie's dead.
Oh yeah, Rick, I saw that on the way in.
Fleetwood Mac.
We were discussing where we are, and I love when we do this kind of stuff. I enjoy this kind of stuff.
I don't know. I didn't think she was dead.
Yeah, I don't know if the audience does or not, but I enjoy when we talk about where we are on certain artists. And all of our weird quirks.
Yeah.
And it hurt Adler and Speedy. Bubba agreed. I said I'm about a 6 on Fleetwood Mac.
That hurts, Rick.
I'm about a 7.
I don't. Here's what I'm about.
I like a lot of their stuff, and I appreciate what they've done.
Here's what's going to
bother. Very talented people. A lot of talented people, and including the one that just passed.
Oh, very talented. But this is not an indictment on talent. It's just on taste.
Yeah, it's just where you're at.
And I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to say this. I can't really document that I've ever listened to a Fleetwood Mac song all the way through.
Rick, now that's
I listen partials. I'll listen to them partials.
Unbelievable.
I know what you're saying, and I've done that.
I partially listen, and I like partial. I don't think you have.
I may be doing the same thing.
Yeah, Rick, I've never said and started at note 1 and let it go all the way till it fades out or has a cold ending.
This is going to make Greg mad, but I have what I call my tree of preference.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Heart, but I would prefer. You have Fleetwood Mac. I would prefer Heart.
I'll give you that. And then, if I was in a battle, I go the same.
And then over Heart, I would prefer ABBA. Oh. And then over ABBA, I would prefer Ace of Base.
Oh my gosh,
Bubba!
You don't mean that.
If you hadn't got me them seats last night, I'd have dumped you out of your chair.
You don't mean that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You got to say you don't mean that.
I will say this,
Greg. I just noticed Greg realized that what I just said he does too.
I think you're right.
Look, you got to love it. You got to love an artist.
You're confusing Heart with Fleetwood Mac.
No, I love Heart.
You got to love an artist to listen to a song from beginning to end.
You're right. Let me say this: I don't listen to all of their stuff from beginning to end. I don't
listen to any of it from beginning to end.
Okay,
guys,
and now you're making me think about it.
And my favorite song of theirs, and I can't go all the way to the end, is "Landslide."
Oh, it is. That now I do go to the end on it.
I can't go all the way through it.
Rick the Chain. I don't.
I like that song, but I just won't listen to the whole thing.
Go Your Own Way.
I'd be all right if I never heard that again.
Rhiannon. Rhiannon.
Don't like witch songs. Don't like songs about witches.
Everywhere.
Rick. Huh? Oh, everywhere's terrible.
Let me tell you this.
The Chain.
The Chain's good.
Here's what I want you to do. Well, if you appreciate, because me and Adler's had a discussion. Lindsey Buckingham is one of the most underrated guitar players.
I will agree with that.
Phenomenal.
We're all on the same page there. Even
I didn't
Bubba.
like when he did his solo album and the song "Looking Out for Love."
No, I don't like that.
No. but he does a version. It's him on a acoustic, and he is wearing it out.
Yeah, he's a great
And
great
you need
guitar
to-
player.
and just listen to the guitar on it. You ain't got to listen to nothing else because singing's not that great. But
I can only hear Stevie Nicks sing so long.
I like Stevie's solo stuff better than I do with Fleetwood
All right,
Mac
let me ask you this.
stuff.
All right,
Wow.
the Chevy EV commercial that's got everywhere playing. Y'all like that song?
I don't.
Do you
It
find
gets in my
yourself
head.
singing a little bit?
I don't.
Everywhere. Huh?
I don't.
Rumors alone puts them in the top of all rock
One of the
bands
greatest
ever.
one of the biggest selling records of all time.
I didn't understand great music when that came out. I was kind of a goofy little kid, and they were winning like every award
I'm your
known to man on the
second-hand
Grammys, and all I could think about was how's Casey and the Sunshine Band being overlooked.
Right.
You're during that time. You're
Yeah.
right. That's
That's
where
funny.
I was.
Yeah.
But later,
Right.
I figured it out.
And this picture always bothered me.
That's a weird picture.
Can y'all like anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do we only
What?
take
When
two?
it comes to music, can y'all like
Oh
anything?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't listen to a whole song all the way through, Rick?
Not on Fleetwood Mac.
Rick, there's a lot of artists I'm that way.
That's
It's hard to get all the way through.
Go
How about
your own
the most
way.
songs I listen to, I don't listen all the way through. Now,
My
now that I
attention
think about it.
span has got to the point. I don't know when the last time I listened to a song.
Let's
all the way
say there's
through.
a song that has cool parts in it, and once those parts are done, I'll hit.
Y'all need medical intervention.
Yeah.
That is not
I
good.
know.
So you can
I got to
put
be
on-
honest with you. If a praise and worship song gives me the chorus too many times,
And they will.
I'm kind of like,
And
I
they
got
will.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Boy,
you
they
can't,
will.
you
Can we
can't-
get a little more melody, a little less chorus?
You
No.
can't put a artist on shuffle and just kind of cruise on down the road. You
I
constantly
can.
have to be messing with it.
Yep.
I do that with
the same
AC/DC.
way.
Okay.
I can listen to them.
Even if a song I like is going, I will go make sure there's not one that's better.
Yeah, I've been there too. That's
Right.
a great point.
And
you
I'll get
go,
back real
I like
quick.
this one, but what if I'm missing
Yeah,
something
what
I
if
really
I'm
like?
missing one?
And then you realize, wow, I got a 2-hour drive. I can calm down a little bit.
I've done that
Yes,
too.
y'all need to calm down.
Especially in the
Take
old
a
days when
breath-
it's just
take a
all
breath.
radio.
I've become a cranky old man. I'd rather hear some kind of talk.
I know. Right?
I want to hear somebody. I want to hear somebody talking about something.
How about Christmas songs?
I'm really done with Christmas songs.
Well, you had to.
You got to put them with beach songs.
It's December 1st. You're done with Christmas songs?
I just don't get that fired up about them.
We've discussed this on air, Rick. I'm not a huge Christmas song fan.
I know it. I mean, I like.
Robert, you had
I like
to listen
it.
to it going to the Apple store the other day to feel
now,
love.
Now, remember what you're asking me, Adler. I am not. I love the atmosphere of the fact that people have it on around me.
Yeah.
I just don't want to sit down and listen to it as in, man, I want to hear this song.
I wouldn't.
I
sit
like
down-
it being around me. I just don't want to commit to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't sit and
Okay.
listen. I wouldn't sit and
Alright.
listen to elevator music. But if I'm in the elevator, I go, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
I like the joy sounds of it all around me. A lot of jingling and all that. I love that.
Okay.
While I'm having
Is
a
it-
conversation
that's
with
good.
somebody, it's in the background.
Is there an artist that you don't really like their music, but their Christmas song you do like?
That's a great question.
George Michael.
Hate George that. Hate that
You
song.
like that Christmas?
Hate that song. If I could if I was king of the world, one of my
a woman
first
sang it, but-
acts would be to remove that George Michael Christmas song
Really?
off the planet.
This whole
It's a
time I
terrible
thought that was a
song.
woman singing.
That's
Yeah.
a terrible song. I
Well,
was
you were
joking.
close.
I was joking.
Can't stand Mariah Carey's Christmas song. Wish it
Oh,
didn't exist.
Everybody acts like that's the greatest.
Come on.
Wish it
What's
didn't
wrong with
exist.
you?
It's official. Y'all
Rick,
can't.
don't
Y'all
be
don't
the
have the
Grinch.
ability to like
I
anything.
like Kevin Derryberry's Away in the Manger. That I listened to it all the way through.
No, I don't believe you.
I do. Well, I
What's that
don't
got to do
anymore,
with-
but I used to.
Simon Cowell looks like a burn victim.
Rick and Bubba.
Today as well. Across the way, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive is standing by and ready to go. Speaking, of course, to the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Oh, heat wave.
Boy, that's high.
Boy, oh, heat. I'm telling you what, now, when you think about that there's a generation of children that never heard a heat wave,
I know.
it'll break your heart.
Rick, I tell you, you know how I feel about this. I literally cry every day.
Right.
That today's kids didn't get to grow up in the 80s. I mean, I openly weep that they do not understand. And I think the 80s was the first time we heard the lyric,
Well, what I wanted to say to you, if you were a teenager of the 80s, that means that even your young childhood, you got exposed to the great funk of the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
You had a little bit of that, too.
As you rolled into the 80s, you even got fed the late 70s and the Funketeers. I mean, we went right into the 80s with them.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and so, I mean, when you ask...
innovative stuff. Really innovative.
When you ask a young person, who performed Groove Line, Boogie Nights, and Always and Forever? And if they don't know it, it ought to break your heart. You know it?
Boogie Nights, I didn't think there was possibly a song that could ever be made any better than that.
I remember thinking when I saw, because we go get the singles, you know, to get the album was a big step out.
Oh, yeah.
But, buddy, when that singles would come out and you go into that record store and they'd have them all on the countdown.
And you couldn't drive, so you had to get your parents to carry you or hitch a ride. And I think it was Thursday.
Yes.
At Record Park when the new singles came out. And you were trying to stand there to get those new releases that you heard on the Countdown show.
And you thought to yourself, will there be enough copies?
Yeah.
I'd go to Newsom's.
And the top 10 was solid, but if you got down in 18, 19, 20, they might not have it.
No.
Or might not have enough copies.
No.
Oh, I remember going to Newsom's Music at the
Newsom's,
mall,
baby.
And they had the wall with the singles.
Yeah.
And you look, there's Boogie Nights.
And you thought to yourself,
I got the last one. Oh, there's Play That Funky Music.
I remember riding in the wood panel Vista Cruiser, Oldsmobile station wagon, thinking to myself, Mama, can you get there while there's still a copy of Boogie Nights?
Oh, I know.
You know? Golly, Mama, please.
Mama, please. There's just so many things Mama, I'd like to bring up with that, and I just.
Yeah. Mama, please let's don't get bogged down at JCPenney. Can I go into Newsom's on my own?
Yes. And you know the thing. Let me tell you the heartbreaker. The heartbreak of it all. Yeah. You find the song you wanted, they had a copy, you carry it home, and it skipped.
Oh. Well, that's what nickels were for. That's what nickels were for.
Coin the phrase, you can't have nothing.
How about this? Get you some Scotch tape, tape a nickel on top of that needle.
And it'd stay in there.
And let it ride.
You remember all the dust, even the good ones.
Oh, you had to get it.
Yeah.
Golly. I got home with some singles before that you had to take back. That was a terrible feeling.
Yeah, it was.
Because you planned your whole day on getting in your room and listening to it.
Rick, think about the music. The music we listened to was a reproduction of a diamond-tipped needle running through a valley of vinyl, bouncing around, and that was how we got our music.
And it's coming back.
And it's back. Five minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. SimplySafeBubba.com. Yep, now more than ever, I hate to be a Debbie Downer because there's so many wonderful things about this most wonderful time of year. But you know what's a bad, Bubba?
What's that, Rick?
Burglars love it too. Doggone stupid burglars. I mean, you can't even
go shopping at your house.
You can't even have a Christmas season without somebody trying to steal something from you.
No.
So Simply Safe, but I'd love to just catch them one time, wouldn't you? And just one time, and just do what their mama should have done when they were little. SimplySafeBubba.com. Right now, the #1 rated security system is available for you. Home should be where you and your family feel safest, okay? Especially this time of year. It's the most wonderful time of year. So simplysafebubba.com. Right now they're offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology. Bubba, that's an industry exclusive. Hello, trademark. They capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Look, our law enforcement people, they a lot of time gets wasted on false alarms. Not with a Simply Safe Bubba system, because they have the video verification technology, so you can see that this is a real break-in, and you get help quicker. So they also have advanced sensors for every room, not just some rooms, every window, every door, and the monitoring costs less than $1 a day. That's about half what ADT wants to charge you. Plus, they have hazard sensors, immediately detects fire, flooding, so we forget about that sometimes. Break-in, sure, that makes you feel creepy, but you know what? What about property damage because somebody didn't catch a leak? But with these sensors, they catch it quick. Frozen pipes, that ever been a problem for you? It'll catch that too. So you can arm and disarm it how you want to with their app anytime, anywhere. If you need a gas needs to be let in or somebody needs to get there to do some work or whatever. SimplySafeBubba.com. Get yours right now and get 40% off. That's SimplySafeBubba.com. Also, there's a link right there under sponsors.
How about I have a sensor in my hot water heater pan because at this new house, it's in the attic, which I've never had one in the attic, which scared me because everything, it's going to come down.
Trouble you a little bit?
Yeah, come down on you. And I'm not in the attic a lot, by the way. So I need that sensor. And we have Bubba went out and bought a home security system for the 12 working days of Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
That's always a very popular item, and I get good feedback from whoever wins it.
Gift number 1 coming up at any point on the show today.
You never know.
Bubba, Trent Dilfer, that rumor's now been confirmed.
How about that? The new head coach at UAB. And Rick, this is a little bit of history we share with Trent Dilfer. We saw him in person win a Super Bowl.
We did. We did. Or, as I like to put it, we watched the Ravens defense win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Rick,
Well,
that's true.
Hey, if you're the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team, you know what? You're the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team.
You got the ring, and you know what you did? Your role on the team.
That's right.
I actually watched his team that he coached this year play this year against Thompson.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Did they play this?
Yeah, they beat Thompson. It was a close game. It was a Lipscomb Academy out of Tennessee.
It says they play in a championship game up there in Chattanooga tonight.
Yeah, I think they won it last year, too.
So Trent Dilfer will come to UAB.
Not only did he help guide the Ravens to a Super Bowl title in 2000,
But I saw it.
He was 7-1 as a starter in his lone season with the Ravens. He also played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Seattle Seahawks, Cleveland Browns, and San Francisco 49ers. He was a Pro Bowler in 1997 with the Buccaneers. He also served as an NFL analyst for ESPN. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously he's had success as a high school coach. Don't know how that will translate to college, but I will say this. As far as a pedigree, I've been there, done that. I've been a Pro Bowler. I've won a Super Bowl. I had a winning record as a starter, and I've played on several pro teams, so I know how their organizations work. You can't say he doesn't have the experience.
Well, and plus he's also been very successful at the coaching he's already done.
Yep.
So
his
now,
team they were well coached. And again, I don't know how that's going to translate on the next level. And like I say, his other experience and in the pro game and all that's going to help out, and with the Elite 11 that he did for years.
Yeah,
but his team was very well.
There's some coaches that win everywhere they go, no matter the level. Then there's some that they're really good in one genre but not good in another.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think, if I'm a quarterback and Trent Dilfer is telling me how to do it, and he's done it and won a Super Bowl, it's probably pretty good advice.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I would do if I was Lipscomb. Isn't that where he's from?
Academy.
I'd go hire Taylor Burgess tomorrow.
Well, there we go.
That's what I would do. I'm not trying to tell them what to do.
Trying to get it off.
But if they want to win championships, continue to do so, that's where I would
What
be.
I do.
And you know who I'd hire next?
I'd have somebody in Alabaster today.
Oh, boy.
You know who I'd hire next to go with him? Michael Helms.
There it is.
That's right.
Because he's on his way out anyway.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
See, I'm trying. That was a great
No, it's
compliment
good.
to your
Somebody
family,
said-
and y'all
It
just
was.
turned it
Somebody
back on me.
had
Hey, sorry about that.
Somebody had a
World.
great idea on the 12 working days
Sorry
of
about
Christmas. We could give away Helmsy's spot on the Good Time Gang since he's leaving.
That's right.
That
Give
would
away
be
your
a
job.
gift.
Yeah, that
My
would be
dad
good.
actually just left me a voicemail. You know when your parents call you during the commercial?
that's
Mac Daddy's now getting in on it. He's like, "Can Jay have your job?"
Hey,
That's funny.
Have it. My dad has not. I didn't know
he-
my dad knew
well-
how to leave a voicemail.
Well,
Okay.
if Jay takes your job, will he still do the W-2 capitalist?
I don't know. That's a question you have to ask Jay. But I'm not leaving, so that's a moot point at this point.
We have till Monday though.
That's right. I was trying to compliment you not on the leaving. I mean, when you were a baseball coach, you did well. Now you're coaching tennis, so you may be one of those people who can coach anything.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But you got to be. I'm not as passionate. I know this is sad to say. I don't even want to say it in the microphone. I'm not as passionate in that sport as I am others. You got to have the passion to want to do it, so that's why
I don't know how anybody coaches these kids today. But anyway,
Dealing with a lot.
How about this, Greg? I'm officially the crotchety
You notice
old man.
it. You notice, but you notice it got real
today.
silent after you said it because everybody in here agrees.
How about this
today?
So, and I have to keep putting them up because people will steal. But Sherry and I have these 2 rocking chairs that when we're down at the farm, we put out there on the porch.
Yeah, I love a rocking
And
chair.
I sat in
More than ever.
I sat in the rocking chair and I said, you know what? This is the stage of life I'm in. I'm gonna practice. And I got up and started screaming at kids to get out of the yard. Get out of the yard, you little dweeb.
How'd it go?
Wow, went to it.
Calling your parents.
And then nobody was there. I was just practicing.
Yeah.
But no, the ones that can do it, man, my hat's off to you. I don't think I have the countenance for the athlete and the young person of today. I'm not sure.
It's a different world.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with trying to reach and disciple men. I think that's a better genre for me. They're frustrating enough, but
in a funny way, Rick, and I know you don't like this term, but it makes you a life coach.
Oh boy.
No, he doesn't like that.
Wow.
Well, I know you're having to think about it for a minute.
Eternal life.
There you go.
Yeah,
well, that's part of this life.
But I like to see it more as a disciple of Jesus than life coach. He said, "Be a
I
disciple."
just knew that term just raked you, so I wanted to throw it out there and watch you think about it for a minute.
I'm pointing to the creator of life. You know what I mean? So I'm.
We are now, we're in life.
Yeah.
So if you're helping people in life, you're a life.
What I'm saying is, I can't help you, but I tell you who can. The ultimate.
We can point you to the ultimate coach.
Yeah. I tell you,
he's in the press box.
Yeah, he's got the power to change people like you and me. Nobody else could. So anyway, but be disciples, make disciples. Pretty straightforward. So
I'm wishing that UAB football is not an experiment. I mean, they're pretty well established. Bill Clark and Coach Vincent left them in really good shape. So what Trent is inheriting,
Vincent would get a shot.
I did too.
What's that?
Coach Vincent. I would like to see him get a
shot.
Yeah.
But you know about Coach Vincent.
Oh, well, Taylor was on the staff when they were there.
Oh, really? He was there then? I didn't know he was there then.
Kind of seen him work.
I thought you got on the wave or something.
I know, Rick.
I didn't know he was there. You've explained it.
Look, I mean, you were pushing Coach Cadillac. I get it.
Yeah. Most everybody I talk to, we don't really know how to feel. It's like I don't know how to feel. It's like
kind of the way it was on campus yesterday.
Trent, the name and
it really was.
And his
well, y'all hurting Trent Dilfer's feelings.
Kind of the way it was on campus yesterday.
Everybody loves
somebody that was there.
Everybody get fired up about me. Is he the Cadillac of UAB?
Everybody was yes.
Okay,
so really good.
Look,
yes.
No, I'm not going to say.
Well, but I mean,
he's UAB's Cadillac.
Well, he had coordinator experience and stuff. I mean,
is he going to
well
keep? Is he going to keep his Cadillac?
I have no idea, but I'm just saying Trent Dilfer's name and his pedigree and all that. It has a lot of clout with it, so you're not like but it's like you don't really know what to think.
That's
or how
it.
to feel.
It wasn't that.
So y'all don't want Dilfer.
No one was negative yesterday that I was around. Nobody was
Greg,
negative. They just didn't know what to do with it. They were like, interesting.
I'm
I'll
just
tell you
saying,
what, if he doesn't win, it's on him because he's left with a good team.
I'll tell you, now you already negative.
I'm just saying.
I'm just telling
that
you.
was Speedy.
I mean,
yeah, it was me.
His only coach, and again,
now Greg's weighing in.
His is a little different because of his NFL ties and all this stuff. But if you just look at coaching, I mean, he's coached high school for a couple of years, and you're going to give him that job, and that's fine. I mean, heck, if you're going to hire a high school coach, hire Mark Freeman. I mean, he's right here in town.
Well, now that is true.
I mean,
how about this? I will say this: I didn't know y'all had this kind of feeling.
Well,
I didn't know our Blazers was going to be. Did you?
I will
Is that
say
why you
this.
wanted to do the story?
Straight up. I will say this.
I noticed he brought it up.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
I will say this: my feeling is I don't know how to feel. I just know how I felt about Coach Vincent. I like him.
I'll tell you, I like him on when he's been an analyst on ESPN.
Again, and that's great. But
he's a great film guy.
But I will say this: his team that I saw. Now this is a high school level. Now they're good and they had some players, but extremely disciplined, and they were well coached.
We've seen him get on a player too.
Yeah,
that video went viral of him eating that kid up. It was disrespectful. I'm all about that.
And I'm sure he's going to do a great job.
I don't know why y'all don't like him, but I mean, maybe he'll do a good job.
I guess it just came out of left field, and I know with the AD Mark Ingram, this was something that he obviously knew something about, and if it's a great formula, then he's going to look like.
But Stadium Man don't like it.
He's going to look brilliant. No, I didn't say I don't like it. I'm just saying I don't know how to feel because I like Vincent and I wasn't sure if he was going to get the gig. And then when everybody raise your hand, all right, if you were surprised by this hire, raise your hand.
Yeah, we all were.
All right, that's all I'm saying.
When it was announced, I mean, you hadn't heard that rumor.
No,
I mean
nothing.
It was
and on the high school level in Tennessee, he's very accomplished. Well, they've been for the fourth time to the state championship in a row.
I'm not sure how long he's been there, but yeah, his team look. But again, it's just surprising. But now you got to understand when you're at one of these smaller colleges that's trying to, a recognizable name is good. But now
splash, you need a splash. They got to splash.
Like UAB's running backs, like leading the nation in rushing yards and stuff. I mean, it's a very established program.
Rick Stadium guy don't like it, and Blaze doesn't like it either.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
For all we know, this is how Watch is going to shut the program down again.
I said I didn't know how to feel about it.
It's very comparable to the Jeff Saturday thing, and that's been a huge discussion.
I think Dilfer is way more qualified than Jeff Saturday.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like that either.
Did he win again this week?
Saturday he had coached a youth team.
1-1.
Somebody was talking about he blew some. No, he
didn't take a timeout or something. Late in the game, they lost.
All right, so Dilfer's coming to UAB and everybody's
NFL.
Well, no, I don't know how to feel.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People love it again.
I know. I have this discussion with the vinyl people sometimes, and I understand the collector's aspect of it, but really that's all it is to me. The sound quality now to me is just so much better. Now, it wasn't always. First, digital had its problems starting out.
Right, sure, they all do.
And it was a little hard.
I don't know if you've heard the original vinyl. It wasn't very good.
No.
And it got better.
Yeah, but it's just a mechanical way of doing it, and it has a lot of problems.
Well, I think, and I don't know enough about
the
it.
Static, the hiss.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to make a big stand, but to me, it's how it's recorded is more important than how you're hearing it. Right? I mean, wouldn't that be where you get the sound from?
You can't have a better playback than you had recording. That's
right. Yeah.
That's impossible.
Now, if you want to talk about digital recording versus the
tape,
the tape,
analog,
then we can talk about that.
Well, and there's some people that still think the tape is better.
I do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, there's a lot of those.
I'm in that camp.
No, I'm not.
I'm
not
absolutely
now.
in that camp.
Maybe at one time.
There's a warmness there.
No, let me tell you where the problem was on that. It was the preamps on the microphones. When they went away from the tube microphones initially, that created a harshness. They didn't have that warm.
Yeah.
But I think they fixed those curves now, those algorithms. It's much better. I think so. It's up for debate, Rick. Who knows?
16 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be back.
It's all in the ear of the beholder.
More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I hate to do this after we started the hour and the things we've said on this program. We have Steve calling who wants to take issue with something we've said.
And, Rick, we got a lot of big issues to cover.
Yeah, I know we do. Steve, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
I understand that I understand you'd like to take issue with something.
Good morning, Steve.
Well, not directly an issue, but you guys missed the greatest era of music, the late 60s and early 70s, the 8-track tape. You put it in, it's messed
garbage.
Garbage.
Steve,
we came in 8-track.
Steve, I was in the 8-track generation, okay? And I'm going to tell you, the first time you listen to an 8-track and you start going, why can't I rewind? I mean, you go, what is wrong with this thing?
Steve,
you think whoever invented that must have been nuts.
Steve, you had to time it by what track.
I know.
You shouldn't have to have the song not finished yet on track 3
and
have to wait for track 4 to finish it.
You know what I like, Steve, is that sound it made. Ching, ching. You know, when
Yeah. Look, any device you have to wedge cardboard in the groove to make it not drag.
Yeah. The Commodore should have never been. The Commodore shouldn't have been treated that way.
No.
No. It was a lot of fun, though. Just, and listening to y'all talk brought back memories and everything.
Yeah.
Because I remember my first 8-track.
Yes.
I had a portable one.
Proud of
Yeah.
everything.
Oh yeah. The first time you could play music when you wanted to hear it, it was such a big deal. And I remember when the cassette came out, I thought, well, this is just it won't get any better than this.
Well, I remember Donnie Blackwell.
If you didn't mind his.
Yeah, Donnie Blackwell in his Toyota.
No, Honda Prelude.
Honda Prelude showed up out at the public pool, and he had Funky Town on cassette.
That was the first cassette player I ever saw in a vehicle.
And he had his vehicle speakers like he locked them, and he said, "Everybody come here, everything's changing today."
Yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself, you can rewind that and go back and hear that again.
And there was no ka-chunk in the middle of it.
I thought to myself, well, sound will never get better than this cassette.
That's so true. Oh, well, you guys have a great day.
Thank you,
I'm about to
Steve.
pull up here, go to work.
Steve, listen, Steve, I want to ask you one other thing.
What,
Steve, one other question. Do you remember when you got a cassette and you thought how great it was, and the first time the thing ate it?
Yes,
you started hearing this. It sounded like it was funny. You tried to eject it, and it's just.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's tape. It was like there was 3 miles of tape in there.
Well, you know how
you just had to cut it out.
Yes. You lay down and get down and look at it and everything. It was.
And then
it was fun.
then this was the problem. Hey, did the machine eat the tape, or was it a bad tape?
I know.
Because you think, am I going to risk putting another one in there?
Well, let me go again. Do you remember taking a pencil and putting it in there when we get off track and you try to wind it a few times, get it back tight?
You get it out and you try to wind it back up.
Yeah.
And it was all creased and stuff.
These kids today, they don't know what they don't know what it's like to work for music, do they? You got to work for it.
No.
It is 8 minutes to the top. It's the Rick and Bubba Show today. Gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas. And gift number 1 will happen at some point on the program today. So we had such a good time. Hey! All right, if you're looking to get the new Rick and Bubba CD, Where's the Bathroom? 2 ways to do that. One, if you want just a CD, then they're there, rickandbubba.com. Click on the store. Also, we've restocked some other items that we were low on in the store. So plenty of great gift ideas there for the Rick and Bubba fan on your Christmas list or for yourself. If you'd like to get it out of the digital world and you want to be able to download it, it's coming to Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, Tidal, SoundCloud, Deezer. We think on December the 9th. But you can pre-save it right now with the link we have at rickandbubba.com and show notes, and that way when it's ready to go, it'll be there. So you can do that too. All right, so Greg, I have now that you've joined us, congratulations again with my nephew, your son, Taylor Burgess, Coach Freeman, and the staff at Thompson High School in Alabama for winning their 4th state championship in a row. And we talked about you and Bubba being there. You've made your way back to the show. But there's this ongoing thing, and I'm going to ask you, Greg, to please release the pressure on this fine man.
I know it, Rick.
So we do the Wednesday Bible study. By the way, I ran the numbers on that. We have been doing that Bible study on just about every Wednesday, every year in the Rick and Bubba studio, either the last one or this one, that when we get to September of 2023, it will be 10 years.
Wow.
That we've been doing it.
Really?
Yeah, that we're in the 9th year of doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Good
night. So, yeah, it goes quick. But so anyway, well, in recent years, a fine man, Don Day, as we talked about.
I call him Dandy Don Day.
Named after legendary Montgomery on-air talent.
Yes.
But it's not the same one. But anyway, so he
works some peanuts like that guy used to work in radio.
Right. Looking back, I bet he looks at it as a mistake. He brought delicious dry roasted peanuts.
Remember, he was trying to dial it in on how we like it, and he got it.
You got mad for some reason.
Got it perfect. Because I like mine not burnt, but just kind of towards burnt.
Right.
Like they're thinking about being burnt, but they're not.
You're not
and
helping.
He found it.
All you're doing is applying more pressure.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
He'll do that to you.
Now
I call him the king of peanuts.
Bubba, we researched it, and we can find a couple of people, so we don't know who to credit this with, but he continues to live. I don't know whoever said no good deed goes unpunished, but whoever said that, it was absolutely spot on, and it's been credited to more than one person. But,
there's no doubt.
But anyway. So he kept dropping them, and he was really bringing them. I want to go back to his original intent for me, okay? So
I forgot that.
Right,
Well,
bring,
I'm your brother's
bring the teacher a gift, kind of a kind thing.
Yeah, I got that.
So anyway, I knew you liked him, and I knew that Bubba liked him, and some of the other guys.
Ate the whole bag.
So
I'm nowhere on the level of Greg.
Nobody is.
I was riding in that sidecar.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, because he's your eating buddy, so he was sharing with you.
Yeah, I was.
So, anyway, Greg started kind of being a little militant about it, like he expected it every Wednesday.
Wait a minute.
Greg, where's Peanuts?
Okay.
And so anyway, and Don, being a kind man, thought, well, I need to keep doing this because I'll let Greg down. And so
keep doing it and keep doing it.
I knew it was trouble when one time he had to miss, and I thought he was concerned about missing the Bible study.
Well, I'm sure he was.
And he was like, "Hey man, just want you to know I'm missing won't be here Wednesday." I said, "Okay, I'll see him at church on Sunday." And he had kind of a fear face on almost, and I was like, "Don, that's cool. I mean, we archive it, and people miss from time to time. I mean, it's hard to make it every week." No, what I'm worried about is I'm not going to be able to bring you peanuts. and I was like, he goes, so can you pass that along to Greg? And so I was like, Don, don't worry about that. So anyway, he's missed a couple of weeks, which Greg has made.
No,
I'd like to see you reach out to.
Him mad or something.
I wish you would reach out to the men when they miss and be concerned about they missed a Bible study, not that one guy forgot to bring you peanuts. Okay,
hey, Rick, I wanted to know about both things.
Right. So anyway,
it was a duel.
So really, yesterday may have been the worst scenario of all.
Oh no,
he came to the Bible study.
I was hoping they were here.
Well, sometimes people will stand and they might want to have a word with me. They want to tell me things we can pray for. Here, this was my takeaway today. Want to make you aware of this. And I think, well, that's what Don is doing.
Yeah.
And Greg, I walk over and he's standing there. He said, "Hey, I just want you to know I didn't bring any peanuts." And I was like, Don, nobody. You don't have to bring peanuts.
It's all right.
This is not. Wednesday should be I'm going to my Bible study, not Wednesdays when I need to have the peanuts ready. Okay.
Well, you can do more than one thing.
Right. And he said, I just can't find the right size those Redskin ones anymore. I've got those jumbos.
They're
now.
good. The jumbos are fine.
And
bring them on,
Greg. This is. Maybe can I just hang them on the door like sometime this week when I get them done? And I was like, Don, no, don't make
Greg, that work.
don't make another trip over here to bring those peanuts to
those
Greg.
Big ones, if he gets them nearly burnt like I like them.
Greg, can you tell him this? Because he's worried that you don't like the jumbos.
Oh, I do. I like the jumbos, and you don't have to worry about red things on your teeth.
So you're okay with jumbo?
Oh yeah, as long as Rick, he's got the roasting part just dialed in. But he don't need to do that. He don't have to bring it. How about this twice a month?
Bubba, he brings it up every time like he's worried about it.
Rick, what if we negotiate down to twice a month?
How about if you feel
I'll start paying him.
Don't do that. He likes making peanuts. I don't think he expected to be put into some sort of labor force.
I think he needs to start his own.
I mean, what's he working for Foxconn now?
Right. Yeah. I will say this because they weren't in here last week either. But I will say on my way in, I was thinking it's okay if he didn't, but boy, I wish Don had dropped a couple off because I was kind of hankering for him.
Well, and I think he knew that, but Greg, now he thinks it's better to not be here at all than to come and not have peanuts. I mean, we can't. You can't let that happen.
We got to change that narrative.
Of course, after a big championship, that'd been awesome.
Oh, Rick, all I can think about.
That and coffee.
That and coffee.
Yeah. Celebrate Dilfer's hire.
Yeah. I mean, Bubba's excited about it.
Top of the hour. So, will you tell him you're okay?
Don is fine.
Rick and Bubba.
I think that's why they're so soft.
Yeah. Thank you
I'm
very much.
The day that they added the feature where you could push play and rewind at the same time, and when it got to the front of the song, it would automatically hit play without having to listen. Yeah. We used to have to rewind, stop, listen. When they added that feature, I thought, well, it don't get no better than that.
But, you think about different platforms. I do recall this vividly. And he's gone on. He's gone on in now. It was Glenn Thompson, and I remember being the kid on the football team that was on varsity but wasn't old enough to drive yet, and so one of the older guys have to give you a ride.
No, is that Big Glenn?
Big Glenn,
the blonde?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
Going on in?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know
He
that.
passed away. So he was he said, Burge, you can ride with me today. And I thought, well, first of all, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm riding with an upperclassman.
Uh-huh.
And I remember on 8-track, and I'm sad to say this, I had never heard Freebird live version. Never had. And he had it on 8-track, and we were rolling out to Oxford Lake, and I'll never ever forget the first time I heard Freebird, and I thought to myself, who's been keeping this from me? and I on an 8-track tape, and I remember hearing the live version, and I still am repulsed by the recorded version. The recorded version of Freebird is nowhere near as good as the live version of Freebird. I mean, the live version, that particular capture, you know, like we went back to this, it all goes back to the capture. That capture is so superior to whatever they tried to throw together in the studio on Freebird. It ain't even close.
No.
I mean, it
that
ain't
organ?
Yes. And I was just like, Glenn, tell me about this song and tell me where it came from.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Yeah, and I just remember just sitting there. We had our sunglasses on. We didn't think anything could get better as we just sang Freebird.
Do you know where that one was done? The one that
live
was,
at the Fox.
Was it the Fox?
Yeah, Atlanta, baby.
1976.
Oh yes.
Live at the Fox.
Yeah, the live version is so much better than the recorded version. It's almost like you got an animal trapped.
Yeah, it comes out of that organ.
Yeah, it's not good.
I don't acknowledge that version.
I don't either. So, but then it's the opposite. The recorded version of Sweet Home Alabama is superior to any live version I've ever heard.
Yeah,
so, you know,
because,
it's
it turned it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you know, it's all different. And of course, that the capture is what it's all about. How was it recorded?
Listen, this is funny too. I was telling the
what
kids
song
this.
is it you want to hear? I mean, come on.
I told the kids this one time. They didn't believe me. I said, you know, you would start a song, and it didn't matter what it was on. It could have been cassette, 8-track, you know, record, whatever. You turned the volume up till you heard the hiss. And then you knew you had it about right. You was ready for the music to start.
That's exactly right.
But when the digital stuff came along, and I know with mini discs, they had a warning on it. Do not turn this up waiting on the music to start.
Because there's no hiss.
Because there was no hiss at all. Yeah. And people were turning it wide open, and it would hit and just about, you know, take an ear off. Yeah.
I remember having the stereo where you listen to the radio. And, of course, everything had been AM radio as I was growing up.
Yeah.
And the first time, and I'll never forget it, the thing where you searched the FM dial had a light on it.
Yeah.
And it would illuminate when you had a good signal.
When the stereo kicked in.
Yeah, when the stereo kicked in, that light would light up on whatever that
stereo light.
Yeah. And I remember hearing.
And both channels would come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, I'm just so fortunate to live in such a time.
Yeah, there's a little signal in there that the receiver has to hear to flip on the two channels.
But
and,
you know whatever that little thing was that you would go try to find the frequency.
Yeah.
And when it would find stereo, it would illuminate red.
Yeah.
I thought
it's when it would get that signal inside the FM signal telling it to turn on both channels.
And I remember I thought to myself, well, that right there,
that's dandy.
Whoever came up with that light of goodness was a good person. And I thought, so this is.
Did you have the one that you know? We had the big stereo with a knob you turned, and it had strings, and it pulled basically a line across the dial back and forth.
Yeah, that was, and then it would light up when it got on.
Ours
stereo.
had an independent light over there because not all of them were stereo to begin with.
Well, we had, you know, I guess Daddy had got a raise. The actual stick would light up on the top. You know what I mean? As opposed
right
to over
after
on
you got paneling and carpet.
Right. I thought, well, I guess this is why after that aqua green shag carpet, I guess we rolling now.
Here we go.
Daddy had a good season. That 10-0 was good too.
Hands on.
You can say that we're all wrong. You can say I don't belong.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. How are you? Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. A brand new hour begins now, and we could have the first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas happening within this hour. Yep, we're boxing her in now, pun intended. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, let's get into, it's almost like daily now. We got to have our Biden clips.
Yep. It's like a daily vitamin.
Hey, got to have our Biden clips.
Where to go?
Does anybody knows a Basement Joe? Basement Joe. Well, he and Jill have been visiting Native American tribes. And so,
now, what is the purpose of this? Is there
It's a Tribal Nations Summit, I
yeah.
think.
And he's claiming, you'll see in some of the clips, he's there to tell them how much he's done for him. I don't know what that is, but he said he has. But let's get started with a very, very awkward classic Biden, where he begins to discuss how much Indian he has in him. So here,
He looks like an Indian.
Yeah, doesn't he though? Yeah, all right, so here we go.
Start building a second school and revitalize the use of the Cherokee language. By the way, she spent a lot of time on other reservations, other nations as well. I'm worried she's not going to come home one of these days when she goes. You think I'm joking? I'm telling you. If I hear more about the Navajos than I hear about me, y'all think I'm kidding, don't you?
That's his new thing.
He says
Y'all
a
think
lot.
I'm kidding? Yeah, he says it a ton.
I'm serious. So you think
Y'all think I'm kidding? Y'all think I'm kidding?
There was this guy named Billy Jack that used to come to the Indian school. You remember the Billy Jack? Y'all remember that?
Yes, we do.
Welcome back.
And he said, Joey. Next,
Me and Billy Jack met one time.
Next, he's telling the tribes no one's ever done as much as he has for them.
All right.
So that's here we go.
And I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but you know me. Don't hesitate to correct me when I make it. And I know you won't hesitate.
Yeah.
But I really mean it. I really mean it. Well, I tell you what, no one's ever done as much as president as this administration is doing, period.
What?
No one has ever done as much as president as I'm
Okay,
currently
as
doing.
president as this administration.
That's what I meant.
Let's hear it one more time, Adler.
Okay.
He wants.
No, he's right.
And he's serious. He's not joking. I'm
right.
serious.
He wants us to know that. I'm not
kidding you.
I'm not kidding you.
I'm serious.
And I'm sure I'll make mistakes, but you know me. Don't hesitate to correct me when I make it. And I know you won't hesitate. But I really mean it. I really mean it. Well, I tell you what, no one's ever done as much as president as this administration is doing, period.
Nobody's
He
ever
nearly
done as
said-
much as president as this
He
administration.
nearly
does.
said this fella.
Yeah, he did.
He said nobody's
I don't
done
know
as much.
if you heard too. He said if I make a mistake, let me know, and they clapped. And then somebody was trying to make a point.
He said, I know that's right. The person, the heckler.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, and I know you'll let me know. I know that's right.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you why.
Seriously, I'm serious. He's like you and Rodney Dangerfield do. I get no respect, no respect. He
No
kept saying it
respect
between
here.
each line.
Right.
That's what he does.
Fiddling with his tie.
Yeah, no respect.
Bubba, I think this may be your favorite today. Okay, he's gonna attempt to say that he's going to restore national monuments. I guess that, and what he's supposed to say is the grand staircase. Is it Escalante? Is that how you say it?
Oh boy. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it.
So grand staircase Escalante. And he's going to call it Bear's Ears, and the grand staircase Escalade, like a car. So
Not the Escalade.
Yeah. So here we go.
Last year at the White House, when I restored national monuments at Bears Ears and the Grand Staircase Escalade in Utah.
Bears Ears.
Escalade.
Okay.
He's not kidding.
He's not kidding.
Serious. I no respect. I'm not kidding.
And I'm just
Nobody's
saying.
done more than this fella.
You know,
No, I'm not kidding.
Not joking.
And it's the next cut. This has really been in the headlines today. The White House, the press secretary, said that Biden had been to the border, but he's never visited the southern border.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean, they just what are they referring to? I mean, surely they're not that goofy, right?
I think Jean-Pierre now realizes, look, I think I'm just going to say what I have to say to get y'all to quit asking me stuff.
Get off of me.
Yeah, because we're gonna have her say that he's been to the border, which he hasn't, and then we're gonna go back to 2021, and they're gonna say, and then you remember he hadn't been there because he ain't got time. Remember that? He said he didn't have a lot of time. You remember that one?
Yeah.
Of course, to the tribes. But then they documented that in his first year in office that he took 268 days off.
Well, isn't that the thing? She says he's been there, but then he says I've never been. Right.
And I don't have time for it.
Yeah. Let's see these clips.
Kevin McCarthy says that he invited President Biden down to the border. How does the president RSVP? We know.
Fake laughing, trying to get an answer.
Really? The possible next speaker says that he wants him to go with him, so is he going to?
So, look, he's been there. He's been to the border.
What? Maybe in his life or like recently.
No, we're not talking about a vacation back in the 60s.
Yeah,
Right,
no, he's been in politics a long time. He may have been there once.
My goodness, I've been to the border that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think they mean in an official.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah,
recently.
He thought he did. He
But
was
now
at the Canadian border.
Let's listen to what Biden says about it.
Do you have plans to visit the southern border?
I've been there before, and I haven't. I mean, I know it well. I guess I should go down, but the whole point of it is I haven't had a whole hell of a lot of time to get down.
Okay.
Really?
268 days.
You don't have to cuss about it.
Yeah. 268 days on vacation.
What a difference in his ability to speak during that town
Just
hall.
even then, yeah.
What, 2 years ago? When was that?
A little over a year
that was
ago.
2021.
Yeah,
Big difference.
So a year and a few months ago.
That's like when I watch them videos from shows of the past and I see us up there. It's tough comparing.
That reminder, Greg.
It's a little rough, isn't it?
Guys,
We have an age. Oh my goodness! Side by side.
Speedy, I don't think can watch this clip.
Oh, boy.
Here's a clip of Joe Biden hanging out with his wife and LL Cool J at some kind of Christmas event. He doesn't know where to go.
You got to get off.
Joe
this.
Biden does not know where to go.
See you, Speedy.
And he brings the mic with him as well. Why does he bring the mic with him?
He likes that mic. He's not going to let it go.
About to sing.
Get you a look.
Confused.
Shadow.
Waving. LL Cool J saying, "Please walk with me, sir, please." And brings the mic with him. Why does he have the mic with him?
Still got it.
Did y'all?
Still have
He
it.
loves that mic. He loves it.
Did y'all happen to
There's one on the podium, but he never uses it.
Yeah. Then he's leaving.
It's nighttime,
LL
too.
Cool J is humming. I'm the kind of guy. Did y'all see the Jeff Dunham special where Walter is acting like he's Biden?
So he acknowledges it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, on Dunham's special.
Yes.
I've seen clips, but I've never seen the special.
You know, there's a word or two in it. They're few and far between, but it is pretty funny.
Well, I mean, it looks just like him,
and he makes him act just like him too. Now, of course.
So he's openly making fun of the president.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh wow, he put aviators on him too. That
Yeah.
that really brings it home.
It does look like him.
Yeah, it does.
That brings it home.
I'm not joking. It does.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Is there audio? Is this a video clip? Can you hear what he
found a
said?
picture.
I'm
real
serious.
quick.
I'm serious too.
Yeah, I'm serious. I mean, I'm not joking, Bubba.
Serious business.
But I'm serious about it. I'm not joking. There's no joke here.
I'm serious.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I mean, you guys, yeah, and it's that's that thing of attempting to gather yourself.
Yeah,
I mean, it's.
By the way, did you guys know that last month on the 20th, Joe Biden turned 80 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you notice that the White House didn't really do any fanfare for that? It's almost as if they don't want us to realize how old he is.
They're trying to sneak his birthday past everybody.
Yes. They didn't talk about it one bit.
Yeah.
He's going to go for another term. Don't worry about it.
I'm serious.
He'll be
150.
Yeah, 86. If he runs and finishes out a whole nother term, he'll be 86. That's by far the oldest by a decade of any president ever. But he's in such good shape. Not a joke.
Well, and he's almost like that guy that keeps like hogging something, and you want to tell people, will you please quit? You've had your turn. Let somebody else have a turn. I mean, how much more does he want to work in the government? I mean, you're hogging it. Let somebody else have a turn.
Get off that trough.
Bogart. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How you doing? I'm great. How are you, sir?
what's going on with the Olympics? Well, he has his finger on the pulse of what's happening in the Winter Olympics.
I'm good. How you guys this morning?
Well, as you can tell, fired up. We're ready. We're ready to go.
Okay.
All right. What is that,
Chris?
Chris, what's that noise?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's from my phone. All my alerts just coming in all of a sudden. So
All your alerts are coming in all of a sudden. Well, how many alerts do you have?
Too many.
What are
that even mean?
What are all these?
Somebody
alerts?
texting you?
No, it's all these sports alerts I get. I'm like from ESPN, Yahoo Sports.
Rick, he's there at the sports desk.
Oh, you're right. He's at the sport. I'll tell you what he is, Bubba. So, look, they're all going back there. It gets everybody going. Tell you what, we're going to throw those out all day today. All right, so Chris, are you ready? Are you ready for your 60-second Winter Olympic update?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
And go.
From the games from Pyeongchang, South Korea, Team USA and their men's hockey team rebounded tremendously from yesterday as they played Slovakia last night, and they won 2-1 as Ryan Donato's 2 goals was the difference. Chris Bork had 2 assists, and Ryan Salavsky, the goaltender, made 21 stops in the game. The next opponent for Team USA is the Olympic athletes from Russia. A couple of programming notes before anybody is wondering. Both curling teams, the men's and women's, are going on today. The men's will take on Denmark, and the women's team will take on the Olympic athletes from Russia. Hopefully we do well in curling. And in the total medals race right now, Norway has retaken the lead from Germany. They have 19 overall total medals. Germany right behind with 15.
10 seconds, Chris. 10 seconds.
Canada has 13, Netherlands has 12, USA still stuck at 5, but Austria has come to tie them at 8 apiece. Team USA will do a good show next week in order to be considered to take over the medals race overall.
Chris, you were 10 seconds over.
Oh.
It's a Friday, Rick.
I noticed you spent 40 seconds on hockey.
Well, he loves hockey, don't you, Chris? You love hockey.
You tell where his heart is.
It is. His heart's right there on that puck.
16-1.
Chris's heart is the size of a hockey puck.
Yeah, they're still in it, Chris.
So they still got hope?
Yeah, they got some hope. They'll have to win their next game, though. But I got some hope. I'm not going to give up on them just yet.
So, and who,
you got to have hope.
Who do the men's team? Who do they play next?
They played the Olympic athletes from Russia.
By the way, can we
call Team Russia though?
Am I the only people that's bothered by that?
I am bothered.
What does that change? I mean, well, it's
Nothing.
Look, I know that they're the only ones that were left that weren't on drugs, but I mean, they can still be the Russian team, can't they?
Nope. It was an institutional problem, Rick. Russia has been banned.
So what they're really saying, these are the clean athletes, but they can't be under the Russian banner because we banned Russia, but we're not going to ban them as individuals.
Yeah. So
is that
they're
it?
the athletes from Russia, not the Russian team.
Guys, could anything be more? I mean, if they're the athletes from Russia and they're playing for
Russia, Mother
Russia. So now, Chris, I know that you really seemed down the other day that the women's hockey team got beat and had such a chance to beat Canada, which would have been a pretty big upset too, right?
Oh yeah, because that's in the Olympics. That would be the premier matchup, but they could meet again in the medal round if possible, though. But USA would need to win out now.
Oh, they need to win out to get to the medal round?
Yes.
All right, so I noticed that your 60-second update did not include the guy who got hurt.
Yeah, the Australian.
And the Australian who got hurt.
Did you see that?
Do you have an update on that, Chris?
I tried to look for the update on it, but I looked through every Olympic news outlet, and I couldn't find it.
And it's Austrian, not Australian.
Time out. Did you hear what he just said?
So, Chris, your phone was buzzing, and not one alert told you that an Austrian athlete had gotten hurt.
No.
Well, if it'd been a hockey player,
I do have the NBC Sports.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Much to do going forward on the program. 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 1 could happen at any time on the program today. And Merry Christmas to each one of you as the first day of December is upon us.
There it is. Let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
There we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You're nervous? It is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Bubba, tell us what we're playing for today, buddy.
Rick, you know, everybody likes to vlog.
They have to do what?
Vlog.
Vlog?
Yes.
Okay.
They log video.
Okay.
And today, we've given away one of these before. It's very popular. The SunPack Essential Vlogging Kit. Contains a 6-inch bicolor LED ring light, smartphone bar, 3 different smartphone mounts. It has all kind of different stand to be able to put this up and light whatever type of video that you're doing with your smartphone.
Bubba, also, we throw in with today's prize, Dirt Road Gourmet. Delicious frozen casseroles since 2005 from dirtroadgourmet.com, a $200 gift card. That's a lot of casseroles.
That's right. And then this light is $49.99, so almost $250 worth. Now, Rick, if you've ever shot a video and it was a little dark, this is what you needed. You should have done it with this.
That's right. So there he is, gift number 1. Bubba, what are y'all thinking? What caller should we go with for gift number 1?
$199.
Do you want to start out big or just something to make sure it's working, then expand from there? We could do 12 for the 12 days. No. You want to go first?
See, what time's that? We turning 29? We turning 29 next year.
How about 29?
29. I was going to ramp up, but I thought you might want to start lower today.
I think the baseline's 20.
You like the baseline being 20, so at least 2 rounds through these?
Yeah.
All right, so are we going with 29? So
29 it is.
January will be our 29th birthday?
29.
All right, this is the first time I've used this phone system. Nervous. Real nervous. Okay. Here we go. Your caller 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, caller 21, caller 22, caller 23, 24, caller 25, caller 26, caller 27. Hello, this is the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mia calling from Rogersville.
Oh, Leah. You were caller 28. You missed
One
it.
off.
Missed it by
doing this again?
Missed it by 1 call. You can't eat.
Man.
You can't even have casseroles.
Nothing.
All right. Are you all ready?
All right.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jeff, Rainbow City.
Rainbow City. Jeff, your caller 29.
Congratulations.
Caller 29, Jeff, you did it, buddy. And it's right there where the show began 29 years ago in January.
Come on.
Right there on Rainbow Drive. So how long you been listening to the show, Jeff?
Almost the whole time.
Almost the whole time.
Wow.
Isn't that
Well,
something,
Jeff,
buddy?
I don't know if you put out a lot of videos or not, but you're going to be well lit from now on.
Yes, you are. And you got $200 worth of casseroles. How about that?
Hey, sounds great.
Listen, thank you for all the many years. It is ironic that we use the number 29, which is our birthday in January will be 29 years. And the winner, as caller 29, comes from the very location of where the show began.
That's cool.
That is crazy.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, thank you, brother. We're going to put you on hold and get your information, and your gifts will come right to you.
All right. I appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for listening, brother. All right, there he is on hold. Okay, so I
did you put on hold?
I did. Yeah,
okay, good.
Sure. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show.
You're not doing this on.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing?
Everything's fine.
See, I can't see this new studio. I can't see the monitor.
Everything's fine. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show.
Get over it.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, really.
It's coming right there, remember? Hey, hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? Hello, Rick and Bubba Show.
This is Larry.
Your 1,000 voices is really
That's 1,001.
Unbelievable.
What color am I?
What? Yeah, that's a new one.
He sounds like Bob the Tomato from VeggieTales.
I started saying it sounded like a
Did I
vegetarian.
win?
That's
Not Bob. All the other characters. Not Bob, not Larry, but any of the others. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jonathan from Boaz.
Jonathan, what do we say now? Because honestly, caller 30 hung up. 31, I think, hung up too. He actually was caller 32.
Yeah. How about this? You were close.
You're close, but no cigar.
You're really close. You did not win, though. So where are you calling from?
Boaz.
Boaz. Wide area dominated right now.
Sand Mountain.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
We have a Bose speaker to give away later. So
all right, so I will tell you guys, as far as working this, really smooth.
How you feel about it?
Really smooth.
I've noticed it.
That's all I'm gonna say.
You're messing with me though, because you'll play like you. Oh
no! Well, what threw me a little bit, and it's
hold up.
What threw me and spooked me. Uh-oh. I tell you what.
See, the other one I could see, and I knew he's messing with me.
But what threw me a little bit, my first one was legit.
Okay.
The rest of them I was making up. Right. But the first one was legit because I put him on hold, and then when I went to let the next caller let them know they didn't win, they hung up, and for a minute made me think I'd lost him. So that first one was a real reaction. But I think people are learning. Like if I don't know how that person would have known they didn't win so quick.
Yeah,
but somehow they knew, or their phone just dropped out. I don't know. So look at how many people. So,
it's still going. This flogging kit. Is it in the commercial? Is it Progressive where he's standing on the side of the road and he's got the little light,
the big ring,
and the
light
guy runs into the back of the dump truck. The garbage truck.
You know,
like those commercials.
What's so good about the ring too is it doesn't wash you out, but it gives you good even light.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
We've all made a video. We went, wow, wish we had a little light on.
Yeah,
this.
absolutely. Yep. And then I'm watching the watching the Toys for Tot promo on, and then I look at it and go, wish we had less light.
I saw that, by the way. I saw it.
You know, at the time, I thought red would tie in nicely to Christmas, but I didn't think I'd look like a big tomato.
Greg, I don't know why there's been so many VeggieTale references today.
A lot.
But when you see it again, because of what I have on and what Bubba has on, think Larry the Cucumber and Bob the Tomato.
So this is what then when you saw it, you were like, oh.
Yeah. Look, I want everybody to see.
But that light, little hot on it. Hey, that light right
to
there.
our very competent shipping department.
There we go.
Oh, my gosh. And, Greg, you got to deal with a new shipping person.
I got it.
Oh, you're going to like this.
Have you figured it out?
I got a spot, easy to get to.
Okay.
Now, I can't walk to it like I could the other one.
Yeah, but they also don't have the glacier.
That's a good point.
Hey, something else that happened, and we can discuss this tomorrow. This is a little tease. Speedy and I have hurt Greg's feelings.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Just stop
after all these years.
We can't talk about that next?
Well, we can if you want to, but I didn't know what you had planned.
Yeah, nothing better than that.
It's either that or Aaron Judge's new deal, either one.
Right. Let's do it again.
I didn't hurt anybody's feelings.
The man with 1,000. I'm telling you, I don't think we need anybody but him for twice.
I'm getting popcorn. I'm going to sit over there.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, but it doesn't give me too many updates like it did.
I thought that was the big story.
That was the big story. Broke his neck, Bubba.
Yeah,
Chris.
Yeah.
I mean, he broke his neck in a huge fall. You not watch snowboarding?
I mean, I like snowboarding to some extent, but you have to understand. I mean, when they're like downhill skiing, I mean, it's tough to follow though.
Yeah, and plus you only had 60 seconds, and Bubba always wants a curling. He wants a curling update, and you want to give a hockey update. That pretty much takes most of the time.
And Greg wants ice skating.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
So when's ice skating start?
The race.
It should be tonight.
Y'all. He doesn't know.
No clue.
He doesn't know, y'all.
Okay, Chris.
I saw speed skating on yesterday.
Sometime this Olympics.
Figure skating has been on since day one.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Chris, I'm just curious, just strictly curious. You had to get 21 alerts when this segment started. What were they about?
Thank you, Bubba.
It was like random. A few of them were email, and some were sports and today's weather.
All right, so Chris.
Thank you for being so real.
Chris,
and today's weather.
And today's weather. Chris, let's
How's
talk.
that looking, Chris?
Let's talk about Chris Wood this weekend. What are the plans?
Well, I got a couple of UAB hockey games I got to do. So there's one like tonight and one tomorrow afternoon.
Now, Chris,
playing Mississippi State.
If the listeners want to catch the broadcast you have online and hear your commentating of this, where do they go to?
They go on Facebook.com and go to the UAB hockey page.
Okay, and it'll be right there, broadcast live.
Facebook.com, UAB hockey, play-by-play action from the great Chris Wood.
That's right.
Two games, one tonight, one tomorrow, both against Mississippi State?
That's right.
How many people do you usually have follow those broadcasts, Chris?
We get about 30, 35, but in the last series when UAB played Auburn, it tripled that.
Oh, really? So got 90.
We'll have some good numbers tonight. I can assure you, Helms is in.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you, I'm trying to figure out, I think I'm in.
My night just changed.
Now, what time does the puck drop?
Tonight it drops at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon, about 3 o'clock.
So do I have to have a Facebook page to listen?
Facebook account, yeah.
I do?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
What happened to the old days when you could just go out there and hear things on Facebook without having an account?
You might could tell Alexa to find it for you, and she digs it out somewhere. I don't know.
I don't trust her.
Chris, I hope it's a close one like that other one you called.
Let me tell you,
16-1.
I've heard a lot of great calls, but your call of the 16th goal to put UAB up 16-1 was full of passion.
I think it should show all broadcasters how to stay in the game.
Yeah, because
no matter what the score.
Because a lot of them will fade on the blowout. Chris Wood doesn't.
No.
You know why he doesn't? Chris, thanks, buddy. I hope you do have a great weekend. So it's pretty much full of hockey?
Just for now, yes.
Okay. All right. Look forward to hearing. We'll hear you bring it. You know what? My feet will be cold because you'll bring me right to the ice.
That's right.
Right. Have a good weekend, guys.
Thank you, Chris. You too, buddy.
There you go.
All right. We'll be back. $35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We got ourselves a winner today. What's Jeff's last name? What's Jeff's name?
Nix.
Did you talk to Jeff?
Nix.
Oh, no, I didn't, Rick.
Jeff Nix.
Nix.
That's why his feelings are.
Okay.
I didn't talk to Jeff at all.
Stop.
We've got something happening here. Greg's come back, and we think for the first time in Greg's life, his feelings want to get hurt.
Well, Speedy's in a bad mood. He's taking it out on everybody.
I'm not in a bad mood. I just. It's called experience. And Greg does a lot of things extremely well, but his penmanship is not where it needs to be.
It's not.
And so if I'm trying to get winter information, emails have to be perfect because that's how Dirt Road Gourmet is sending them their e-card and all that.
Right.
And we gotta mail them stuff, Greg. So I got to be able to read what somebody's written down.
Well, I don't like how it.
So I
get it.
I have forbidden him to go in there and write anything down.
Well, no,
and we
here-
tried
no,
to
no,
do
no.
it. We tried to do it without hurting
That's
his
it.
feelings and
See,
telling him.
You ever
And you
done
didn't
this
play along.
when you look?
I tried. He
Somebody's
bought
in
it.
a- somebody's
got it.
talking to
He
you. You
caught
really don't want them to do, and you look at your buddy behind them and go. You point and say, "Don't let him do that."
Oh yeah.
So I broke towards the room. Thought, well, I was a late guy today. I'll
So
go in there
you
and do
saw
the phones.
Speedy.
I was going to help out, and I looked and he was pointing at me and
What?
pointing at him, going, "Don't let him do that."
Oh, wait a minute. You saw him doing it?
Well, first of all,
he was pointing to him, don't let Greg do it.
Don't let him do it. He's
First
a
of all,
dumbass.
Oh, brother.
First of all, I didn't call you that. I looked at you and I gave you the stop sign, like, don't you go in there. And then you got up ahead
And
of
then he
Helmsy,
faked it.
who,
Listen.
by the way, Helmsy didn't. You didn't respond the way I
put me
wanted.
in a weird place.
I think you were trying to get out
You
of
put
doing
me in a
phones.
weird situation.
And here's the best part. He faked like, "No, you need to be in here," because like I would contribute
I-
better.
that- this was me.
Tried to
That's
do
made
that.
up.
Tried to do that.
This was me.
That was you.
I was trying to do that.
Total
I was trying to
BS.
get. See, I was trying. I was like, you need to be in here for this. You're a lot better at stuff like
and
this.
you know,
than
it's
me.
like when you're telling a little kid when you make him cross, and you go, "No, hit me back," or something like that. And you act like it hurt. Oh, and so you got me back.
No, it's not that you're not any good to be on the team. We just need somebody to get the bats.
We need you over here. Put them bats. We need you batting.
Do we want the people to get their stuff?
No, I don't disagree with you, but I just
the way it was handled.
I just in my mind I like to think I'm never that guy. People are going.
Greg, and can I tell you what happened to me? Now I'm gonna tell my side of it because I didn't know what was going on.
You
now,
can't ride either.
Now it makes sense. But you know, the only thing worse than for you to see it is for me to see it. Being your big brother
and not know. And you saw it.
Yeah, and so I was sitting here and I was looking at Speedy and I saw you in there, and I
Did you hear him cussing about it?
Speedy did this. He goes, Greg, what's he doing?
I know it. I know it. That's what I saw.
And I was like,
it's fine.
And then then you think now at that moment
I'm quitting the kickoff.
How about Greg? Greg, in that moment you went from being like one of the guys that works on the show to my baby brother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're picking on baby brother.
And I'm thinking, wow, they think my baby brother's a DA.
Right.
Yeah, I know it.
Do you remember?
In front of everybody.
Let me ask you a
He's gonna
question.
get her and mess it up.
Picked it up.
Bubba, they think he's going, you know what? Yeah. Get in there and mess it up.
I know that 30-31 hung up, but do y'all remember the bit is that whenever we would get the winner and we'd take the next call, you would say, "What'd they win, Greg?" He went, "Nothing."
Yeah.
You remember all that? I was wanting him to be in here for that.
okay.
And Helmsy, you
That's
needed,
kind of the way I sold it.
you needed,
Helms,
yeah, and
listen,
Helmsy has
you're
good
leaving
handwriting.
anyway, so what's it matter?
I'm not going anywhere.
No, we need somebody to get the bats.
Yeah, you do it better than anybody. I've seen bats done, before, but you do it better than anybody. That's
So
what
go
it was.
show them.
Go show
Hey,
me.
Greg, you sit there.
Nobody
when
gets
he
a bat
goes to a
better than you
caller,
do.
Yell nothing, because nobody yells it like you. You know, I get it. That's fine.
I'll let you take the winner and then back out.
Now, I will say this. I
And
don't
then
like doing it anyway, but
Right.
but let me say this. I've done it in the past. Now, if you laid my winner sheet down beside one of y'all's, it doesn't look good. Especially you, because you got women's handwriting.
See,
And
he's hurt.
He does.
He's hurt. You better watch out. You better watch out.
I don't think nobody.
You better watch out.
I don't believe yet we've had somebody go, "Well, I didn't get my package," and y'all traced it and go, "Well, look at what he wrote."
Yeah,
my
well,
gosh,
you don't
it
know
looks
about
like
it.
a
We
puppy
actually
cat.
have. We've kept it from you.
You don't know
Well,
about
that's
He's going that far with it.
yeah. Yeah. I've had to contact
Now I
Kelly
do
at
feel like you did
JDA
keep
and
it
say,
from me. And after I caught you earlier behind my back.
No, I
Just the
did-
way it was handled. You wish somebody just looked you in the eye and said, "We don't like the way you write.
Yeah.
Please don't do this."
We should have said, "Greg,
Greg,
sit down. You can't write."
If somebody looks at you and goes, "Nuh-uh," what would you do?
Well, you
you'd
were
probably
just-
stay, right?
Well, you were.
And he just got up and ran through
Well,
the
I
stop
was trying to
sign.
help.
Well, you looked at me and I didn't know. I don't think it was intended at me because you forgot that's my baby brother that I love and he's tender and he's mild.
Hey, Rick can pick on me, nobody else.
That's right. I mean, if everybody's gonna do that to my baby brother, you're gonna have a problem with me.
Right.
And when it just hurt my feelings when you went, "What's he doing in there?
What's he doing, that idiot?
You know,
I don't write well. I don't. There it is.
Do y'all remember the PSA about the guy that had the claw hands, and we started calling Greg the claw?
Yeah. Yes.
And his girlfriend was breaking up with him. He said, "Is it the claws?"
I love that one. Greg, let me
No, it's not the claws.
It's not the claws.
It's me, not you. Click, click,
Right.
click.
Greg, can I just say, I think if someone set out to say, "I'm going to write bad,"
Yeah.
I don't know if they could beat you.
I'm going to out bad Greg.
League of your own.
Right,
If we were
My
picking a
dad's
team,
in your category. Though.
if we were standing
he'd
in
be
the-
the first to admit it.
Mine's
we-
not very good.
if I was a captain and we were in the backyard and we had to pick handwriting team, you'd be standing there by yourself at the end, and everybody'd be like, "So who's going to get Greg?"
I can go back to when I first started school.
when they actually on your report card, one of your grades was writing.
I
As you
remember
got
that.
older, they did.
I always
away
had
with
a C.
I know, and I always did really good and everything else. And it was a
You
C.
didn't do really good.
I did
and
real
everything
good.
else.
That's when I was trying.
You talking? You were a little fella.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get a pad of that paper that has the big lines and has the dots in the middle, so you can, make your.
And give me
letters.
one of the big giant pencils.
I love those.
Give me that big giant one. I hated writing.
I've been shot. Yeah, but like I said, you do a lot of things extremely well. It's just that one. Let's leave that to somebody else. It's true. You just leave that handwriting. Let the writing go to somebody else.
Okay, I was trying to help.
Greg, it's an intervention. And we all.
It's bad handwriting. It is. I get it.
Everybody, Greg, here's what's going to happen when I'm on call for tomorrow, and that'll be the end of it. Everybody has to write a letter about how you've hurt them with your handwriting. and
they're going to read it to me.
When they hear us read it to you, then you say, I got a problem.
Okay.
And I need help.
I need help.
Right. So
I've put Speedy in many handles over the year with my handwriting.
Right. Greg,
He shipped stuff to people that didn't even exist.
Let me tell you what your takeaway is. Nobody wants you writing around here.
Okay.
Okay.
Find something else to do.
Right.
I got it, guys. Hey, message sent.
Can I tell you? I
Message received.
I got it. Sent and received.
My writing is bad as well. And can I tell you a joke that has really?
But it is better than mine. I'll give you that.
That's worked every time. Anytime I have to sign something or whatever, and I'll always use this joke. I said, with this kind of handwriting, my mama thought I was going to be a doctor, but I showed her.
That's right.
a good one.
Yeah.
See,
I've
Greg,
noticed
do that, Greg.
on your eraser board, it's not bad.
Well, I'm trying to just make it legible. Now, if you notice, it's all crooked. It's not. There's no straight
we'll
lines.
never keep
And
it
it's
straight.
going slightly downhill.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen me fill out
But
an
I
envelope?
know what I mean.
Have you ever seen me fill out an envelope and mail something somewhere?
It's
and you
all
have to
going
put
down.
everything on it?
It's
Yeah,
going- yeah.
I never can keep it straight.
I can't either.
All right, do me a favor. Next Wednesday, we're going to have the Marines in here for the Toys for Tots.
You sure?
check.
You like what I got?
I hope they get up this year.
Hey, you're a dangerous man.
Wow, you are leaving.
Hey,
Go on, Rick.
hey, look at me, both of you. A shop vac can't clean up y'all's mess sometimes. All right? Y'all got to stop. All right?
And that's one with a wet filter in it.
Did they oversleep or not?
What?
State of
No.
our country,
These-
Marines
what's wrong
sleeping
with-
in.
What's wrong with you?
These particular
The
ones.
few, the proud, the late.
The few, the proud, the sleepy.
Rick, I'm going to write that one down. It was so good with my handwriting.
I won't be able to read it, so nobody's going to be bothered.
That's true.
got him an open drink, taking a sip.
Speedy, how
I
about
told y'all, since I got on Fields of Green, I may be around forever.
Speedy, anyway, they're
I just
making
want
stuff up. Anyway,
one
what I
more-
was going to say is the big check that we present them.
Okay, can I write it?
I want you to write it out this week.
Okay,
next
that'll be
week.
therapy.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I was trying
that
to
way,
get to.
that way the whole world can see how bad it is.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, and we'll take a picture for it and put it on
Don't
social
you know they'll
media.
be looking at that? What?
Do you realize how much this is feeling like an AA meeting?
Yeah.
But they act like I
You know how
didn't
they always
I
give you
had.
some responsibilities
Right.
to prove you can get back on your feet?
The only thing that would make it worse, Rick, is if I actually thought I wrote good and I realized I did. At least I know I don't.
That's true. That's
I've seen people that are delusional and people just pointed out to them that you're incorrect, you're not good at that.
Oh, yeah.
There's Greg as a child.
Where do you find these things?
How do you Google and get that?
I don't know.
A bad handwriting picture.
Can you imagine if
kid.
somebody you went to in that room in his office in there where he creates and you did a search history? I mean, him trying to find stuff that we need. What in the world? What a weird combination.
He's talking down because he's got good
Why is he typing in baby writing GIF?
Why is he typing in baby writing gift? Greg, look, how about this? We love you. We just don't want you writing.
We'll let the.
And they've earned a state championship day for you.
I know.
And in the future, if somebody holds up the hand, that's stay there. Stop.
Yeah, but you're trying to tell me what to do.
Phone calls from the people. Really? Yeah. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hour. We were breaking down the latest on the horrific and again all too occurring school shooting down in Florida. This one has. More couldn't have been done with this this person because they obviously had problems. They were posting things on social media, including "I want to be a professional school shooter." And then 39 times law enforcement had to be called to the house where he was from 2010 on. So a lot of people are wondering, what are the limitations and why couldn't something be done to maybe at least play some role in keeping him from fulfilling what he appeared to be telling everyone he was capable of and willing to do? Is that pretty accurate?
Yep.
Well, we have someone who works in law enforcement that says maybe that he can answer some of the questions. So, John, thanks for your patience and welcome to the program. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for calling.
So help us out a little bit here to understand the limitations that are out there. And
well, there's only two things I wanted to say real quick. One was that in law enforcement myself, I have actually arrested somebody for making terrorist threats where it was a juvenile on social media making threats to blow up the school. In that aspect, we actually went out after 9/11. They created something that's called making a terrorist threat. We actually did go arrest them, and they were prosecuted for it. The second thing I wanted to talk about real quick was that I'm all for arming teachers in schools. The only thing is responding officers need to know that teacher is armed so that they don't perceive that teacher as a problem. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to communicate.
Know who the shooters are.
Yeah,
right.
you have to communicate because it seems to me, John, and I think you would agree, because I see how limited you guys are on funding, and I certainly know that none of you are doing what you do to become wealthy. If that's the strategy, it's not a very good one. that you feel like this is your call in life, and every organization has bad apples, and hopefully they're dealt with. But in general, you have to do this. You have to be a teacher. I would think if it's a call. If that's just what you think is something would be good to do for a living, probably not wise either.
You're bad at math.
These are two places where people have. If people do them well, they do it because they felt called to it. This is my call in life, and I commend you for that. I commend you for that. So in this particular case, then I guess I would say, when people start talking about security teams, I just don't know that there's funding available to be able to outfit schools with people who are in law enforcement. There just doesn't seem to be enough of you or enough money for that. So that's the reason why we were thinking maybe the teachers would be a way to help fill in some of these gaps. But then again, to your point,
and I agree with you 100%. The funding is a huge problem. In our school district, we have one school resource officer for 6-7 schools.
Right.
And it's a tough situation. And I'm all for arming the teachers. It's just, like I said, if there is a shooting, we just have to know that teacher is involved, and so they don't become a problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm quite to the point of arming all the teachers. I'm more into allow the teachers who have already been trained and legally own firearms to have them at the school with them.
Yeah, we don't want to force a teacher that is uncomfortable with that, would not be good at that, to have to do that. But those that are and want to, allow them.
Like the assistant coach that it was also security at this school that was killed.
Yeah, he didn't have any weapons.
Right.
He was trained, and I don't know whether he was someone who knew how to handle a weapon. I like for if he's going to be on a security team, maybe he should be trained in that, and allowed to have him, and then also be able to communicate with local law enforcement. Or here are the people at the school that are armed and they're licensed.
Correct.
And so that would be helpful, and I think that's a good point. All right, to the other thing, based on what you said, do you think, and I know we're from the outside looking in, and you don't want to put anybody in a position without you knowing all the information, based on what you have access to, if it's all accurate, do you think this kid had done enough that he could have been dealt with the laws available to us prior to the shooting?
Well, I can tell you guys 39 times is a lot. It's a lot of times for somebody to be called out to the house.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And some sort of flag should have been raised by somebody. That's all. I mean,
I know. I'm putting you in a bad place. I don't want to put you in a bad place because your brothers and sisters in law enforcement, I always give them the benefit of the doubt. I do. But what I'm saying is, all right, so we know that he posted on somebody's video, I want to be a professional school shooter, and the person who made the video and saw his comment turned that in to the FBI. Is that not a terrorist threat? All right, here we go. The phone lines are open. You can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. And at the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program ends. Somebody else gets a shot unless one of the two timeouts is afforded to you. While you are rolling in, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Yes, sir. You need to go there right now. These wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers, they offer you premium sound with useful features like an almost custom comfortable fit and up to 54 hours of battery life. They start at about half the price of other premium audio brands. And for the next month, Listen to me. Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas, meaning you're going to get new pop-up flash deals. Take advantage of those every single day. The buyraycon.com/Bubba website also is offering free shipping, free returns, buy now, pay later options if you want, 30-day happiness guarantee, and 15% off site-wide, plus the free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Here's your code. When you go to our URL, which is buyraycon.com/Bubba, for all this I just mentioned, use the code HOLIDAY, 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 and that'll save you 15%. And if you own a company, this is a great time to buy them up at these great prices. There's maybe some great gift ideas. The audience is in love with buyraycon.com/Bubba. You will too. But remember, the new code for the Christmas countdown is HOLIDAY.
You will appreciate that.
Oh, it's good, isn't it? Is that a little chime you doing there? You show me you back. Well, Bubba's testing himself. He gave us he put himself to a little workout, a show workout, and he said, I'm proud of him.
The storm the night before hurt a little bit.
No. Let me tell you something.
I think that got all of it.
You have participated.
The podcast on the back end today is going to hurt a little bit.
You did. I can't imagine what that's going to be like with us. But you did 14 of the 16 segments, and I'm going to tell you something. That's not bad. That's not
really.
Bad
it may be higher than a normal day.
Well, because I think you were focused. You knew you needed to give. All right, let's go to Jack in Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Jack, 30 seconds. Go.
About it, Jack.
Yeah, I wanted to know if with the Marines coming in next week, if Greg's going to do his little bit about the Marine band and the hoorah.
Well,
when you're in studio.
I doubt he will, but the guys that are coming here probably would agree with him. That'll be it. But probably not. I'm going to advise no. To Angry Fan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Angry Fan, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, look, first off, in the current state of my Christmas spirit, 30 seconds is not enough for me. I understand that. I'm not asking for a timeout. I just want to figure out these phones. I got in like 3 times on that phone troll for the Christmas gift.
That's awesome.
And like my heart stopped when the phone went through until I heard that little radio lady say, your phone cannot be completed as dialed or nobody is available to answer the phone.
Well, now that didn't get through.
Yeah, then you didn't get through.
Yeah, you didn't. The problem is when there are all 10 lines are unavailable, that's the message you get.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, every time you called in, you were 11th or probably 1,003.
Instead of a busy signal, you get that message.
Yeah. That just means you didn't get. So please don't go around bragging that you got through 3 times. You never got through.
Yeah. That lady's not real.
Yeah. It's a
message.
It's just what this system does. It's really their version.
It's a little sharp.
It's really their
what?
Coach Hams.
It's
a little sharp.
Well, I'm just letting them know.
But that is their version on this phone system. But that little quick busy.
Can we hear you scream? Get to the net.
No,
that's good. Let's go to Todd.
The baseline's not a campground.
Todd, Birmingham, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I hope y'all are doing well. You were talking about the Na 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 Goodbye song. When I was in high school, I went to Welborn, and back then, Welborn and Oxford, where you and Greg went to school, were big rivals.
Oh, yeah.
We were playing a baseball game at Welborn, and bottom of the first inning, I'm the leadoff batter. I strike out, I throw my bat, and I get ejected from the game, and the Oxford fans began singing Na 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 Goodbye.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm so glad. I hate that tradition is gone.
Yeah, I thought that was just standard protocol.
And I thought it was
if
really
you foul out or your team's losing.
I'd never heard it used that way. I guess you did, Bubba, because you played baseball more than I did.
Oh, yeah, you did that. Or somebody fouling out of a ball game. Everybody gives them that.
See,
a basketball.
In football, it was only used when you were beating the team so bad their fans were starting to leave.
Right.
And
you knew the game was in hand.
And in basketball, same thing. Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, guys, this is JJ in Marbury,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Okay.
And we were caller, I think 30 or 31 there when you said the phones hung up. 30 or 31 hung up. We were actually on the line, and we were waiting to maybe get on just to say, hey, man, we know we wasn't 29, the guy wanted, but 30 or 31, we were holding, to see if we could just be excited about just being on the show. But we didn't hang up, man. The phone hung up on us. We're sitting there listening. Doggone.
That can happen. You got on today?
Listen, these phones are not an exact science, trust me, especially with the volume we're dealing with today.
AJ in Sweet Home, Alabama. AJ, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today, buddy?
We're great. We're great.
I just want to see if y'all heard about that new Grinch movie that they just come out with. It's a horror Grinch movie. I think it's going to be absolutely terrible, and it has ruined my childhood.
I've never seen. It's out right now.
Grinch movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called The Mean One.
The Mean One.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
It's another one of these holiday horror films.
Oh, a slasher thing.
It's a slasher.
Speedy does one of the voices.
Man. I hate who does horror movies around Christmas?
Come on. It's evil. Ugh.
Terry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Terry.
I can remember, and I don't remember if it was 29 years ago, but I can remember driving up Rainbow Drive and hearing y'all say, or you would play Fat Bottom Girls and tell us to get out of the car and shake that bottom. And I could just imagine all the girls coming by and shaking their bottoms down Rainbow Drive.
A lot of shaking going on.
Remember,
oh, yeah.
that would have been so funny. And then y'all had a big fundraiser one day, and I remember stopping to see.
Oh, my. I got so caught up in the story, I forgot to give her a timeout.
I did too. Yeah.
Justin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Yes. Have y'all seen the Babylon Bee article about Chuck Norris?
No.
The title of it is Chuck Norris Comes Out of Closet as Even More of a Man.
That's good. I love all those Chuck Norris lists.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Randy in Gardendale. Randy!
What's going on?
Tell it, Randy. It's all about you right now.
No band, Randy. Go ahead.
First time caller. I just wanted to call and say happy holidays, and I love listening to y'all every day.
Well, thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Kind of you to do
Back
that.
at you.
Back to you. Everybody's favorite UAB fan, David, out of Hoover. David, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
David, what about the big hire?
Well, so you're telling me I'm waking up on December 1st, 2022, and I've got Trent Dilfer as my new head coach in football, and I've got Michael Hothead Helms as our new head coach in tennis. Am I reading that right?
That is correct.
I know half of it.
Assistant coach.
Man,
yeah.
Too carried away.
Blazers. It doesn't get any better.
Well, with Speedy being involved, Helms being involved, Rick, I think it's probably only a matter of time till somebody comes after us.
Well, it's I don't have the time for it, but I'd like to be able to turn it down.
It's always good to be asked, isn't it?
Now remember, I'm always for sale.
No, I didn't say it'd necessarily be UAB.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for being with us. We sure have enjoyed it. And congratulations, Jeff Nix, winner number 1 in the 12 working days of Christmas.
Attaboy.
Lord willing, we'll have another one tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.